Hello everybody, it's Primalism. I thought I'd do a stream today, just kind of watching Aajonus Vonderplanitz video. I spelled his name wrong. I spelled Aajonus. Aajonus? Anyways. What's good? I kind of wanted to watch his lectures, to be honest. Just need a refresher, you know? It's been a while since I've actually seen these videos. It's been a long time.
Missouri. I'm the opening act, so please don't boo me off the stage. I know you've paid to see Aajonus, but he asked me to give him a little testimonial before I introduce him. So in October 2000, this is how I got to know Aajonus. In October 2000, my health kind of fell apart.
Shalom,
and I
shalom,
was
brethren.
chronically fatigued, losing
Watching
weight
Aajonus
uncontrollably,
Vonderplanitz.
and I was eating everything I could get my hands on, and couldn't stop the weight loss, and the exhaustion was intense.
Let me know if the audio is okay.
A flight of steps without,
Looks okay.
Keeling over. So I guess like everybody at that point, you no longer have the health to continue working.
Hello,
I started
offering
health.
You're from Malta.
Ways to
Malta.
get me better.
Diva
my doctor in
offering
the hospital
in
really didn't have
Malta.
much to offer because all of my tests, and I took every test under the sun.
Trying
more or
to
less
financial
back,
my raw meat. What about you?
Fine. And so
you're trying to make money?
A mysterious
trying to
chronic
finance
fatigue, weight
the raw
loss
meat.
syndrome.
Yeah.
So over the next
Basically
3 years,
same.
I
Basically
probably
same. Just
tried
putting in the work,
every alternative diet, supplement, clinic, you name it, I tried it. Of course, didn't even understand the concept of raw foods and enzymes and all that and how crucial
Have you guys
those are
seen
in the
this?
body. So,
do I have it on the right thing?
After 3 years of continued fatigue and weight loss, I was down to 78 pounds. And so
Resident Ronix
finally, someone recommended me, told me about Aajonus. Said, this is
I can't do that.
really powerful stuff. You ought to give him a call.
Aajonus
I contacted
only.
him.
I mean,
And, after
maybe we
3
can
years
do.
of weight loss,
I want it
as soon as I
directly
started
from the
diet,
source.
I
All
immediately
stream.
felt something in those foods.
You watch this
that,
video, it's awesome.
was
Yeah.
making it happen for me. So
I've seen these a long
I
time
started
ago.
just
I would
gaining
like
10,
sunbathe
12
outside and just
pounds
binge
a
these.
month till I got my normal weight back.
You
I
better be
put on
sorry.
About 70 pounds in my first 6
Homeless
months.
cooked?
And it was athletic weight. This was not, lazy weight. I mean, this was, I felt excellent, So I've been on the diet a little over 3 years. And
would you guys
I
prefer
absolutely
if the
feel
video?
better.
Would you guys prefer if the video was full screen, or if I just keep it like this? Do you mind?
Now than I did prior to even becoming ill. So it's been a real blessing for me, and I'm very lucky to have gone through what I've gone through to learn what I know now. So I look forward to
I'm gonna drop a
the
like.
rest of my life doing it right. So
You have salmon
anyway,
if you
without
want to.
further babble, I will,
I'm probably gonna leave it like this,
bring
just
on
easier. You can see the title of the video, and I feel like it's big enough.
Okay, what I want you to understand.
You wanna see the full
with
screen
this
first?
Particular workshop is your work.
There's full screen. What do you think about that?
Usually a workshop is when you're interacting, but when you're going 6 hours of information, you're going to have to work to pay attention. Okay, so that's your job in the workshop, is to try to stay with me. Now what I'm going to do is try to familiarize you with the human body in very simple terms so you're not afraid of it, so you know what's going on in your system. Now, if you look at your papers, you'll see on the third page, you'll see
Quality is pretty bad.
the bloodstream. And that's the picture to your left. Now,
Put it
the
back.
other picture adjacent to
Okay,
that
good. I'm glad.
is a cell.
It works easier for me this way.
Whether it's a blood cell or a liver cell, no matter what kind of cell it is, they have that basic structure. They have an organ. They're called organelles. These are the organs and glands within a cell. So it's like a micro us. only a
Biology
different
class
shape.
today.
Some of us are nice and round like that, and those who are, they're healthier. We should all be round and healthy, and you'll understand that as I get into this. So you see how nice and soft and squishy all the different blood cells are there. You can see how radiant they are, how alive they are. The red blood cells, their main job, and their only job if you're healthy, is to transport oxygen and to relieve carbon dioxide out of the body. That's the pure job of the red blood cells. Of course, because we're so toxic, our blood gets involved in doing many different things, distributing nutrients, moving toxins, everything that they're not supposed to do. But if you're healthy, that's all the blood does. Takes care of your energy level. So imagine if the blood didn't have to do anything else but transport oxygen to give you energy and vitality to be able to use fats as fuel.
Primal Jesus.
And you only had to remove the carbon dioxide, the waste product, from utilizing fat as fuel or carbohydrates as fuel or anything as fuel. Then you would have so much energy, it would be exceptional. Everybody would be vitally healthy, happy, and everybody could be an athlete. So why isn't everybody an athlete? Because of all the toxicity, and we're going to go heavily into that. From the bloodstream, there we have the neurological system. The neurological system, its job is to transmit electricity and light for messages. Very simple. Electricity and light, it's a conductor. But what does that mean? What transports light and electricity? Metallic minerals. So that means any free radicals that get into your body from air pollution, from cooking your foods, whatever, goes to your brain and nervous system. 80% of the heavy metals go to your brain and nervous system. Take a photo with a robe. So you wonder why people are crazy. That's why. The brain does not function properly. When it's sending out too many signals, it's erratically sending out messages when it's not supposed to because of all the heavy metals. Then we have the lymphatic system, the third circulatory system. The lymphatic system's job is to feed every cell in the body and to remove all the byproducts and waste, except for the carbon dioxide. The lymph system feeds every cell in the body and removes all the waste. It has to take the poisons, it has to neutralize them, it has to dissolve them, neutralize them again, and send them out of the body. And that neutralization process is quite complex with nutrients. It takes a lot of phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, and calcium to turn those acrid substances into neutral pH balances to send them out of the body safely. So you lose a tremendous amount of calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium on every toxin that is in the body. If the toxin is a mercury, which is the most deadly neurotoxin that the human body can ingest.
Your Adam's apple is hard, it's full of cauterized. So what is it supposed to be? Soft? It's supposed to be squishy?
Takes anywhere from 200 to 2,000
what is a cauterizing
cells or white blood cells to surround one molecule of mercury. Or a combination of calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium to bind and control that one molecule of mercury so it doesn't do harm. You've seen zits that come out?
No way. He said if you poop more than once per week, your diet is wrong. What? Well, is this true? I gotta ask the clanker. Do you think AI is gonna know? Did Aajonus say? Isn't there an AI for primal diet information? Didn't somebody build that? Did Aajonus say Aajonus said if you poop more than once per week your diet is wrong? No, there's no evidence Aajonus ever said if you poop more than once per week your diet is wrong. Nothing in his books, interviews, newsletters. You're a liar. Stop slandering my lord. Hey, Sophie. Primal Diet AI. Yeah, what is it? What is Primal Diet AI? Healthfully? Take this out of here real quick. Really? Healthfully AI? Let me check. We can use that. That'll be cool. Ooh, is there one here that says the Primal Diet Aajonus? Is this, ooh, wait. Healthfully.ai. Yeah, see this? Haters everywhere. Just do no poop, bro. Poop retaining. Yes. Somebody said that a long time ago. Like, you should just retain your poop. You should absorb everything you eat. I'm a funny guy. Thank you. Thank you. I'm a comedian. Notebook LM. Is it? Wait, this isn't it? This looks pretty good. Healthfully. Wait, so you just search? Is it like an AI? Did Aajonus... Is this how it works? I was like a search. Aajonus poop formula. Wait, what? What is the Aajonus poop formula? Does it help you poop? Brother, why are you guys just making shit up? Well, Aajonus did it, so I can do it too. Okay, we'll keep going.
If you've had that
if you guys interrupt me with some more stupid crap,
a couple of thousand molecules of a toxin, yet you'll have a couple million white blood cells or fatty cells involved in that pus.
Butter knife to scoop it on.
Just to control 1,000, you've got millions.
I'll click on chatbot.
So understand how complex the system is when it's poisoned, how hard the body works to eliminate those poisons, and what it has to spend in nutrients to do it. So if you realize that, you'll know how many nutrients you have to get in your system. And you'll find out what has nutrients and what doesn't throughout this
we have to sign up.
Workshop. So the lymph system is responsible for feeding every cell and eliminating toxins. Where does it eliminate them? It will dump them out the mucous membranes. That means the mucous membranes in your nose, in your throat, your esophagus, your intestines, your vaginal cavity, your rectal cavity, your urine, any of that tract it will dump. Most of it goes out the skin in perspiration, out the pores. Remember that. The skin is a larger bowel than your own bowel. You secrete more poisons out the skin than you do your bowel. Because your bowel's not meant to be a discarder, nor is your skin. We're not meant to be poisoned people.
We're not meant to be poisoned?
From the blood, the neurological system, and the lymph system, those you have to understand will change more readily and quickly than others because they have a direct link into the digestive tract where nutrients can get to them immediately.
Yeah, that Lindsay Clancy thing is crazy.
You can regenerate it in 60 days.
Maybe we should do a stream reacting to that.
60 to 80 days, depending upon the particular person's system. The neurological system will take a little bit longer, about 6 months, to regenerate all the fluid.
Ask AI about the thing I said. You said hard Adam's apple. What did Aajonus say about a hard Adam's apple? Let's see. Yeah, basically Primal study session. The verdict might be in today. Oh, if she goes to prison. Yeah, I saw it. Hasn't she made like over $1 million in donations from women? You have Notebook LLM too? Oh, I'm curious to see how this works. Over 1 million. That's insane. Did Chris Watts get any donations when he murdered his family? The provided sources do not contain any mention of a hard Adam's apple or Adam's apple. The sources discuss hardened or firm tissue, dead cells, and toxicity stored in the neck and the throat area, as well as the specific remedies Aajonus recommended for these conditions. Hardened glands and dead cells in the neck. Storage of toxins. Glands of the neck are part of the major lymphatic network responsible for processing and filtering out toxins from the head and brain. When these glands are overloaded with environmental toxins, chemical pollutants, or vaccines, they can store a massive amount of dead cells. Elephant neck. Aajonus described individuals who process their toxicity heavily through the neck, causing the area to swell up to look like an elephant neck. Wait, what? elephant neck. He explained that this occurs when the body places dead cells in the neck rather than building internal tumors. This dead tissue is described as hard and firm, like bricks on a wall. Aajonus remedies for hardened dead cells in the neck. Pineapple. Always recommending pineapple. People have been telling me I need pineapple for my broken elbow. I'm sorry, that just doesn't make any sense to me. Some pineapple. Lightly rub raw butter. Okay. Is this a joke? Fat liver. Gently rub no salt rub butter or a coconut cream into the neck and soothe the tissue and promote regeneration. Brother. Do you have to have a Thai ladyboy rub it into your neck too? Aajonus' neck is thick. He didn't say Adam's apple. He said, if your willy goes hard when erect, it's full of pollutants. It's meant to be flaccid. You are no longer neat with the studies. True, I'm no longer neat. I'm a scholar. We'll keep going.
Talking about changing the brain and nervous system cells.
Did I get the notebook by wrong? They just let me get it for free.
The fluid system within it. Takes about 6 months to redo it. In the lymphatic system, it takes about 2 years to replace all of it because we've congested it so terribly. Okay, so those
Aajonus' video about pineapple. I actually want to watch that.
What keeps the body moving? We have glands and we have organs. So let's take the digestive tract. We take food into the mouth. Now, there's a lot of vegetarians that scream, we have vegetarian teeth. We have herbivore teeth. You take a look in a horse's mouth or a cow's mouth and you compare it with
teacher at a Primal University.
An herbivore's dental structure, and I'll be amazed. Because
Crispy, did you just become a member?
They have molars.
It didn't give me like a notification or anything. I don't think it does, but I don't remember you being a member. If you did, I appreciate you becoming a member, bro.
All the way back to the canines and even back, and then all of a sudden we hit the molars.
What can I do for a broken elbow? Oh, that's a good idea.
3 molars. If you have your wisdom teeth, you might have an extra.
He said, actually, for your elbow, you try megadosing vitamin D3, K2. That doesn't sound Aajonus approved. That doesn't sound Aajonus approved, bro.
So on each side, on all sides. And that can grind and crush
bromelain that might promote bone growth.
Not for vegetarian.
Still got to get the nutrients.
Appetite or diet. Also, we have the tylen enzyme. The only other
member
animal
now
has the
have to
tylen
support other
enzyme in the
primals.
mouth
Oh, thank you,
is the horse.
Crispy. I appreciate that.
That's why the horse likes sweets so much. Tylen helps break down sugars, sweets. Remember that. Tylen breaks down sugars, carbohydrates in the system.
Well, you're right. You had Ripley's. That's a good one.
As the food goes down, it goes down into the stomach, where it receives a massive amount of hydrochloric acid.
I've never tried the moldy berries.
Cats, the felines and canine families, have 15 times more hydrochloric than we do in the stomach. And a lot of vegetarians say, oh, we're not meant to eat meat. Dogs and cats digest meat 10 hours. Our digestive tract is a 24-hour digestive tract. Unless you're eating something your body doesn't necessarily like and you have the runs quickly. But normally it's a 24-hour digestive tract. In that 24 hours, as 16 to 18 of it's in the small intestine. And guess what we secrete in the small intestine along with other bacteria? Hydrochloric acid. So we produce just as much hydrochloric acid as a feline and canine, and we don't do it in concentration in the stomach. We do it in the stomach and throughout the small intestines. Now we have Campylobacter, we have Salmonella, we have a variety of intestinal bacteria that helps digest food. Acidophilus, Caucasus, Bulgarius, all of those digest different parts of the food, whether it's protein, fat, or carbohydrates. And they pre-digest the food nicely. And if you're lucky...
So primal space is so dumb, especially people who are newer to it, super dogmatic and unscientific, even though they think otherwise. I mean, as harsh as that sounds, like, I kind of like, I don't know, there is a lot of dogma to it. But however, you can also argue that even with people who support like a carnivore diet or a vegan diet or whatever diet, nutritional science sucks anyways. So that doesn't make what Aajonus says more true. I mean, a lot of what he says is just dogma and theories. But you're right, a lot of people do treat it as if it's like fact. And that can be kind of annoying. Although lately, I've seen a lot less of that. I really have. I've seen a lot less of people acting like religious about it.
You have trichinosis.
And I think that's much better than people acting like, well, this is the absolute truth.
You digest even faster. He said trichinosis. How many people are afraid of trichinosis? How many people have been taught to be afraid of trichinosis? Yes, yeah. Don't eat pork, you'll get trichinosis. But we'll go into that later. Don't be afraid of trichinosis.
Yo, what's going on, Cole Want?
You can buy it and get a vial of it and drink it.
It's skibbity.
And I'll explain that later. Okay. So, as it goes down into the digestive tract, the stomach secretes the hydrochloric acid, breaks down a lot of the proteins. They start moving into the duodenum. Duodenum is where the bile meets the food to start digesting the fats. So the first is protein, then the duodenum, the second part of the stomach. We only have one stomach, it just has two compartments. Dumps into the duodenum.
Yeah, Luca, you have a good point. I think it's important to always think with your own brain, but also being open-minded about the primal stuff, understanding that nutrition science just overall sucks. That's why I respect people like Bart K so much, and I didn't even realize what he was about, but all his videos about like the Randall cycle, he's actually trying to look into, okay, so nutrition science sucks. So what kind of science can we look at to actually, determine things that are good for us and things that aren't good for us? And I think that's important. Not necessarily that Bart K is 100% right. You can believe whatever you want, but to support people who are genuinely looking into finding hard evidence and proof. And, I'm sure Aajonus probably does have very good information about certain things, but, yeah, think for yourself for sure.
From the gallbladder, dumps into the duodenum to start digesting the fats. Everybody know that the gallbladder does not make the bile? Liver makes bile.
The liver is responsible for mainly fat digestion.
And that's almost its sole job. Of course, it becomes like a filter in a toxic system. It does a lot of things that it shouldn't do, shouldn't have to do. So the liver makes the bile, the gallbladder holds the bile. Now we have a gallbladder that holds quite a bit of bile that can digest about 4 or 5 pounds of fat at a time. Whoever eats 4 or 5 pounds of fat at a time? When you were cave people, yes. You'd get a slab of, you'd kill an animal and you'd eat sometimes 10, 15 pounds in a day or two of fat.
That's amazing.
So you had to have
the
gallbladder.
I wonder what that would be like to live like that. To like go hunting and then kill an animal, and then maybe it takes a week to kill an animal. You have like no food, and then you just gorge on a ton of it. That sounds insane though. I don't think a human being can eat 10 to 15 pounds of meat and fat. That sounds kind of absurd. Like the stomach doesn't like shrink that much, does it?
To have a backup reserve of bile to be able to digest that much fat, or you'd be vomiting and have diarrhea galore.
Rip open or
because
something.
you couldn't digest it. So you needed that concentration of it. For our system and our society, we eat little amounts of fat here and there all day, unless you're a big ice cream eater. And then, take down a quart at a time.
He puts cat ears on?
A gallon at a time, a gallon a day.
Cat ears.
Then your gallbladder will become an Andy. And I've done that, and I like it. So then it moves from the duodenum into the small intestine. And that's when the bile continues to work, all the bacteria, all the added hydrochloric acid is continually secreted. The intestines have lots of villi. It's just like going into an ocean and you see all these little creatures just moving around with as the water flows over it and all these little particles being absorbed and eaten. It's the same way our small intestine works. Exactly. As particles move past, as food moves past, they move. These particles move. These villi move, and they secrete more digestive juices to help break it down, so the villi down the road can even digest more, break it down and absorb more of it, because the particles get smaller and smaller. And then when it moves into the bowel...
You said, why do I believe that mainstream nutrition is so bad fundamentally? I don't know what you mean by fundamentally. I don't know how to distinguish that from just bad in general. But, like, let's ask the clanker. So, why is mainstream... From what I understand, it's the fact that with nutrition science, the only way that we can really know what is, like, good or bad for humans, or like what a certain food will do, what a certain diet will do, is if you take two twins from birth and you have, like, you know, the twins isolated, but you're giving them like exactly the same foods or whatever, and you only isolate one variable to try to test and see, well, what does this do? And then you'd have to do it for like their whole entire life to figure out, you know, like you would have, like, the problem is that with nutrition science and humans is that humans will be doing different things and you would never know. So they'll be doing these studies on humans and there's so many variables that change. So it's almost impossible to find out. And like human, that's why human nutrition science is just such a waste of time. And it doesn't make any sense to really do, because it would be so impractical. Why is mainstream nutrition science, human nutrition science, so oh, I spelled that wrong. Sorry. One hand makes this really tough. Why is mainstream human nutrition science so inconclusive? Okay, maybe we can just do that. See what it says. And yeah, there's also it says humans are biologically diverse. Food environments are complex. The research method used in nutrition are some of the weakest in all of medicine. The field relies heavily on observational data, self-reported food logs, and confounded variables, which makes strong, definitive conclusions almost impossible. Humans aren't lab rats. You can't lock people in a metabolic ward for 10 years and control every bite they eat. This is good stuff. Observational studies can only show correlation, not causation. Randomized controlled trials are rare and short. Food is not a single variable. Diets are complex systems, not isolated nutrients. So human, like, nutrition science is garbage, you know, basically. You said humans are not biologically diverse when it comes to nutrition. It's fairly straightforward. I agree with that. I don't agree with the clanker on that. I think that, so, like, when you look at all the other animals in nature, we can say almost for, like, with 100% accuracy, two animals of the same species, regardless of the same species, are supposed to eat the exact same diet. And then we know, is this animal a carnivore? Is it an omnivore? Is it an herbivore? But for some reason, we have such a hard time distinguishing that about human beings. So, like, human nutrition science, it's like, as opposed to the other animals, it's much less straightforward, though, because it's unclear, you know, this, like, the science that we can't really do science on humans to figure out what's optimal, or at least nutrition science. That's why I like Bart K, how he's looking into things like the Randall cycle and like some hard science. Okay, so what can we do that actually proves this? So we can't do nutrition science, so what do we do? You know. But regardless, I think, like, trying to figure out what's optimal is a waste of time and it's pointless. You know, like somebody who's eating a 95% animal-based diet and 5% fruit, honey, and whatever, does it really matter if that's optimal versus a diet that's 100% animal products? You know, is it really that big of a deal? Like, it's not. You'll probably be almost just as healthy eating both diets.
The most important bacteria,
small amount just for support the
for
studies.
the human being,
Thank you, player. I appreciate
brain and
that.
nervous system is E. coli.
Thank
the
you.
most absurd and ridiculous stuff that we hear about E. coli out there. It is
Thank you.
insane.
E. coli.
I've been cooking that one up, you know, ever since I started streaming again. Like I said, I was getting really into the carnivore diet stuff, but then, and I still am interested in it, but I don't know. I'm starting my big brain journey.
Digests food matter and breaks it down into the smallest proteins and fats to feed the brain and nervous system.
That's why people who get lots of colonics and who are vegetarians don't have a good balanced nervous system.
A naturalism.
Because
oh yeah,
they
you can
are
request a
never
video.
feeding their brains and
Try to
nervous
keep it
system
Aajonus
enough
though. If it's
protein.
Aajonus, 100%. Or if you want
It's the final
non-Aajonus,
stage of indigestion.
I might do
in
it,
the
but
bowel.
probably not. But
So it's very important to have lots of E. coli. And if you flush it out with, colonics and enemas, you're destroying it. You're damaging your brain and nervous system. And if you got,
oh no,
if
it's
you're
stuck on that healthfully
hypertense,
AI thing. What the heck?
Depressed, any kind of psychological problems, you are feeding it by doing that to
Is
your
it
colon.
stuck on the
Especially
Aajonus
if you
AI
do
thing?
Caffeine enemas.
What is happening? Oh no, we're
coffee
good. We're good.
enemas.
Sorry, I'm tripping. Sorry.
You're irritating your nervous system directly because your nervous system gets fed from the bowel directly.
If you eat cooked food, your white blood cells rush up to your guts to digest the cooked food. Rush up to your guts? Sorry, that was like so petty what I said there. But if you eat cooked food with raw food, the amount of blood cell will be reduced. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Stable isotope analysis is the best evidence we have, and it overwhelmingly proved humans are hyper-carnivores. See, I'm totally open to that, Titan. I'm totally open to that idea. You know?
Directly. Now, as we get down into the bottom of the sigmoid colon, the body's getting ready to absorb all that it can of any fluid, matter stuff that's still slightly milky in solution. And then you pass the rest out. Now, in healthy animals, there are no waste products that are harmful. It's just partially digested matter that insects and plants and earth can eat. So it's a good recycling process. They need that to keep the ground organisms healthy and strong. So we help them, they help us grow things. Animals eat them, we eat the animals. It's a good process. When we become toxic, eating toxic substances, inhaling them or breathing them, those poisons get into the bowels and the urinary tract. What about the urinary tract? What is that all about? Why are we constantly losing fluid? Well, normally you don't. Look at the Aborigines. They don't drink any water. They live in a 140-degree desert and they don't drink water. Anybody see the rabbit-proof fence? There's 3 little girls that run away from that orphanage, and they're not even orphans. And the British have subdued them because they're half-breeds, they're half Aborigines, half English. So they don't think that their Aborigine parents belong to them. They belong as wards of the king, the queen. So they put these little girls in an orphanage. 3 little girls run away. They travel 2,300 miles on foot without ever drinking water. What do? Break a plant off, let the vegetable juice drip into their mouths.
You see, that is like kind of misleading when he talks about water. Like, they're drinking water. It's just in the juice. You know, the water is a part of the juice. You know, it's like misleading to tell people, I drink no water in a day. Well, you do. It's just, you know, milk. Milk is full of water. You know, it's like.
They'll take a root out of the ground, grate it, wring it, and drink. Can you imagine going about 300 miles on 4 ounces of vegetable juice? That's the way we were made to live. How many of you can do it? Not easily. That's how far from health we've evolved. If you call
Water
that
is
evolution.
Satan. What? See that? That kind of like logic is so silly.
The urinary tract is a place to dump fluids quickly if you need to thicken your blood to keep warm. Goes from day, let's say like in the Aborigines. Daytime can be 140 degrees. Nighttime can be 70, 60 degrees. That's quite a temperature change. So they need to release some of the fluids.
Imagine what it would be like to be an audience member of this for the first time. You know, that'd be very amazing. I wish they could like pan to show how many people are in the audience and what this was like. I haven't like really been to any seminars like this. Some of you who've maybe been to like Primal seminars can relate. But I was at one of Thomas's like seminars, not about diet. And it did feel kind of cool to be like an audience member of something like this. It felt very, I don't know, educational and stuff. It was, and like other people are there trying to learn too.
Since they don't eat a lot, their urine is very little.
Copied Frankie.
For us, the way we drink fluids,
copied
coffee, soda pops, the whole works, constantly dumping
You sue
fluids.
a dead man?
Constantly. And what does that constant wash do? It cleans a lot of our nutrients out with it. Now, a lot of people say, well, the urine is very filthy, it's dirty. Well, the urine is nothing other than the blood without the red blood cells and with a little ammonia put into it from the kidney. That's why
AGE
a lot of
content for
vegetarians drink
foods?
their
That's an
urine.
interesting one.
It's a very
But I haven't looked into it.
antiseptic, important, healthy.
I just always remember, you know, like whenever Sverige figures out like the slightest bit of knowledge about something, he'll like start like, you know, just making stuff up. Like the AGEs are going to turn you into an old man, and it will make your skin wrinkle and fall off.
System. And did you know that your astronauts, that's what they drink when they're up there?
He created the Taban diet.
Goes through a filter and they drink their urine. That's what they're drinking, their urine. So if the astronauts can do it, you can do it, right? But think about it. There's a lot of people who do eat that, drink their urine. And they do it in Ayurvedic, like lots of people in India do it, because they don't eat protein. They're vegetarians. So they're not getting enough protein, so they recycle their protein in their urine. There are tribes that eat fecal matter because they don't have enough protein.
Watch Frank today and you couldn't stop laughing.
Water buffalo. The first time I saw it was in about 1971 in a National Geographic film. Starts off, you see this woman, you know, black hair, blue eyes, very diminutive little person, probably about
V, always delete your messages.
40 years old. She looked like she was about 28, 25, somewhere around there. And you can't see what she's eating at this point because her hand is like this. And you just see her smiling and happy like this, and they pull back, and you see this big water buffalo tail swishing in behind her head. And you pull out, and she's got
so much more pleasant to listen to than
patch.
today's content creators. I agree. You know, it's like a older guy. He actually has some experience under his belt. He's not sitting here trying to, you know, he's not giving you some, he's not like, oh, this seminar was sponsored by, you know, he's actually talking to you and telling stories. And yeah, it's definitely, he's very easy to listen to. He's a very good speaker. A lot of people don't have this skill anymore. You know, they'd have to talk for or they have to talk for 30 seconds, talk for 30 seconds, cut. Watching all the workshops, maybe we might do all three. I don't know.
Eating.
Might switch it up and do like other little videos in between.
I thought, oh my God, that was in my vegetarian days, and I thought of eating a lot of things, but never eating shit, so. But here she was eating it, and she was vitally healthy.
Aajonus school community.
And I didn't understand that until I learned a lot more. Because
do you think Aajonus would have had a school community if it was around at that time? I don't know who Gossip Goblin is.
This pre-digested matter.
You know what? That's actually so funny you say that. Imperial Japanese. I can't. Jayakita. I thought it'd be so funny. What if I did this stream while I had like a little window of Jump Kings on like the bottom right? I thought that'd be kind of funny.
It's 50 to 75% digested from these herbivores. So of course,
he's too old school.
It takes us
True.
just a little bit to digest and get all the protein and the fats out of it, because vegetation in our system doesn't work. Our system is too fast. An herbivore has a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours. 2.5 times longer than ours. It's 30 times the length of their torso. Ours is only 12 times the length of our torso. They have
Attention
2 to 4
spam
stomachs.
friendly.
We
Yeah.
have 1-2 compartments.
Attention spam. Oh.
They have 60,000 times the enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fats and the proteins from it. So when we eat whole vegetables, leaves, stalks, and roots, those are vegetables, not a fruit of a plant. A zucchini, a cucumber,
I have a heart. We could eat a heart on a
tomato. Those are fruit.
I just gotta thaw it out.
Okay? Leaves, stalks, and roots are plants. That's vegetation. When we eat those, they go into our system. They're only digested by 1/3.
Yeah, exactly.
And that
Nationalism.
1/3 of that is we digest all the fluid from it, most of the fluid from it, which contains vitamins, enzymes, and minerals. That means all of the protein and the fats, most of it, that is in the cellulose, undigested in our systems. Just begins to be digested as we dump. Another problem with vegetation, if you're a raw fooder, is that it over-alkalinizes the intestinal tract. And remember, we have lots of bacteria in our intestines and hydrochloric acid that are all acidic. So if you put that alkaline fluid in there, guess what you're doing? You're neutralizing your ability to digest your animal foods. Milk, cream, cheese, butter, no matter what it is, meats, you're neutralizing your ability to digest them. So vegetation isn't good for us to eat whole. Pretty bizarre, isn't it? But if you're a cooked food eater, absolutely. If you eat cooked meat, it'll putrefy, it'll sit in your intestines and not move.
So the whole humans are omnivores is just a middle ground fallacy. So, I'm open to the idea. I would say I'm almost more open, and I wouldn't say I'm even biased in any way. I can't be biased. Like, how could I be biased? But I would like it if it was just so simple. Like, humans are carnivores. But the more I look into it, the more I talk to people, it's like, I don't know, humans are kind of omnivores. Like we do have a part of our digestive system that can ferment plants, even though it's like a very small part. Now, just because we have that small part of the digestive system that can't handle that, does that mean it's optimal to include plants? And that's where the mystery is for me.
So you have to eat raw, whole vegetables with a cooked meat meal to make sure it goes through, that you have some enzymes and vitamins in there, and it helps balance the over-acidity from cooking meat.
That's a good point,
the
Titan.
average American diet, if you eliminate, the popcorn and the potato chips and all the other really bad garbage, especially the fried, foods like breaded chicken legs and stuff like that. If you eliminate that, you can always kind of rebalance the system. There are tribes in New Guinea, that whole area in southern Asia, where they eat that way. They eat only cooked meats. They only have a few diseases. They have gout, they have arthritis and rheumatism, they have some spinal problems like scoliosis,
Yeah, Rome's my second
and they have
cousin.
some osteoporosis. But that's about it. about 5 diseases besides CJD that they get from doing some funny things, eating people. Then they get, then it gets a little crazy. And it can deteriorate their nervous systems. But they have only 5 diseases. And they eat only cooked meats. So, and with their vegetables. They do eat leaves, stalks, and roots to help things move things through. So you can get diseases by eating that way, but they're not as complex and as bad as ours are. But if you're on a...
Well, here's my question for you, Titan. So what do you say to the people who've been vegetarian all their lives? For instance, I lived with a farmer. His name was Thomas. He was a vegetarian all of his life. Vegan mostly, and then only recently started consuming raw milk. You can see him in my videos. If we're not omnivores, how could somebody do that?
A raw food diet, eating whole vegetables is the wrong thing to do because you won't digest your dairy and you won't digest your meats and you won't digest your eggs as well as they should be because
he still gets animal nutrition. Well, like I said, he was vegan for a very long time before he incorporated the animal foods.
You're alkalinizing and causing them to be neutralized. They won't be effective. So, remember, if you're eating cooked foods, like cooked meats, cooked dairy, whole vegetables, okay. Not great, but okay. But on a totally raw diet, you do not want to eat whole vegetables. Okay?
I think you don't want to eat whole vegetables regardless. Why does it matter if you're on a cooked diet?
The carbohydrates in the human system are a problem, according to Columbia University. They found that the human produces advanced glycation end products, and they do AGEs. What they do is they collect at a rate of 70 to 90%. If you're an unhealthy person, such as a person with diabetes or a kidney problem,
we need to rewind that real quick.
and they do AGEs. What they do is they collect at a rate of 70 to 90%. If you're an unhealthy person, such as...
When you say that, they collect at a rate of 70 to 90%. Can we have some more context? Like, what does that even mean?
As a person with diabetes or a kidney problem, those advanced glycation end products store in your body for the lifetime.
Do AGEs store for a lifetime? Let's ask the clanker. Of course, like, this is not be all end all, okay? But wait, do AGEs never leave your body? No. Advanced glycation end products do not stay in your body forever. They accumulate, but your body also removes, recycles, and detoxifies them continuously. Sticky, undamaged proteins formed when sugars bind to proteins or fat. They show up in high heat cooked foods, high blood sugar, inflammation, oxidative stress. Do AGEs stay in your body permanently? No. Your kidneys filter circulating AGEs. So AGEs don't stay forever, but they can accumulate faster than you clear them, especially with chronic. So you always have some amount of AGEs if you're consuming them. So how carnivore diets affect AGE levels? That's interesting. That's a good question, Alt. Carnivore changes AGE exposure in 2 opposite directions. Endogenous AGEs go down. Carnivore lowers them because blood glucose drops, insulin drops, glycation reactions slow down. This is why diabetics on carnivore often see dramatic reduction in glycation markers, like HbA1c. Dietary AGEs can go up. Bad. AGEs in food come mostly from high heat cooking, not from meat itself. High AGE cooking methods: grilling, frying, roasting, broiling, searing, air frying. Low AGE cooking methods: raw, rare. Okay, so as long as you're eating rare meat, you're probably not getting like a crazy amount of AGEs, right? So the carnivore diet that is raw / rare / slow cooked is extremely low in dietary AGEs. A carnivore diet that is grilled, fried, seared is high in dietary AGEs. What if you sear and eat it rare? I mean, you can, I don't know. Endogenous AGEs cause disease. Dietary AGEs mostly don't. Ah, that's an interesting distinction. So if you're eating rare seared meat, there's probably not a whole lot going on. It's probably, okay. Obviously, this isn't the be-all, end-all. I'm not saying that it is, but it's a starting point, right? It's a starting point. Endogenous AGEs cause, okay, this is part most people misunderstand. Your body absorbs only 10 to 30% of dietary AGEs, and it clears most of them through the kidneys, liver, macrophages, or autophagy. But endogenous AGEs, the ones formed inside your tissues, bind to collagen, elastin, arterial walls, lens proteins, nerves. It's like on a carnivore diet, you're still getting AGEs, but they don't absorb at very high of a rate. Dramatically reduces these because it eliminates the glycation fuel source, sugar. So is carnivore diet high AGE? If cooked hot, yes. If cooked gently or raw, no. Endogenously, carnivore is one of the lowest AGE diets possible. Dairy heat plus sugar plus oxidative stress problem. Carnivore removes sugar and reduces oxidative stress. If you also reduce high heat cooking, you minimize AGEs from all angles. Eat more. Whoa! AI is recommending to eat more raw meat. It's incredible. Holy, that's not right. That's not right. What is... That's insane. This is where the Clanker disagrees with Aajonus about absorption. So Aajonus thinks that you absorb them heavily through eating it, but where's Aajonus's evidence? Is it just, I made it up? Or does he actually have some kind of evidence, you know? I love Aajonus. I love listening to him, and I'm like open-minded to his opinions. But it's like, well, what? W Microsoft. That's crazy. Okay. He's a good guy, but made it up. Yeah, that's what I think. He's a great guy, but unfortunately, he just made a lot of stuff up, you know? And that's why a lot of people have so much trouble believing him. He studied the University of Columbia. Or he said the University of Columbia. That's my source. Random college. What's your source? Webster Dictionary, actually. My source, some random homeless guy said it. Some tweaker. I don't know. He said he was having a vision. Like, University of Columbia. Maybe let's ask the Aajonus AI about AGEs. What is Aajonus's source for his claims about AGEs? I'm God, kneel down to me. The Clanker attempts to confirm your bias. True. But that's crazy. Like, how many people have AI said eat more raw meat or rare meat? I mean, it says to reverse AGEs, not necessarily to be healthy. But, you know, okay. What is Aajonus' source for his claim about AGEs? We're waiting. Aajonus cites Columbia University, specifically its Department of Medicine in New York City. as the primary scientific source for his claims regarding advanced glycation and products. Okay. So we know where they're coming from, but now what does the study say? According to Columbia University research, he references a healthy human body stores these byproducts at a rate of 70%, while a compromised body, such as someone with diabetes or kidney issues, stores them at a rate of 90% for a lifetime. Aajonus argued that this is the single strongest... Hold on. Stores at a rate of 70%. But it doesn't say like for a lifetime or just temporarily. Stores them at a rate of 90% for a lifetime. Aajonus argued this is the single strongest scientific proof that humans... Has the research ever been replicated? Isn't that an important part? The research timeline, he states that well, let's ask the Clanker AI, well, what about the Columbia University studies that found that AGEs store at 70%? The 70% retention claim does not come from Columbia University and does not appear in any Columbia-affiliated AGE research. I searched for Columbia studies in AGE. Okay, maybe it's just not finding it. Maybe we can... So what is the research? You know? Where the 70% AGE bodies actually came from. It traces back to early AGE research in 1990s to 2000s, mostly from Mount Sinai, University of Illinois, some NIH-funded metabolic studies. These studies found human absorbs approximately 10% of dietary AGEs. Of that absorption, about 2/3. So was Aajonus using studies to... Was he like... You know how like people bend the numbers? Sources made it up. Click the numbers. What do you mean by the numbers? Click the numbers. 7, 8. Oh, these studies. Oh, okay. I see. So this is a source. Okay. Hey, I appreciate that, Natural or West. Let's read that. Wait. So this is the source for that statement. I think that this AI, it literally might just be getting sources like, well, Aajonus said it. So, yeah. Okay, the source guide. Okay, here we go. In 1999, I found other scientific support for my carbohydrate problems. Researchers at Columbia University found that glycogen byproducts produced mainly ills for humans, even if our bodies are made from glycogen from raw fruits. However, I discovered that if our bodies make glycogen from raw proteins, our byproducts not stored, creating manic behavior, producing illness. It is my experience and scientific conclusion that eating cooked food does not add anything to human needs, with one exception. The exception is cooked starch. Again, it's like, okay, he's not actually like quoting any of the science though. Like, and it's funny because like he'll use these studies, cherry picks the data. See, this is probably what he was referring to, but he cherry picked it and then made it sound like it was stored. So his claim about the 70%, these studies found humans absorb 10% of dietary AGEs of the absorbed portion. So of the 10% of dietary AGEs, only 70% is retained temporarily before being cleared. And then let's go back to his claim.
70 to 90%. What they do is they collect at a rate of 70 to 90%.
But see, no context. You know, so when we look into the context, it's 70% of 10%, which doesn't last forever, according to the Clanker. No. Interesting, right? Maybe he wasn't cherry picking, he's just bad at reading. I don't know. I mean, everybody does this though. Like people will cherry pick data from studies and then use it to confirm their bias or support whatever they're trying to sell you. So that's kind of what's happening here. I just thought that was interesting to focus on for a second because it's a good learning experience, you know? Learning by like moving backwards. Like, okay, here's the claim. You get the Prigga Research Department, bro. It's very interesting though. I kind of like this. This is fun. We could do so many streams just like analyzing the things that he said and then like working backwards to find out where these claims even came from. Well, see, I'm not using studies. We're just using logic. We're using logic and analyzing what he said. I'm not trying to come up with studies to disprove him. I'm trying to prove him. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to prove him right. And by that, that's where you find the flaws, you know? We're investigating. I like that you're researching this, but Copilot is literally the worst AI model out there. I've heard differently. I thought Copilot was good. Copilot is like, okay, the reason I use Copilot, I actually asked AI, like, what would be the best AI for me to use? And it said Copilot. Use Grok? People just like Grok because it's like racist, right? Is that not true? DeepSeek or Grok? I mean, we can see, is Grok, or I think you guys are hating on Copilot, but what is your source, guys? I think you guys' source is just, I made it up. Like, you actually don't know why Copilot is worse. Why is Copilot worse than Grok? Aren't they all like the same?
If you're an unhealthy person, such as a person with diabetes or a kidney problem.
Here we go. This is more of the study that we literally just read about.
Advanced glycation end products store in your body for the lifetime.
That's not even true. Anyways, continue.
90%. For the average healthy person.
90%. Wait, hold on. What did the clicker say? Anyways, we'll move on. I think we beat that like a dead horse or something. Claude Moggs. Why? Literally, they're all the same. News on the Primal community. Prigga debunks Aajonus.
Person 70%.
Worse, probably.
70% of a waste product
Sources
stores
probably
in our body for a lifetime.
I don't know. I like Copilot.
High carbohydrate.
Also, it's like cheaper than the other ones.
Absolutely.
Wait, is there any that's free?
Absolutely. So all these sports people are out there pumping up on the carbs. What happens to them? What do you see?
My boy Grok don't lie on God.
Mid-30s, they dry out. They lose their ability to be athletes, most of them. By the time they're 40, they're
I'm
shot.
getting sussy feelings.
And you see them just drying out. Now, King is the only one. Mary Jo King was her name.
Stop hating on Copilot.
The only one that does. She got fat in her later years and put that fat back on her body. But before she got that way, she was drying out just like McEnroe and the rest of them did. Because they're living on carbohydrates that don't have any fat in them and not enough protein. They're just drying inside and out.
DeepSeek is free.
And if you're drying
identical?
on the outside, you can better believe you're
more
dry on the inside.
Maybe we'll switch.
Because
I like being bullied for using Copilot, actually.
Toxic fats off.
So I might just keep using Copilot.
So that at least, even though they're toxic fats, they're lubricating the skin to quite an extent. So you can imagine how dry the inner body is. So.
Wait. He made a claim.
So the skin, so that at least drying on the outside, you can better believe you're more dry on the inside. Because
everybody's just looking like, if you're dry on the outside, you better believe you're more dry on the inside. Everybody's like.
It's always throwing its toxic fats off through the skin, so that at least, even though they're toxic fats, they're lubricating the skin to a...
Does the body throw its toxic fats off through the skin?
Quite an extent.
Audience is dry on the brain.
How dry
kind of look like
the
it.
body is. So, carbohydrates is not part of our system anatomically, biologically, or biochemically.
Take that. Anytime Space IQ comes in here and he tries to argue for carbs. Guess what? That's what Aajonus said, bro. Get lost, boy. Get lost, sunshine.
It doesn't fit. We store too many advanced glycation in products. And
he said they'd be so confused about Aajonus' claims they don't know he gets them from his raw dreams.
those are just from raw foods. Raw foods create advanced glycation end products. Every time we utilize a carbohydrate, it produces advanced glycation end products. We store too many advanced glycation end products. And those are just from raw foods. Raw foods create advanced glycation end products. Every time we utilize a carbohydrate, it produces advanced glycation end products. When you cook, you're adding more advanced glycation end products, plus you're adding acrylamides and a lot of other toxic sugar substances, and they store at the same rate.
Is that true? Hold on, wait a second. Well, we'll move on from the AGEs because we've kind of
like the wrong food.
We've touched that. We've done it on it so much.
Well, you say, well, what about the primates? What about our ancestors?
I gotta stop just trying to fact check all the time.
The gorillas. Look at the gorillas. They'll kill an antelope and eat 28 pounds in 2 or 3 days. They only do it once every 28 days. It's like their period, you know. You kill an animal and they eat all of this meat at one time. And they don't eat ripe fruit. The gorillas only eat green banana. Have you ever tried to eat a green banana with its peel? It's like alamite. And it's like, how do you get enzymes enough in your mouth to make this go down? It's so dry. But they do. That is their system. John Goodell, when I was so sick and unable to move very much, I became a film editor. And I edited a low-budget production that was pretty good. So it took me about 2 years to edit it because we lost money and didn't lose money. And then the guy that was in the editing room next to me was John Goodell. He got the Academy Award for a film called, I think it was 1971, called The Beginning. He went around filming animals giving birth.
What a perv.
And through pregnancy. So he lived with a gorilla for 30 days in a cage until she had her baby. And it went just like this. She was going to have her, she was kneeling out in front of the cage. She goes,
bro.
Walks over to the corner, gets off in the corner, has one more contraction, the baby's out. 2 contractions.
That's funny.
Wouldn't that be nice?
He acted it out. I didn't. That was good.
The women who are on this diet and have children, 2 contractions.
Lifted her legs like, no, just kidding.
Surgicato.
Imitating raw birth.
2 contractions. You know, she had one, first time it happened, you know, she says, okay, I think it's going to come. And her husband says,
true confidence.
The head's already crowned.
Yeah.
And then one more contraction, it was out. 2 in a row like that.
You were born at home, your mom felt no pain. That's awesome.
She's the only one that allows me to give out her name, so, but there are others.
Was she primal?
So
was your parents into health or anything like that?
We should be that healthy. We should be able to enjoy everything that happens in the human body if we're healthy. So he also showed
KFC. Well, yeah, so she was really lubricated from all that, you know, chicken grease.
That he wasn't part of his film, and he was a good friend and cousin, or he was the
chicken grease baby
of Jane Goodall. Goodall.
My mom ate KFC too, but she didn't eat the meat. She just ate the.
He was out there with the gorillas before
fried
she was.
Crust on the outside.
And they followed this these silverbacks.
Did Aajonus, guys? I don't think Aajonus actually recommended KFC. Wait, is KFC Primal approved? I don't trust the chat. Heston, that's ridiculous. What? Is this the proper use of this AI? Are we serious? We got to figure it out. We need to get to the bottom of this, bro. No, Kentucky Fried Chicken is absolutely not Primal Diet approved. I told you guys. Aajonus Vonderplanitz considered it and other fast food chains to be highly toxic and completely contrary to health. According to the text, there are several reasons why KFC is heavily disapproved on the Primal Diet. Told you. It is prepared with plastic oils and chemicals, guys. Did you know that? Highly toxic, high toxicity of the poultry. It's in the unreleased book. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt until I see it, I guess. You know, got to stay open-minded.
For months. And they noticed they were all eating these green bananas. And they couldn't do it.
The unreleased book.
So they took
the recipe for living with KFC.
Put them in the back of the Jeep and carried them and followed these gorillas until they all turned yellow.
Raw milk edit. Why would I watch a raw milk edit?
The gorillas came up curious. It's like they'd never seen them before. You know, and I'm sure they're hanging there all the time. Some of them get yellow and they don't eat them.
Ew,
but they were just
plastic
curious.
bags melt the
All
oil.
these were yellow, and here they were presented before them. So they were going out there and ripping them off.
Yeah, I don't need a trap edit. I don't need a trap edit of food.
Squeeze out all over, you know. And they were just playing with them like this. It took them probably about 45 minutes, and they started peeling and eating them. Guess what happened?
He died.
They went crazy.
He went crazy.
All of a sudden, they got sugar high, and they couldn't stop eating them. And they started fighting over them. So the biggest gorillas, they killed one of the adolescents.
Trap edit.
And
Bro,
broke
it's
the
so
arm
funny
and leg
people
of
do
another.
that.
They just went crazy. These silverbacks are huge, strong animals. So it's like 10 men in one gorilla. You know, so they couldn't go in there and remove the bananas. They had to wait a whole week for all those bananas to go away before that tribe could calm down, and it took them about 10 days to calm down. So, you know what happens to children when they have sugar?
They go crazy.
Nuts.
They go nuts.
Some adults. Too many. Right? So, you've got to...
Somebody needs to turn that into a trap edit. What happens to children when they get sugar? They go nuts. And it's just like a bunch of kids like crashing out on sugar and like freaking like jumping into like freaking like lions' dens and stuff.
Watch what you do with sugar.
No, it's like...
Even if it's good raw fruit. What else does it do besides make your nervous system go crazy? Why does it do that? You have to understand that in the citric acid cycle,
Aajonus funk edit.
Citric
Banana
acid
rampage.
is used along with pyruvate, which is made from protein, to utilize fat as energy. No matter if the fat is made from carbohydrates into an acetone as a fat to utilize as fuel, or it's straight fat from an animal fat or a plant fat. It takes citric acid, only 5%, 15% pyruvate acid, along with that, which is protein, pyruvate. The rest, 80% fat, gives you the greatest amount of energy, just like the gorillas. Can you imagine having 10 times your strength? And that's what we all should have. But
Wait, Aajonus believes we should have 10 times our strength. That's what we should have. Okay,
every time you
let's
got
move
an
on.
injection in the arm,
10
you
times.
weaken your arm by
the way.
5%.
10 men.
Your shoulders and your arms. Every time you got a vaccine, it had reduced it by 5%.
You should be able to bench 2,000 pounds. He should have put it that way. We should be able to bench a Ford Ranger.
It took 3 years to catch up, and you could only catch up by 2%. So you're always 3% behind from every vaccine. Then you wonder why you don't have the strength of a monkey or a gorilla. Now you take a look at the chimpanzees.
I always wonder why I don't have the strength of a monkey or gorilla. I think about that constantly.
Killer monkeys. What happens when they eat sugars?
They go
High
nuts.
fruits, even though they're raw.
They go nuts.
They get crazy too.
Crazy nuts.
The killer monkeys will eat high carb.
Happens to face IQ and he eats sugar. He goes nuts. You go nuts.
Carbohydrate fermented. They wait till it it is advanced ripeness till it's already developing alcohol.
Face IQ and sugar is vegan IQ.
So we're eating a tremendous amount of alcohol with all this sugar.
It was
and
nuts.
they do that for 24 hours before they go on a killing spree. And a killing spree can last from 24 to 48 hours, and they'll kill other monkeys, they'll kill anything in their sight. All from the sugar. Bats do the same thing. The sugar bats do the same thing. They get a high concentration of over-fermented fruit.
We get it.
And they just go crazy.
We get it.
They don't kill each other, but they just go crazy. Buzzing around like
crazy.
A mad bee.
Going crazy for like the last 5 minutes.
Syrup instead of honey. So, proteins. What do proteins do? What do we do with proteins? Proteins, with protein, we make enzymes. Enzymes disassemble food substances. Anything that we take into our body, enzymes disassemble it.
It's like so vague. Okay.
Fractionate it so that we can reassemble the molecules into a system that's appropriate for us. Plus, it's the building structure for everything in our bodies. You can't build tissue without protein. Now, we know we can't get protein from vegetation. There's not much protein and fats in...
Did I see Resident Raw's leaked vid with that girl? No, what are you talking about?
In grains. We can't digest nuts. It takes an herbivore to digest nuts. I mean, nuts and legumes. We can get the starch from nuts, just a little bit of protein, and just a little bit of the fats. Unless you cook it, of course. Then you absorb a lot more, but then with lots of toxins along with it. So, protein from meat sources or animal sources is the primary digestible protein. Very easy for us to digest. If you don't believe that, try eating some raw meat. Find that all those problems you have with the cooked meat just disappear. Unless you're eating too much of one kind of meat that's not right for your system. Too much red or too much white.
I wonder how many of the audience already understands like the raw meat stuff is healthy, or how many are like new people coming to this to hear this?
Not enough of either the other, wrong combination. And we'll get into that later. So, what do we have next? We have the most important nutrient in our toxic society, fat. And what does fat do? Fat gives us the most powerful amount of energy that we can have. It lubricates our system, it protects it.
I'll probably do a new video soon. I'm starting to feel pretty good now. Like, I can move my fingers without pain. I can like take this sling off and hold my arm around and feel pretty okay. Like, I'm thinking maybe next couple of days I'll just stop wearing the sling. So I'm starting to feel pretty good. So maybe soon I'll do a video.
And it makes solvents to clean the body. 3 important processes, very important processes in a toxic world. What happens in a thin person?
Roblox. I'll play like a little bit of Roblox for you.
If they don't have fats to arrest the poisons, it goes into their cells and damages them. Damages them terribly.
You're probably right, Crispy. I feel like all those years, you know, have helped, maybe. I hope.
So, everybody should get fat in our society, especially if you haven't been on a raw food diet long enough. I'm just going to take...
Yeah, I'll need to do physical therapy for sure. I'm not sure if I'll even ever be able to bend my arm straight ever again.
Take a moment and get her something.
Primal approved pasta tier list. Wait.
It's honey and coconut
Key
cream.
star. Oh,
just take your
not
finger in it.
pasta. Oh, that's a big difference.
There you go. You take more.
I mean, I could do it.
It'll soothe your throat. Get more. And just leave it in your
meds,
mouth,
bro.
Just leave it in your mouth, and it'll drip
I'm
down.
taking my meds.
To your mouth. Okay. There you go.
I hydrocodone.
It'll soothe your throat. Okay.
Let's play right now.
Okay.
Bro,
so
give me a break.
Fats. You notice that in all the research there is out there, where do they find the largest concentrations of fat? I mean, the largest concentrations of poisons in the body, toxins.
The brain?
In the fat.
Fat.
The fat
Failed.
does not get harmed by these toxins. It buffers it, absorbs it. If they're live white cells, blood cells, which are mainly made of fat, yeah, they can be damaged. But when it's pure fat, there's no damage. If you don't have the fat, the body goes in and pulls it out of wherever the fat, they can find the fat, and that's mainly in the nervous system. The brain and nervous system are 60 to 80% fat. The tissue of it, the myelin. The whole brain itself, 60 to 80% fat. Yes, if somebody calls you a fathead, you say, thank you. Because I'm protected. The brain's protected. If you don't have a fat head, you're in trouble. Because those poisons are going to damage the neurons. And you're going to lose more and more brain cells. Of course, we have the biggest brain of all species, right? But we're the dumbest. We're the only ones that pollute and kill each other like for oil and garbage, you know? Why? Because we don't have a healthy brain. We don't think properly because there's toxins there. There's industrial toxins. Take a look at the way humans used to be 100 years ago. Dedicated family people, very compassionate people considering everything and their hardships and not having the industrial society that we do. And they were all always tight-knit. Of course, they feuded, between, races and stuff like that. But when it came to the family unit, they were much more grouped together, and you didn't have all the needs, constant needs, because you're not well.
No, the doctors didn't really tell me a time frame on when I'd heal, I always forgot to ask. And when I got the surgery, the only time I saw the surgeon was after. I didn't even see the surgeon the whole time. Actually, I saw him before the surgery, but I didn't ask because I forgot. And then I woke up and then my whole left side was numb, and I was like so high from all the drugs.
Nobody's satisfied today. Back then, it was easy to be satisfied. You had healthy food right off the,
yes,
the earth.
I did get the surgery in Kansas.
No pollution in it. Everybody was pretty happy. I remember when I was a kid, and in Alabama, my mother's side is from Alabama, and you talk about, prejudice. It was there all through the 40s and 50s. And, there was, they had the colored restrooms, and it was men and women went into the same one. And this was in parks and everywhere. They were separated, really segregation. And they couldn't even drink out of a white people's fountain. It was, they would kill you.
We might do all the workshops. I'll probably mix it up and do some other Aajonus videos in between.
That's how bad it was. However, even under all of this terrible suppression, I never saw any race as happy as when I would go through the cornfields and all of that, watching them pick the corn and eat the raw corn, eat raw meat right out of the fields. They didn't have time to cook. They were basically still slaves, even though they were supposed to be emancipated. And they were happy. I mean, they would get out there with a fiddle and just dance on the porches and these shacks.
I mean, look, that's like all that you need. Like when I was out there as an indentured servant on Thomas's farm, I'm just kidding. That's what people say. But it was like, I wasn't even worried about anything. It's like I go out there in the morning, milk the goats, spend a lot of time in the sun, and, take a long nap and then chill out the rest of the day. And it's like you're so happy just constantly, How fast did you recover from facelift? I don't know. Foreskin check. I already told you guys about the foreskin.
Happy. Happy.
Doesn't exist.
Why was it so easily for them to be happy? Because they were forced to be more raw eaters. They didn't have the convenience of cooking 3 times a day. Everybody was out in the fields or somewhere working. So they ate a tremendous amount of raw foods.
Foreskin restoration. That's, you know what? I will. You know what? He does have like some kind of a remedy. Aajonus for, I probably don't need Aajonus skin. Restoration. There is like a community of people who are like actively try to do this. I don't think it's worth it though. You know, like for what reason would you even try to do this? Just waste all your time? Like you're going to spend the next 5 years stretching your foreskin? It's like, what? Why? Why would I do that? It's so pointless. The provided sources do not contain any mention of foreskin restoration. Guys, why do you do this to me? Sensitivity doubles according to people that did it? I don't feel like I'm not sensitive, you know? Like, I feel like that could be a good thing and a bad thing. What color are your eyes? I got like a, you know, like icy white blue eyes, you know. What do they call them? Like A 1000 eyes? Dude, they're just like so Aryan and beautiful. All you can do is protect your future sons from that kind of mutilation. Yes. Exactly. A10, exactly. I got A10 Aryans. Master race. The tip is covered most of the time. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, like, is your underwear really that abrasive? If you're wearing abrasive underwear, that might be a problem, you know? Life-changing? Dude, that sounds crazy. I don't know about a life-changing. Hold on. This is interesting. However, Aajonus spoke extensively about his opposition of circumcision and how to address phimosis, the condition of a tight foreskin. Oh, that sounds uncomfortable. Aajonus' views on circumcision. It is unnecessary. Aajonus stated that circumcision is definitely not necessary and isn't good. He asserted that if a person simply bathes every day, there is no hygienic reason to be circumcised. The origin of the practice. He noticed that while it started as a Jewish practice, some native cultures also circumcise. He claimed the practice historically arose because a toxic diet causes the body to exude fat and dead cells through the urinary tract. If the area under the foreskin is not washed, this buildup would collect, rot, and cause no foul odor. Because people living in historical studies had to haul water and did not wash daily, societies began circumcising everyone so they didn't have to deal with 5% of everyone's thinking. Okay. How he addressed phimosis, caused by toxicity. When asked about how to handle phimosis, Aajonus explained that irritation, tightness, and rashes of the foreskin are the result. Okay, I feel like I don't want to talk about genitals anymore. I want to talk about genitals. In simple term, restored HTAI sensitivity cut equals 40 video sensitivity, 40-minute video sensitivity, apparently. That's not why circumcisions came into existence. The real reason is a lot more esoteric. I mean, didn't God tell, I can't remember who, I haven't read that, so I don't know. God told somebody to, was it Abraham, to circumcise his sons to show his devotion to God, right? But I mean, did it predate that? I don't know. I heard somebody say that in the Bible, Jesus said that circumcision at one point was no longer necessary. Is that right? Did Jesus say that circumcision is no longer necessary? Why did I go caps lock? Yes. Bro, if Jesus literally taught this, then why was I circumcised? Yes, Jesus taught that circumcision is no longer required for entering God's covenant, but he taught it through his apostles, especially in Acts 15 and Paul's letters, not through a single direct quote, like a circumcision is necessary. Let me lay it out biblically. Jesus himself hinted that the old physical markers were ending. Jesus repeatedly shifted the focus from external rituals to internal transformation. Circumcision is not of the flesh, but of the heart. Yes. The flesh counts for nothing. The spirit gives life. So that's one reason why I love so much of what Jesus says, because you start playing chess. That's maybe a great idea. Because he goes through all these like silly rituals that people did, and he just goes like, this is pointless. Like this isn't even the point. Anyways, back to Aajonus.
Lots of raw fat and lots of raw meats. Now, I thought it was savage because that's the way
somebody
I
asked about Aajonus's foreskin restoration.
It was savage and ugly, and I didn't see beyond that prejudice because that's the way I was raised. But now I see it.
It's related to Kabbalistic
a lot of you
sex
are
magic
unhappy
rituals.
because you are not healthy enough to be happy. Your body's craving something all the time. How are you psychologically, emotionally ever going to be happy?
Didn't vegan gains get a circumcision at like 35 years old?
It is your married until death partner. There's no divorce unless you take a gun or some other means to kill yourself. But it's till death do you part. You better love your mate. And that is your first and ultimate mate. How's it going to be happy? Explore that.
I haven't had my wisdom teeth removed, but I heard from somebody that if you don't get them removed earlier and you wait too long, and then eventually they become problematic, it can be really bad for your mouth. So like, I haven't got them removed. I have 3 wisdom teeth total. 2 in the bottom and then 1 at the top. They're already impacted, or I don't know, is impacted the right word? Like they came through the gums. But they don't hurt or cause any issues yet.
Why so many people have so much and they're never satisfied. Why? There's something wrong there. And I watch these African-American children and adults working so hard in the field, so many hours, and then they get home and they eat their one cooked meal a day.
You're lucky, Jay. I wish I wasn't born with them. It's kind of annoying having them. And then like the fear of like, oh, do I need to get them taken out?
And they're dancing and singing for 2 or 3 hours before they go to sleep. Dancing and singing and rejoicing. You know? You guys work 8, 10 hours a day. You come home and brood all day and watch TV.
So Aajonus said he could have sex for 8 hours straight. Well, to be honest, I feel like I could probably too. It's been a while.
Why? It doesn't have to be that way. It shouldn't be that way.
You're going to erupt?
And I'm going to help you find a way out of it if you don't want to be in that state. Okay? So, fats are the most important nutrient to protect you. I'm going to give you an example. Once a year, I go to Asheville, North Carolina, and there is a group called Earth Haven. They're all old-time hippies, and I mean older than I am, and I'm 60. And these people are some of them older.
I mean,
and they were long-term vegetarians.
So it's like you do it, take a break, do it, take a break, do it, take a break. That's usually how it goes. You don't just go like straight,
Vegetarian that long, all of them sick. One of them there went on the diet in the closet for a whole year. And this guy really had raccoon blackness all around here, gray skin, chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, couldn't digest a thing, allergic to everything. He couldn't even breathe with ease and comfort. So he went on the diet, and in the closet, the whole years go by.
What
are you doing? What's changing about you? Why are you going through this? He wouldn't tell them because he knew that if he told them, everybody there was strict vegetarian, die-hard evangelistic vegetarian, so he didn't tell them. But finally, the results were so tremendous at the end of the year, he told them.
I mean, you wouldn't even need a grocery store, Crispy. You just need a farmer. A primal farmer, and then he prepares those foods. And then once a week, he has a farm drop-off or something, you know, and then people buy all the food and stuff. A farmer could easily do that and sell that stuff. Make a ton of money, dude. People would like... Primals would move towards that person in droves. I guarantee it.
20% of them freaked out.
If I had a farm, that'd be great. I would love to do that. Not that I think that there's any magic to those recipes, but it would be cool to be like the only farm in the US that's selling these like primal recipes, you know?
80% of them went on this diet. 80% of them.
They started raising
pigs, goats, cows,
goats, chickens.
Milk, chickens, everything. The whole place changed in like
what did he just say?
80% of them. They started raising pigs, goats, cows.
We
milk,
literally just like
chickens,
synced up,
everything.
bro. Aajonus and I are twins.
The whole place changed in like 3-5 months. Completely changed around. Became very happy. They asked me to come and lecture there. So my third
people would visit from other countries to see.
All of a sudden, this guy comes in and he looks like he can.
You could have like housing for people to stay in, you know, to like visit the farm, and then people would come and like make documentaries and stuff, and it'd be a really good idea.
A motorcycle gang. I went woo. I looked at him. I'm doing his consult, and I said, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Miki,
I said,
exactly.
Your organs inside look pretty good. You almost look like you're only 30 years old. He's about 55, 56. And I said, look, I can tell by your skin because the poisons come out of the skin, remember, like I told you?
Scott Hall would come and try to raise all the primal women for his harem. Yeah, he'd put out a sign. He'd put like his business card, like, can you tell all the women who come to like call me? So I'm looking for a girlfriend.
Couldn't come out the skin. His skin was so damaged, it looked like he had...
Can't be a Christian, though. I don't want any Christian girls.
...done alcohol and drugs for about 25 to...
Only crystal girls.
30 years. So I said, I can see the damage that you did, yet iridologically, I could see that his glands and organs inside were relatively clean. And I said, it doesn't make any sense because you're only like maybe 30 pounds overweight, 25. And he said, 4 months ago, before I started on the diet, I was 300 pounds. Even with bad fat, it protects you. Even bad fat protects you. So people who are overweight and fat, be happy because your insides have been protected better than anybody else who's thin and pretty. You know, 100 years ago, if you were a skinny woman, you wouldn't even have been chosen to be a wife or a mother.
Yeah, yo, Bart.
Because
I look better than you.
The chance of your dying in childbirth
yo, Bart,
and
you're
making
ugly.
it through a
Your
winter
eyebrows are thinning.
were minimal.
You're clearly autistic.
So it was the voluptuous woman. And you've heard the phrase fat and happy? You know, you've got some buffer there. You've got some ease. And that's the way I like people to be, especially if they're sick. Get fat, and I'm talking fat. You say, well, Aajonus, you're not very fat. Yes, I am. I'm 26% body fat. You know what 26% body fat on is a man? That's obese, according to our science.
Wait, what does a 26% body fat
maybe
man look like? Like the average
12,
15%
15% body
man.
fat. Why? Because fat molecules, when they're raw, are small and tiny. When you cook fat molecule, it swells just like popcorn. Little grain, pop.
Wait a second.
Big. 10 to 50.
So now he's trying to say that if you eat cooked food, the fat your body produces will be larger. If you eat raw food, the fat your body produces will be smaller. Source?
Times its normal size when you cook fat.
What is the
So
source?
all this fat on me,
According to whom,
it's
Aajonus?
distributed pretty well, and it's solid. Everywhere it's solid in my tissues because it's good, strong fat. Takes a long time to get those old fats out to get the system down. I've been, 30 years doing this. eating raw. Over 36 years eating raw. Eating raw meat only since 1976, September of 76, when I ate that rabbit. My introduction. Actually, the Eskimos gave me the introduction, but that was high meat, very high meat. And they called it high because it makes them high and happy. Why would it make them high and happy? Going back to protein. Why would rotten meat, spoiled rotten meat, make you high and happy? Remember I told you about the E. coli breaking down?
I feel like everybody now, like they acknowledge that high meat doesn't actually really make you high. You know, like people would be like, oh, high meat, it makes you high. That's what they call high meat. Oh, it's so good, you gotta try it. But now everybody's like, it doesn't make you high.
Down the protein into the finite molecules that could feed the brain and
the
nervous
rotten meat
system.
from yesterday? Oh, gosh.
Guess what those
Meteor
molds
Man?
and bacteria do? They pre-digested for you. You can absorb it in 20 minutes in your system. That's why I advocated in my book, Eating High Meat, for anybody who has psychological problems.
Hold on.
And the psychological...
Added bacteria produces serotonin in your gut. That's Aajonus' claim, right? Let's ask the clanker. Does... well, wait, we could ask, like, does fermented food create serotonin in your gut? I'm curious. Fermented foods do not create serotonin in your gut, but they can influence the gut environment in ways that affect how much your serotonin your gut cells produce. The key distinction: bacteria don't make serotonin, your gut cells do. Fermented foods can modulate that process, but they don't generate serotonin themselves. Curious, do fermented foods create more serotonin than regular foods? Or do they indirectly create it? They can influence how much serotonin your gut cells produce. Can your gut cells produce so much serotonin that you feel high? Oh, but not in the same way as a drug high. Gut-derived serotonin doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier, so it cannot directly flood your brain with serotonin. But it can create little sensations like that feel like a high. Lightheadedness, euphoria, anxiety, jitterness, warmer flushing, altered gut, brain signaling. These effects come from vagal stimulate. Wait, that sounds funny. And hormonal signaling, not serotonin entering your brain. Why gut serotonin can affect how you feel. Your gut makes 90 to 95% of your body serotonin. Oh, very interesting. Why gut serotonin cannot make you high in the drug sense. Serotonin made in the gut cannot enter the brain because the blood-brain barrier blocks serotonin. The brain makes its own serotonin separately. Gut serotonin is used locally for digestion and motility. So you cannot get a true serotonin high from gut production. But you can get vaginal high. Just kidding. Vagal high. A nervous system response that feels similar. Well, that's interesting. Very interesting. Ask what exactly happens after raw milk kefir goes from sour to bitter. I'll ask. That's a good question. Look into high meat with your AI thing. It's actually unbeneficial after a point. Same with kefir. Why are you asking the AI when they clearly have an agenda? I don't think it is very clear. AI literally said eat raw meat earlier. What is the agenda? What is AI's agenda? To take over humans? The placebo is real. If people tell you we'll get high and you believe, then it happens. That's true as well. Or if you believe enough. When raw milk kefir shifts from sour to bitter, it means the fermentation has moved past more normal lactic acid activity and into protein breakdown, peptide release, and sometimes over-acidification. Bitter kefir isn't dangerous by default. It's a sign that the microbes have eaten too much and the kefir has gone into a late-stage fermentation. Here's exactly what's happening inside the jar. Lactic acid bacteria finish their job. Yeast and proteolytic bacteria take over. Casein breaks into bitter peptides. Over-acidification changes the flavor profile. Yeast activity can add a bitter edge. It's just boring stuff, really. What to do to avoid bitterness.
Your problems usually disappear.
AI agenda is to
10 to 20
support
minutes
the
after you eat them.
establishment.
And it may last for
Does it really lean
24
towards
hours,
that
it
way?
may last 6 hours, it may last for a week.
It's literally
Depends
just
on your system, how starved your
providing
nervous system
information.
and brain are.
I don't know, like it doesn't seem like it's trying to sway me in any way. Who was Copilot the best one?
So back to the fat again. This guy was able to sustain all of his cocaine, all of his drug problems and alcohol because he
As
had
for
all
erectile
of this fat on
dysfunction,
his
just
body.
mirror everyone else too.
Fat,
a good question.
Fat. I have 3 wardrobes. I go from a 30-inch waist to a 37. So I have a 31 and 32s that I wear.
That's incredible.
And then I have my 34s that I wear. And then I have my 36s that I wear that stretch to 37.
I wear 34, by the way.
3 wardrobes, so I allow myself to go up and down. Now, in my book,
So I guess I'm like medium
Recipe for
fat
Living Without
Aajonus.
Disease, I suggest that you gain the weight. 6 months later,
Have I ever
take it
tried
off.
Viagra?
15,
No.
20 pounds.
I have never tried any
more if
male
you can handle it.
performance
But
enhancing
that's just something I do because so
drugs.
many people are afraid they're not going to lose the weight. When you're on a raw
Sexual
diet, that
performance
fat
enhancing.
can go very quickly. Very quickly. So I like people to wait till their body takes them into a flu or a cold, which is a
No, I do not.
detoxification, to do that. Let the body
It works.
take you there.
It probably
knows
does
better
work.
than you know what to do. But I just said that in the recipe book. So those people who are paranoid that now they're fat, they're 20, 30 pounds, only 12 pounds overweight, and they're freaking out because now they're fat. They're not really fat, but
I mean, like, yeah, drugs work.
they
You
have
know,
more fat on them than they've ever had, and they freak out.
big surprise.
I just want them
Drugs
to know
work.
that they can lose it, and then after they do it a few times, they don't worry about it, and then they can keep the fat on longer. But I like people to keep fat on for 2.5 years. I would like people to be fat for 30 years.
This is why Primal's
It takes
chubby now is
40
just an Aajonus
years,
advice.
according-
Well, probably I drink like half a gallon of freaking raw milk every day, and I'm also like sipping on freaking honey now. But I want to start eating like more of a carnivore diet approach. And honestly, I want to do like carnivore diet styled videos, like experimenting with that, you know.
To Pottinger's work and
I
Howell's
want to
work
do like 0 carb for a while.
with animals that they got sick to get to
But not
optimal
0 carb, but I still want to support local farmers, so I'm still going to buy raw milk, but maybe I'll like give it to somebody. Like freaking Thomas has me wanting to like support local farms now, you know, like that experience wolfing. It's like feels so good to me, you know.
health. It took 5 generations. 5 generations.
What is the connection
Of
with people in the
animals
PD community taking
to get
steroids?
healthy.
Who in the primal diet community is taking steroids?
Again, to get to optimal. Well, for us, 5 generations of cells, 7 to 7.5 years per generation of cells. So that means 38 to 40 years if you're a 100%er. I've only been eating raw
Shouldn't I
meat
carb up before winter? I mean, maybe if I was like a hunter-gatherer, maybe, but I don't think it's that big of a deal if you're, you know, living in society. And, you know, it's a big deal if you're a hunter-gatherer who lives outside, sure. But not like, you know, primalism who lives in his dad's house, you know, barely leaves.
daily basis since December of '82. So I'm
Haven't you
14
tried
years
0
in.
carbs before? Why did you quit back then? I don't know.
Into it. I mean, 24 years into my 40 years.
I can't
Jesus,
remember.
I'm 60 years old. 2 months I'll be 60 years old. 60 years old. And I went to sleep. I got up at 10 o'clock last night. I haven't been asleep
I'll do
since
pretty
10
low
o'clock
carb,
last
but not
night.
like zero carb.
I've been setting up this thing,
Just
doing
because
this whole
I
thing.
want to support raw milk
I'm
farmers.
not even tired. Not even remote bit of tiredness. All this
little milk
energy,
jar.
all this ability. I can stay focused. I can do things like I was never able to do as a child. I'm getting healthier every day. And it's amazing. Most people are losing cells every day, and life gets difficult. And you've seen those people who try to get across the street, and you're yelling at them, come on, come on, come on. They can't
name's
help it. They've
Eugene.
only got about 22% of their body cells alive. They're carrying the 100%, you know. Give them a break. They don't know any better, you know. Got to have some compassion, but you don't want to get in that
Well,
state.
I can use my hand. Why
You
am I
will
doing that
never
still?
have to if you listen to
kinda
anything
hard
that
still.
I've said today. You will not have to. You can reverse all of that and go the other direction. I was supposed to be dead at 21. They told me my pancreas would never work again.
Brenda.
4 years ago in October, I was asked to go to Washington University Medical School in St. Louis. They did a whole workup on me. They said I had the best working pancreas they'd ever seen in their entire careers. And you're talking doctors that are in their 60s were doing these things, these tests. These guys had been around and seen a lot. They never saw a pancreas take a blood sugar, and that's the first sugar I had had since 1972, I think it was. So, but I did take the glucose tolerance test. So as a sure, man, I was buzzed. But they never saw a pancreas take the sugar level all the way down to 54. Usually stops about 104. But my body got rid of that sugar and stayed, had all of that insulin to do it.
Oh, thank
Tons
you,
of
milk
insulin
jar.
to be able to handle,
Appreciate
take
that.
it down to 54.
The hardest part about having long hair is that you have to know how to take care of it. Because if you just grow long hair and you don't ever try like taking care of it, it just looks like garbage. And I'm still struggling with that. Like, it's hard to be patient to let it air dry. And like, you know, but I'm gonna like try to come up with some kind of like a natural hair curling cream. Because that helps.
I was a juvenile diabetic. They said I would never have a working pancreas. Never have a working pancreas. You know? You can change everything. Patient, tenacious. Can work for you. Okay? So, FAPS, let's go on to what can we do about detoxifications. Why are we diseased? Civilization is the cause of about 80% of our diseases, 70-80% of our diseases. Remember I talked about the cooked food, people eating, you know, raw meats. They have maybe 5 main
Cream, only 3
diseases
ingredients?
that
That's what I
infect
need.
most everybody in those tribes. Why do we have so many
he's so
diseases that
relaxing.
have never existed until in the last 80 years,
So chill.
50 years? Why?
Thanks, hater.
Because of industrial pollution.
Hey, Deb.
What happened with the Black Plague? What was the Black Plague about? An infectious disease? What were they burning in their homes, in their fireplaces, cooking with? Coal. Coal. The British government,
Sad.
French governments, all of them, especially British government, made coal available. What does coal have in its tar burning? Mercury. Mercury. People were burning without proper insulation. They were burning coal in their homes. They were poisoning their whole bodies and nervous systems by just burning coal. You can do that by burning wood. The tars are very heavy. Vegetable oils are impossible for you to digest properly. So when we press them and eat them, you're in trouble. Why? Because an herbivore who normally eats vegetable oil has a body temperature 101 to 105 degrees. Ours is 98.6 and lower, except a few times when we go into fever. So what happens with vegetable oils in the human body? They crystallize and harden. When did heart disease and arteriosclerosis become a big thing? When margarine came out. Hydrogenated oils came out. They were blaming the hardening of the arteries and heart disease, what little there was, on fats, animal fats. But they were the culprits, selling the thing that was going to raise arteriosclerosis and heart disease to an enormous rate. Vegetable oils causes your hardening of the arteries and the hardening of the heart. It crystallizes in the human body if it remains in there over 3 years. Say you have a cell, a bone cell, a cartilage cell, a tendon cell that lives 7 years, anywhere from 5 to 7 years. And those cells are made of vegetable oils. And the arterial walls, 6 years to replace the arterial walls. 3 years of hardened crystallized fat in there. Your body can't break it down, can't dissolve it. So it just keeps building thicker walls. Plaque keeps building. Thicker and thicker. Not because of cooked animal fats. Those tribes that I mentioned, no heart disease, no arterial sclerosis. Not any. So it can't be animal fats. Not even if they're cooked, because they cook them. And they don't have that. It's not their problem.
How's the arm healing? It's healing pretty good.
The Maasai, the Samburu, Fulani.
I'm not sure. I really don't know.
The Eskimo, they eat raw foods.
What do I use for my hair?
Almost 100%
Just use
raw
eggs and
food.
water.
The Fulani eats 90%.
I was just using 1 egg, 1 to 2 eggs raw, and then washing it out, and that was it. Right now, I use this shampoo bar that I bought at the farmer's market. Is iridology fake? Well, I don't know enough about it to say it's fake for sure, but I don't know. Was Aajonus a grifter? What's the definition of a grifter? I think I looked it up, but I forgot what it means. Define a frifter. A scammer or con artist. I mean, I don't think he was scamming. You know, like, you know what you're paying for. You go to a meet up with Aajonus. You know what he's going to talk about. Now, I think some people might say that he's a grifter in the sense that he twisted studies to support his beliefs. Like that one that we went over earlier. That was clearly misleading. And he would do that to convince people that he's correct, to listen to him, or that there's some kind of evidence. Do I think he's a cult leader? Back in the day, I don't think that when he was alive, no. But now, it's like, sort of. That's how people view him. Promoted veggie juice because he got sponsored by a juicer company. Interesting. I don't know the validity of that. I'm sure Primal people are like, that's not true. That's not the timeline. You got it wrong. Preaching something you don't believe is a grift for money. Oh, it's just very... I thought the definition of grifter was more simple than that. Hold on. Con artist. Someone who makes money through repeated scams, manipulation, or deceit rather than honest work. So any person who runs a scam. I wouldn't say he's a grifter. Some certain things he definitely misleads or misquotes evidence to support his beliefs. This is me off in Primal's discount scientific studies while quoting Aajonus playground experiments. See, the problem is okay, so the studies, the nutritional studies suck, but that doesn't mean that Aajonus should just be able to make shit up. It doesn't mean you just make shit up and believe it. That's why I like having the position that you're just open-minded, you know? Like you don't trust all studies, but also that doesn't mean you should just trust some guru who tells you what to believe.
Raw dairy, 10% cooked meat. Once in a while they have some raw meat. That is the least healthy of the tribes, but they have no disease. They just don't get along as well.
Ooh, infrared sauna? That sounds nice. I want to do something like
Samburu,
that.
Maasai, and the Inuit, the Eskimo. Can you imagine going through your whole life without one cavity? Pretty amazing. The first cavity among the Eskimos was found in 1886. And that was in an Inuit that had left his tribe and lived in the British colony eating their sugars and breads for 50 years. It took them 50 years of eating that garbage to get one cavity. The first case of cancer among the Eskimo
has no sugar, or the enzymes digest. The enzymes digest the sugar, and I would feed it to my mother who has diabetes.
The colonies took 2 generations of living in the colonies. 1936, first cancer found in the Eskimos. Raw meat, raw fat, lots of it.
What exactly was he making up?
And man, ever eat seal meat?
What exactly is making likely the story about the animals feeding him raw meat when he was dying?
It is 80% oil.
There's one?
Fish oil. And I mean,
it's not that he just made stuff up, it's also that he misquoted studies.
Yeah, you get a little indigestion there, you just gotta go, you want to vomit. But I mean, the concentration
the enzyme
of the seal meat is like, it's so black. It looks like
cancer and autism.
Sirloin.
Serious source of money.
And the fat is so juicy and tasty, even though it's very heavy.
Darko's low carb.
You need a lot of bile to digest it, but it is so dense in nutrients that I have to eat with our foods, even though they may be grazed animals. I may eat 1 pound to 3 pounds a day to be satisfied. If I eat seal, I can eat 3/4 of a cup a day and not eat another meat meal.
Also, his claim that I think he made up the coyote story, I think is very likely. I think that an honest man hears a story like that and is like, well, it could be a lie.
It's amazing, amazing, the concentration of food that those Eskimos get. And they stay fat. I mean, not huge fat, but they stay fat because, can you imagine, would any of you let your naked baby crawl around on an igloo floor on ice, naked, butt naked? Would any of you? You just freak out, oh, that baby's going to get pneumonia to die. And these little babies are running around on the floor, butt naked, crawling on the floor, going like this.
Yeah, couldn't communicate until carrot juice and raw milk with bath.
These are healthy babies. These are healthy children. Why aren't we held that healthy? They eat raw food, raw meats, raw fat, blubber, lots of it. And they're healthy. They're not in a lot of pollution unless Bush and the gang get their way and pollute it even more than the Valdez
Yes,
did.
it does, Shen.
You know, but it's a pretty pristine area so far. So fats. There's nothing I can say more than fats. Praise the Lord for fats. Because they will protect you and they will get you out of disease quicker than anything else, especially if you have cancer.
You had more influence on people eating raw Aajonus or Aajonus?
Cancer is nothing other than the body's...
So, Aajonus probably has reached a lot more people than Aajonus. But Aajonus has probably convinced way more people to eat raw meat. So, like, for every 10,000 people who have seen Godus, maybe 5 to 10 have tried raw meat. But like for Aajonus, I feel like that number is probably a lot higher, you know? He probably converted way more people.
The ability to dissolve dead cells and eliminate them.
Guess.
Nothing other than the body's inability to break down and get rid of dead cells. So it mummifies them and puts them in little stations. Spreads it all over, and when it can't spread it all over anymore, it builds tumors.
Baby goat
What has to
ass.
eventually happen? Your body has to dissolve those, or you're going to start impeding functionality, especially if it's esophageal or lung or intestinal, and it starts blocking passages.
Goat is crying about
How are
Aajonus?
you going
No.
to get the nutrients into your body that will dissolve those dead cells and get rid of them? And what happens when your body gets rid of them quickly and you don't have the fats? What is a cancer cell? A cancer cell is your best friend. It produces viruses like that. Massive amounts of them once it dies. It's just a basket of solvent. It'll help you dissolve all those dead cells, all those dead mummified tumor cells. 2 to 5 days if it's in the brain. You can do it that quickly.
Thoughts on heartbreak?
Now, the waste product that's left...
Heartbreak as a man? Time heals all wounds, you know, that saying. Except not entirely. It's still there. You still have scar tissue. Humog's bald Aajonus of bald K. Bart K he's a good looking dude. I don't know. People talk shit about the way he looks, but he might be bald, yeah, but he's got a good, looks like he has a good skull, you know, looks handsome. Maple syrup as a replacement for honey because of sucrose and magnesium. I mean, they probably do similar things. Maple syrup and raw honey, I mean, probably not that big of a difference between the two.
Left over. Do you have enough fat to bind with those poisons? Or is it going to go in and start dissolving the live cells as well? It's going to start melting all the surrounding tissue that's healthy. Unless you are fat, you are going to have complications. Does anybody know Samuel Epstein, Dr. Samuel Epstein? He's an octogenarian. He's considered one of the world's greatest experts on cancer.
Have you seen where Bart K is always blaming someone else for his videos not getting enough views? Yeah, I mean, that's like a trap that you can fall into as a YouTuber. You can always be like, oh, I'm shadow banned and nobody likes me and, you know, it's all everybody else's fault. And, you know, it's easy to fall into that trap. Yeah, where's his source for that? It's a good question.
That he gave one time, and he had everybody stand up and he said, okay, women, look at each other. One of 3 of you is going to get cancer and die of miserable cancer. All the men, look at each other. One of every 2 of you is going to die the same way. One of every 2 men, one of every 3 women.
Bart isn't entertaining?
Cancer.
I don't know, I find Bart entertaining. I enjoy it. I think
get prepared.
The content of what he says is very
so you get those toxins
deep.
Out of the body. So they
sometimes
don't
he jokes around too much. Like some of his streams are spent just like joking around, and that's not that funny. But his debates are great. Although he doesn't do enough debates, he needs to do more. He should definitely try to do more. I love those. His condescending attitude is hilarious. Yeah.
Kill all those cells to cause cancer. Get them out of your body.
Go after
Get
more people.
Protected with them at least, so you can bind with them so they don't do damage in your system, so they don't keep killing live cells and you accumulate dead cells. Because that's what happens. Fats, fats, fats. Fats, fats, fats. Get fat. You know, this is the land of Hollywood. You know how many actresses and directors, and especially females, that I have say, "Oh, I can't get fat. I'll never have a
Various
relationship."
ways to call
I said,
someone
"When's
stupid.
the last time you had a relationship?"
Excuse me, Resident
If
Wrong
you're
got his
that
mic cut off.
skinny,
That was really funny.
you're not going to have a good equilibrium. Nobody's going to want to live with you.
Excuse me!
And I mean, one woman was a producer at ABC Films, and she's 49 years old, you know, and she says, "I don't want to get fat. I'll never have a relationship." And I said, "How many relationships have you had in your lifetime?" "Maybe 30. I said, "What was the longest lasting one? 3 months?" I said, "You're doing good.
Right. Fuck off.
You're doing real
You're
good,
outta
aren't
here.
you? Why don't you get fat and see what happens?"
So funny, man.
Took me 8 years to convince her. 8 years on the diet to convince her.
So Cerule, from what I understand, is like some kind of a stem cell, I don't know, regeneration product. Let's Google it. What is the supplement Cerule? He claims that it helped him with his eyesight, macular degeneration. Eddie promotes it too. Well, technically, he said that he makes a lot of money from promoting Cerule. He's got a video that I watched. It was called "How I Make So Much Money," or "How I Was Able to Afford a Farm." And in the video, it's basically an ad for trying to get people recruited for selling Cerule. And it's not a dietary supplement. It's totally different. It has something to do with like stem cell support. And I don't understand how that helps, but Cerule is a supplement brand that sells blue-green algae-based stem cell products like Stem Enhance Ultra and Plasma Flow. These are marketed as natural stem cell mobilizers, but the scientific evidence behind those claims is limited and controversial. Below is a clear breakdown of what Cerule actually is, what's in it, and what it claims to do, plus the live product data you triggered. It probably is a pyramid scheme, bro. MLM. I mean, yeah, it's literally that's the model, I guess. Yeah. But that's not carnivore. That's Bart K like defends it in this video. We could watch the video, but I don't want to. I mean, only if like all of you want to. Like only if a million of you say yes, let's watch. But I don't know. It's not very entertaining. But he talks about it. Here we go. Stem Enhance Ultra. You know, the middle-aged carnivore dieters watching Bart K are like, "Oh, got to get my freaking Cerule." He's probably making bank off of promoting this. You've read every single study on their website. It's a joke. Bart K is owned by Big Algae. Stem cell supplement if it came from an animal source. Yeah. Like human babies. I'd take that. Primal carnivore space tier list. I'd need to study more people to have a bigger list, you know? Pinhole glasses to better your eyesight. No, that's the first time. Bone marrow of baby animals has anti-aging effects. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Godus is like, he makes shit up too all the time. So it's hard to follow.
Do you know what happened? A year after she was fat and groaning, and
Agreed.
she was happier all the time unless she was thinking about her weight.
Retard Max.
She met a guy who was 15 years younger than her, was an ex-Chippendale model, loved her. I mean, she was funny, she was smart, she was brilliant. And when she was relaxed and when she was fat, she could be funny as could be. So this guy loved her to pieces, was doing her twice a day. You know? And I mean, that relationship lasted, and then she got skinny again. And guess what happened? She wasn't relaxed and happy again. So the relationship broke up.
Take and itemize every Aajonus claim, find everyone that can be tested, and we can create a foundation to actually see if they are true. That's a good idea. Or like if we wanted to, we could like take these videos, take all these claims, and like try to get to the bottom of it. Okay, find out why is he saying this? What is the evidence? I think that could be interesting. It'd be a lot of work though, but it'd be a great resource for people who are looking into the diet. Maybe they're skeptical. Maybe they're wondering like, what diet should I do? And you just really go to town, like, you know, getting to the bottom of everything that he says.
She said, why the breakup? I said, get fat again. Get fat again. You know? But they don't listen.
That'd be awesome.
I mean,
it'd be hard, but we could do it.
Smart, brilliant, funny, and happy at the same time.
I don't know, it's too nerdy.
Not, what are you? So think about that.
We can just do it like as we go.
Fat,
like every time he says something.
Relationship thing, men and women. Okay?
Did the woofing insurance pay for your arm?
I mean,
I'm not sure yet. We're gonna find out. I'm trying to get all of the itemized receipts from the surgeon and the clinic and stuff, and then we'll find out what all they're gonna pay for.
Huge. When I came back from the desert after gaining that...
Get fat after a breakup. Worst advice ever. Yeah, anti-looks maxing advice.
50-some pounds. You know, I mean, I had almost a 38-inch waist at that time. That was the biggest I'd ever been. You know, I mean, I'd been big when I was little, but I was a littler guy. But obviously when I was that way, I didn't care. You know, because I didn't know. So it worked for me. God, if I hadn't been fat with all the stuff that I had gotten from the doctors all those years, I'd been dead back then.
Thanks, naturalism.
So, we're going to go take a break in a few minutes, and then we're going to talk about everybody's favorite subject: parasites, bacteria, fungus, all those good things. So you better eat before I talk about this subject.
Thanks, Crispy. The Yugalev's frog. You did mention that the other day. I kind of want to look into the Yugalev's frog study. Is the Yugalev's frog... Hold on, let's just ask, what is the Yugalev's frog study? First off, any study on frogs would not be a good study, just like right off the bat. What is the Yugalev's frog study? Have I seen the Goatus face reading? We started watching it yesterday. I've seen it before. It's a hard watch because he's got this stupid music playing. This really stupid music. Giving raw milk to frogs cure their autism. Remember when Frank Tufano was really pissed off because Primal dieters were recommending that he feed his sister raw milk to cure her autism? This 28-year-old woman at the time. Okay, the Yugalev frog study refers to a set of experiments by Russian physiologist Anatoly Yugalev in the mid-20th century where he used live frog intestines to demonstrate that digestion is not just chemical breakdown by stomach acid, but a contact-based enzymatic process happening directly on the intestinal wall. One of the most famous studies in digestive physiology, especially in raw food and carnivore circles. What Yugalev actually did, Yugalev removed a living frog's small intestine and kept it functioning in a nutrient solution. He then placed different foods against the intestinal wall to observe digestion. His key discovery: digestion happens on the surface of the intestinal mucosa, not in the stomach or lumen. This is called membrane digestion or contact digestion. Why the frog intestine was important. Frog intestines are simple, durable, and easy to keep alive outside the body. This allowed Yugalev to isolate the intestine, control the environment, observe digestion directly, compare raw versus cooked foods, measure enzyme activity on the mucosal surface. It was a breakthrough because no one had ever watched the digestion happen in real time on a living intestinal wall. I mean, first off, it's a frog. They're frogged intestines. Like, this is totally different to a human's digestive system, first off. You know, so that's like, there's such a huge gap between what a frog is designed to eat in what a human is designed to eat. But the controversial part, Yugolev found that raw foods triggered strong membrane digestion. Cooked foods triggered weaker membrane digestion. Some cooked foods required more pancreatic enzymes. Raw foods often digested faster and more completely. This is why raw food advocates cite Yugolev, but Yugolev did not say humans must eat raw food. He said cooking changes digestion dynamics. You think the AI butchered the study? What the study proved, Yugolev's frog experiments led to 3 major conclusions. Membrane digestion exists. Food is broken down by enzymes on the intestinal wall, not just in stomach acid. Raw food carries autolytic enzymes. Raw foods contain their own enzymes that help break themselves down. Cooking destroys autolytic enzymes, meaning cooked food relies more heavily on pancreatic enzymes. These findings reshaped modern digestive physiology. Why people talk about it today? I want to ask, like, this is definitely butchered. They measured how fast a frog versus a cooked frog digested in stomach acid. Let me say that. You're wrong. So this is a separate study. The frog versus cooked frog in stomach acid experiment. Okay, Yugolev took a freshly killed raw frog, a cooked frog, boiled. He placed each one into pure stomach acid, which without enzymes. Human stomach acid? Or just... What happened? The raw frog began to self-digest rapidly. The cooked frog barely digested at all. This was Yugolev's demonstrated analysis. This is a study I was referring to. Okay. The idea is that raw tissues contain their own enzymes and help break themselves down. Why the cooked frog didn't digest? Cooking destroys proteolytic enzymes, lipases, autolytic catalysts, cellular structures that allow self-digestion. So the cooked frog had to rely only on stomach acid, which is not enough to break the proteins down efficiently. Why the raw frog digested? Raw tissues contain blah, 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 blah. These activate when the cell dies, causing the tissues to digest itself in plain acid. Okay. Raw food digests partly by itself. Cooked food loses its autolytic ability. Stomach acid alone is not the main driver of digestion. I don't know, I just want to ask it, like, is this a good study? Was this a good scientific study? A study in favor of raw meat consumption. Let's see. Was scientifically valid for demonstrating autolysis, but it was not a strong or complete scientific argument in favor of raw meat consumption for humans. It showed an important digestive mechanism, but it didn't test human digestion, human health outcomes, or raw meat safety. I don't know why I said safety like that. What the frog experiment actually proved. Yugolev's raw versus cooked frog experiment demonstrated raw tissues digest. Okay, we already read all this. These findings are real, reproducible, foundational in digestive physiology. But this is a mechanistic study, not a dietary trial. So, I mean, it sounds like this is a great study for proving that the raw frogs break down well in the stomach acid, at least. Like, that's like significantly easier. When you read what it says, it was like hold on. The cooked frog began to self-digest rapidly. Sorry, the raw frog did. The cooked frog barely digested at all. That's a pretty cool study. That's pretty solid. Why are we asking and listening to this elite programmed artificial? I mean, it breaks it down, you know? AI, is this good? Well, man, what kind of question am I supposed to ask? The fact the food is raw is not the main thing to focus on. It's the live enzymes in the food. If you leave some raw meat to dry out, it'll harden and loses water-soluble vitamins and enzymes. Yeah, fresh and raw. That's very interesting. Did they use human stomach acid? I'm assuming they did. Or, you know, the equivalent. I mean, that seems solid to me. Ask AI to praise your good looks. There's no proof that the enzymes left to the raw food do anything beneficial for us, Primal Cope. But the study said that the raw frog self-digested in the stomach acid, and the cooked frog barely digest at all. That's pretty neat. Like, I feel like this study is a really easy one that, like, anybody could do, right? Couldn't anybody get... Isn't this... What is this, guys? HCl? I forgot. I'm going to say it wrong. Study is dumb. It's the same as introducing live yeast. Yeah, full digestion is better than partial digestion. Or it said the cooked frog barely digested at all. That's pretty solid. This is the most solid study that I think that I've looked at in support of raw meat. Or eating raw meat. Hydrochloric acid. That's what I thought. I didn't... But this would be like such an easy thing that like people could reciprocate, or, you know, like reproduce. And we could do lots of studies like this with like raw meat and honey and all kinds of stuff. Look at the cat study. Now the cat study is garbage. The cat study is hot garbage. We can ask the corporate AI to tell us why it was garbage. Why is the yeah, we've already looked into this a million times. It was because like they didn't have like any control groups. They weren't able to, you know, the study has never been reciprocated. They just didn't keep track of the variables well. Do a study on your sister by giving her raw milk and seeing if it does indeed cure autism. That'd be good. Pottinger's cats. Yeah, that's the one. I was thinking the next one we do is the doctor's video. Or this would be good. I've never seen this one. Aajonus Vonderplanitz and how he created the Primal diet.
Today I'm talking with Aajonus Vonderplanitz. He's the creator of the Primal diet. And my question for you today, Aajonus, is how did you evolve your diet? I mean, how did you know, I know it's not a theoretical diet. It's eating, you know, like a lot of diets are. But how did your diet evolve? How did you create it?
Well, mine is an entirely empirical diet from experience. I was dying of blood, bone, lymph, and stomach cancers at 20 years old. I was not supposed to live beyond my 21st birthday, which was in 1967. I also had diabetes, psoriasis, angina pectoris, and bursitis, all so-called incurable. And on my deathbed, a young African-American fellow, I was only 20 years old, he was 18, and he introduced me to raw carrot juice and raw milk. I was dying and he was a volunteer at a hospice, and so he made the raw carriages and got the raw milk for me, mixed them together, and I drank them sometimes apart and separate. And I had chemotherapy and radiation and surgeries, so all the bad things that the medical profession does, which is, burn, poison, and butcher you, which, it's do no harm always. You don't have to do harm. You don't attack the body to heal it, to nurture it. That's no way to achieve optimal health of any sort. So I was dying, and I drank that raw milk, and I drank that raw carrot juice, and it was absolutely lovely and tasty, because after you've had chemo and radiation, everything tastes like cardboard or postage stamp glue. And this milk, raw milk, and this raw carrot juice tasted phenomenal. And that's why I was drinking it, not because, I thought it was good. I was relatively still autistic and really didn't understand language and couldn't communicate. So I didn't understand all that, but I understood the taste, of those foods, that rich, delicious taste. So as I got better over the years, I would just explore more into raw foods, branching out into eating more kinds of dairies rather than just the milk and the carrot juice. And then I got into raw eggs, and meat I stayed away from because I was so brainwashed that meat would create, brain parasites and stuff like that. So I stayed away from raw meats, but got into everything else raw. Then I became a fruitarian, and as I said in another interview we had, it destroyed my health. I went down to 96 pounds at the lightest, and wasting away, and the blood and bone cancers resurged, and I was suffering terribly again. So, I ate raw meat to kill myself, basically, because I was told it would kill me. And I just took it for granted, and Indians had told me that I lived with when I lived in the wild, that I needed to eat raw meat. I just thought they were trying to kill the white boy and get back at him, taking away the land and their culture and everything. So I ate the raw meat to kill myself after living outdoors for 2 years. And it did just the opposite. It invigorated me. I was such a sickly child that I could never play sports. I tried 1 year in a football team, and of course was the guard, where you don't have to do much. You don't have to run far. You don't have to do anything except, crouch next to.
He said those same words in the doctor show. Yeah, I thought I heard this somewhere else. I ate raw meat to kill myself. I mean, that's a great thing to say for marketing purposes, but he says he did it for 2 years, trying to kill himself. That's, I don't know. It's so I don't know. It's not even necessary to say. It's not even necessary to say that. It's just something that you say,
Quarterback.
He's the protagonist from Dark Souls.
That was my experience in being physical. When I ate this raw meat, everything changed. I mean, I had energy, I had strength, and I went from 113 pounds, because I started eating some raw dairy again, went from 113 pounds to 158 pounds in 2.5 months by eating all of this meat and raw eggs and raw dairy. And I was vibrant and healthy. That's how I came to the diet, and then it was perfecting it over the years. What foods affect this kind of ailment? And in 1977, I was talked into becoming the chief nutritionist at Antilles Health Food Store. And they also had Antilles 2 Health Food Store. So I developed by watching people, experimenting with how many people a particular thing would work for. So by the time I came to writing my book, and it was published in 1997, my first book, We Want to Live, The Primal Diet. By that time, 85% of all the remedies, worked 85% on people. 85% of the people who tried those remedies, it was effective.
Wow.
So, that's like, so that's quite it's quite an accomplishment. So, and at that time, my cancer reversal rate, grew over the time as I realized how better to, and I understood cancer better, why it develops. By the time my book was published, my reversal of cancer, or the foods, I don't reverse anything, I'm not God, but the foods that God did make, or nature make, if you don't believe in God, that was responsible for reversing disease. I am just the technician or the inventor that puts them together, the certain foods together that have the ability to reverse certain ailments easier and better.
Good. Well, thanks for that clarification. Thanks.
Thanks for that clarification. It's like your crazy uncle. Oh gosh, the comments. Holy brow ridge. I want to be primal. Primal bloods unite. What is this comment section? Oh my god. Aajonus. He opposes every piece of propaganda from the medical and health business sectors. Me and the primal bloods dancing. This is beautiful. What? What do you mean it's beautiful? Hearts. What camera was Aajonus using for his videos? iPhone 15. I can't find unpasteurized butter because it's banned in the European Union. Can I put these are like the kind of questions that you see in like Sverge's comments. Can I put pasteurized fresh sheep butter instead? Everybody's like, no, you can't do it. No, you idiot, shut up. 6, 7. You can't make this comment section up. Are you a primal blood? There's a running joke about Aajonus' illness being fake. Well, I don't think it's a joke. I think it's just like any rational human listens to the things that Aajonus went through, and you have to have a degree of skepticism because it sounds so insane. Primal Bloods into chat say what up. Goatus better, but rip. Who are these fucking people, man? 80 IQ take, dude. The whole comment section is like so like brain slop. It's so funny. Oh boy. Do I watch reels on Insta? No. Aj. What else do we got here? Aajonus Vonderplanitz on Fox News 2005. I haven't seen this.
This is San Diego's Fox in the Morning with Mark
Gen
Bailey,
Z Aajonus, yeah.
Desiree Carvajal, and Christina Russo. San Diego's Fox in the Morning.
All right, over to Des now for some pretty interesting health information.
Well, low-carb diets may be all the craze, but one group of San Diegans is opting for a diet consisting only of raw food.
You're right,
As Fox
naturalism,
6's Sherry
yes.
Palmieri reports, many of them think the so-called primal diet could cure them of life-threatening diseases.
I'm not really afraid of death. I'm afraid of medicine.
Biggest sugar mama.
When Lisa Sabo discovered a lump on her breast 2 years ago, she decided not to head to the doctors.
With the
She
Aj.
changed her diet when she discovered several of her friends who did the same had beaten cancer.
She's
I think
lucky.
it's man returning back to the basics.
They followed a diet consisting of almost all raw food, including vegetables, meats, and raw dairy products.
All animals who eat raw foods, their natural diets, have no disease.
Aajonus Vonderplanitz began developing the Primal diet 36 years ago.
Dude,
he was on the verge of
Aajonus
death.
just surrounded
he had 4
by
cancers
foids.
and a list of other ailments. When his doctors couldn't cure him, Vonderplanitz began to reject traditional medicine.
When I stopped eating cooked foods and started eating raw foods, especially meats and raw dairy, all of my ills, all of my cancers, my diabetes, my psoriasis, and angina pectoris and bursitis, all reversed.
He looks like a dude. He looks like the man.
He claims 95% of the people who adhere to the Primal diet will reverse their disease. Because, he says, what he discovered is anytime you apply heat to food, it alters the chemistry.
By the time you heat any food to 127 degrees,
honestly, I feel like I'm getting radicalized again. Like, I'm going to be like full-on Aajonus lover by the time we're done with this stream. Oh, the Ripley's? Yeah, we can do the Ripley's video. I have seen that.
Neutralize the activity of
I've never seen this one, though.
And it just gets worse. The higher the temperature, the greater the alteration.
Primalism going primal again.
And by the time you reach
141,
140 degrees, you start developing toxins.
Vonderplanitz says over time, those toxins create cancer.
Even though this meat is raw,
I don't care if you made it up. I love Oj.
Vonderplanitz says it's safe to eat.
My concern would be that people are eating a lot of raw meat and
not
chicken
watching
and fish,
raw milk
and they
trap
might
edits.
Open up an avenue for E. coli or something.
Bro is very influenceable. Watches Bart, starts promoting carb. Now this. What do you mean promoting?
Salmonella or listeria infection, which could be...
I'm just open-minded, okay?
Uncomfortable or deadly.
Marcus says?
Candy Cumming, a registered dietitian, disagrees that cooking food is harmful.
And there's so many of us who are active and vital and doing well, who eat some cooked things, and we're just fine and healthy and have high levels of health and live to ripe old ages.
And as for a raw food diet, preventing or reversing disease, Cumming says there are no studies in the medical community proving that.
This is some kind of fish.
That's the real question.
Even so, these San Diegans who follow the eating plan gather every month or so to discuss the diet with its creator.
It's a little bit too much avocado. How tall am I? 6'5".
And sample everything from the most gourmet to the simplest of raw foods.
You've never had a raw egg before? Probably took about 1.5 years before I felt no more lumps in my breast anymore. Yeah.
And like Lisa, many of these dieters believe they have finally found the recipe for living without disease. In Carlsbad, Sherry Palmieri, Fox 6 News.
And Aajonus Vonderplanitz is with us this morning to talk a little bit more about this Primal diet. Welcome to Fox in the Morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, look at him right here. Look at him.
Right off the bat, the first two things that I think most people would be concerned about are
this looks really
the potential for bacteria and the taste of the food. So let's start first of all with we've always been taught that uncooked meat is not a good idea, especially uncooked chicken. I always heard cook it all the way through because you never know, you know.
This is amazing. This is actually a really good freaking like news piece on Aajonus. This is good.
One of the nurse actually talked about
like
salmonella, E. coli, listeria, and those are things that we all would be concerned with. Why aren't you concerned?
Swag in that suit.
Well, there's never been any clinical test done where people ate these foods to determine whether there was a danger from those bacteria. The medical profession, because they're promoted and forced by the pharmaceutical industry to follow protocols written by the pharmaceuticals, they never want to blame the toxins in industry, in medicine, in drugs for the damage that a lot of disease comes from. So they want to always blame something natural, like bacteria. We've been eating bacteria for millions of years. All of a sudden, in the last 100 years, it's become more convenient to cook and to isolate and blame bacteria. But you have to understand, there wasn't that many diseases. The diseases that are flourishing now are much greater than they were. And in the tribes who eat raw meat and raw dairy as their single diet have no degenerative disease whatsoever.
All right, so obviously that's obviously a personal choice that people have to make,
Dude,
whether they want to do it or not. But
imagine, bro, you're like at a Christmas party with your family and your grandma just starts slonking raw eggs.
I also want to talk a little bit about your story because you, excuse me, you yourself started doing this for a reason.
Bro, we gotta go back to grandma slonking a raw egg, man. That's so sick. That's so sick.
People have to make, whether they want to do it or not. But I also want to talk a little bit about your story because you, excuse me, you yourself started doing this for a reason.
Correct.
Tell us about it.
Well, when I reached 19 years old, I had already been diagnosed with diabetes, juvenile diabetes, and I was on insulin. I had started angina pectoris at 15 and a half, and both of those started after vaccines, the polio vaccine. Then, and there's thimerosal, which is liquid mercury, and ethyl mercury, and there's aluminum, and it caused trouble. Well, I went for the treatment of ulcers, and that turned the ulcer into a tumor. Then the treatment for the tumor caused severe metastasis. Then the treatment for that gave me blood and bone cancer. Then the treatment for that
was fed a wild rabbit by wolves. She also had all diseases known to man.
I have to get you going though because we're out of time. But just tell us what you decided to do the raw diet and what changed for you.
Bro, I bet he got her on the diet, dude. I bet she eats it to this day. We need to find out her Instagram.
Well, somebody introduced me to eating raw foods. It made me feel better right away. So then I began researching raw foods and experimenting with them. And there's probably been 6,000 people who've eaten the raw meat with no worse effects than any other. Most of your bacterial food poisoning comes from cooked foods.
Okay, well, there are obviously a lot of people that follow this Primal diet, and if folks want to get more information on it, they can go to fox6.com, and we will hook you up with...
Bro, they should do another one where they interview Resident Raw, or like Scott Hall. Oh, boy. And then like all the testimonials are like from Discord interviews, and it's just like these kids being like, W Aajonus, bro, like, oh god, this shit's so lit. I eat raw meat 6'7".
More research that
stupid Foy, of course I eat raw meat.
A couple of books and all that. We'll hook you up. We'll give you more information. And very quickly, you say the taste is better on raw foods, right?
Well, only because you haven't flattened the enzymes and vitamins. Everything is more robust.
You
know, when you cook a grain, it goes flat, so you have to season it. But on the raw foods, everything is very vibrant.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you coming in this morning, and we will pass on all the information that we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, rain is keeping the roadways wet and slick. Still ahead on Fox in the Morning. Chrissy has the best routes for your morning commute, and Fred Saxon is here.
His family got through the border. That's kind of funny. Oh, they need to ask Resident Raw about Rom. So what's the deal with the primal drama between you and Rom? Can you please explain that to the Fox 7 News, please? Imagine them spazzing about using fingers to clean your ass and egg suppositories. Scott Hall would be trying to like take off his pants so he'd be like, yeah, let me show you. Come to the bathroom with me. Like, no, Scott, we can't do that, Scott. We can't put you eating poop on the news. But it's natural. Like, what's the big deal? I don't understand. I've got some shrooms I'm going to do next Tuesday. Let you know if I get any primal insights. There you go. There you go, Bashful. Do not mention Tom Pearl. Bro, if pooping is natural, why wipe? That's a good point. Imagine they interview Rom and through the entire interview, you can see his belly peek through his shirt. Scott Hall birthday cake surprise. It's shit. Oh god. Oh no. I wonder if there's any other cool videos on this channel. Let's see. Workshop. Holy cow, guys, this is insane. Oh, there's these ones. These are good. Goatus bacteria parasite deception. Born to shit, forced to wipe. Just let it crust. Exactly. Just let it crust up. Look for Tom Pearl diet. Ooh, Aajonus' death. What actually happened? This is a good one.
We're making this video, and we're making this video because people are asking you a lot of questions about Aajonus' death. Yeah. And the focus of the video are the two individuals in front of us, which essentially saw Aajonus in the hospital and have a little bit of a journey as far as getting to the hospital.
My dad was watching my stream yesterday, and he watched the part where I was talking about Godus, and we were watching the Godus documentary. And my dad was just disgusted. Like, we're disgusted by it, but when you tell an actual, like, a normal person,
by me and potentially other people,
when you tell a normal person about, like, the things that Godus has done or is accused of, and the things that Godus has said, like, they find him, like, freaking disgusting. He's so horrible. It's insane.
Well, maybe other people mentioned it to you about going to.
I don't know if you read the chat.
I'm
probably
mentioning to go to see, is this happening? Because there's a lot of. He's a mythical figure in that he had a lot of conversation about.
I was about to call my dad a normie.
Things happening and accidents happening and things like this. There was enough. This seemed pretty standard. An accident had happened. We were notified of the accident. These two people went because we kind of wanted verification of that. So you got the phone call from his girlfriend in the hospital. You knew that something was wrong, and the first person you called was Lucky. And what happened next?
Basing their life on man-made beliefs.
On that phone, and
did you hear all that?
Yeah, I hear when they pumping. She told me, I'm shocked too. What happened? And that time I never hear the story because no time to she tell the story. She only tell he fall off the house,
right,
and broken his back, and he in a coma. Meanwhile, I went to Bangkok. He sent her to Bangkok to deal with the court thing.
Because the Thai government was having claim against the property, of the property, no?
No.
Because the hospital wanted somebody to identify the bodies, right?
No. That he sent her for him because he's supposed to be in court.
Right.
That.
Because there was a discrepancy on the property, the national park.
It's a different story. It's about the machine for.
Coconut cream?
Yeah,
coconut cream machine that we paid for and never got.
Got it. Okay.
So, and the time he was in a coma in the hospital, not in the coma. That time he's still speaking, and that's why he sent her to go to appear to court for him.
Right.
So.
But all the hospital stuff happened, and then obviously you guys got involved because. You got a phone call from his girlfriend in Thailand.
Yeah, she don't know who to tell in that moment because
she didn't know any of it.
Yeah,
right.
she don't know what to do. Before that, she asking him to email to tell everybody here or whoever. He never do it. She even opened his computer and email, and he never do it. The one she know, she said he emailed someone in Japan. Do anyone know his friend in Japan? He emailed that guy.
I don't know that. I could look at his computer to find out who he emailed.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
The last email that she saw, he emailed that person in Japan.
The bottom line, though, is that you were on the phone with her when he was passing away.
Yeah.
You essentially told Lucky that Lucky's the first phone call. He's passed away. Then it kind of went through the community, people he knew, et cetera, et cetera. It did get to me, and then you and I at some point had a conversation where I talked to Marilyn and said someone should go to see him to confirm this because we're hearing this and I believe this, but it would be the right thing to do. Now, I didn't know how far away that you fly to Bangkok.
So there's something off about white guys going to Thailand. Yeah, definitely a little strange. I think like the whole, did Peter Scully, was that a guy in Thailand or was it like Philippines or something? I don't know, it's close enough, but you know, freaking yeah, something predatory about it. And I've seen people like on social media, they'll like post about their experience there, and it's weird, bro. It's weird. Really strange.
So it was literally like like traveling North America to get to where he was. But
Peter Scully's like the extreme example of like, you know, screwed up shit, but
because you speak the language, and you're from the country, you know the place.
I went one time.
One time. So you had an advantage over most people.
Yeah, and the last time that I saw him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there.
Yeah.
He
was there.
Who knew how to get to the farm when we were at the hospital? Was that you or Pawadi? Pawadi knew how to. It's way, his farm from the hospital was a long way.
Yeah.
I mean, he laid there suffering for hours before the hospital. The ambulance could find him. He had to go through locked gates, and he was way back in there.
In the woods.
Geomaxing, yeah.
He had to go through rice fields and locked gates. He owned like 20 acres of rice.
I mean, imagine like leaving your family and your whole life behind just to go and like sleep with Thai I was gonna say Thai lady boys, but to sleep with Thai women.
Right.
It's crazy.
He you know, giving information, you know, recipe, what she make the food for him. He's taking food. He's talking. He a lot in pain. He take pain medication. But after she went, like, you know, went to Bangkok, it have to be, you know, 1 day, 1 night to coming back.
Right.
When she came back, that's he already on a coma. She never get a chance to.
He already on a coma.
He already in a coma.
He already in a coma.
So he died. You guys went. You flew to Bangkok, and then you made the journey to where the hospital was.
Her brother took us in his car.
Her brother took you, and then it took you a decent amount of time to even find out
where he was.
In a
coma.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been about 2 days by the time we found him, because we spent the night and then we went into the hospital and found him. Then
I don't know what that is,
farm, and then we went back to Bangkok. Your brother took us out to the farm too, didn't he?
Yeah.
And there were a lot of questions about, like, for instance, like, what did happen? I mean, is it an accident? You know, he had a lot of, his perception was there were a lot of people trying to hurt him. But you went to the farm, and your, if I understand correctly, your outlook on what you saw was that this wasn't the most well-constructed house in the world. And it made total sense that this was simply an accident, that he'd fallen. You had seen the scene, you had seen the place, you'd seen the property.
And it was a long fall. It was a long fall, like from the height of that post right there, at least.
So it was 12 feet, 14 feet.
Still laying there. The rail was still laying on. He only had one rail. There was no bottom rail. It was just a one rail on the top. That was it. And when that went, he just went right over.
So not very kid-friendly, and nothing wasn't
the
secure
nails
very
were
well.
only that far into the posts on both sides. I mean, it was very unsafe.
That's ridiculous.
In that night, we have a dinner. That's the night I went there. We have a dinner. I even leaned to get the flower from the tree like this, from that rail. I just thought like, wow.
You could have fallen.
She'd be very upset.
I didn't even think about it.
Would build something so strong. He was always.
It's a bunny. It's a bunny. We have a dinner.
We have a dinner. Breaking on the pathway.
We have a Romy for dinner.
You actually broke him just walking on.
Ojini, he brought the Romeo.
They didn't fall.
We eat it for dinner.
Yeah, well, that's not good.
I won't say anything.
So that thing was just it was a disaster.
After dinner, we have a breakfast.
And he had done such sweet things.
After breakfast, we have a lunch.
Mama and the baby, and he had.
And the original, he fell out the balcony, and we have a dinner. After we eat original leg, he fell off on the balcony when he fell down, and we have a dinner again. Oh, a dinner.
His little pineapple trees all in the out there, and he
yummy dinner.
I mean, it was a hard place to survive in. Nothing I think about my properties were nothing compared to what he had.
Well, you know, I have a dinner.
He went to Philippines.
He liked the Philippines. That was his thing.
He put that's why, because he had that for fun.
Arjun, it's time for dinner. Stop, get up. Why you fall down? We need dinner right now. What you want for dinner, Arjun?
A year, he stopped put anything in there. Only the plant, you know, can have.
He put only the plant in the dinner. To eat for dinner.
You know, just because at the beginning, before he purchased that property, I asking him what you're planning to get to
for dinner.
This property for.
What are you planning for dinner?
He just want to build like you know, like a healing space.
Center.
Yeah, healing center.
He even showed me the blueprint.
Yeah, he's center, and then, you know, growing food here and have a goat, an animal, milk here, and people can come like stay in like a resort.
Right.
So, and maybe I'm just teaching them, or maybe she's, you know, that time he's, you know, planning. But
yeah.
It doesn't go to the plan. He just stop everything. It's just only the house for he stay over for when he in Thailand, you know.
Oh, he was in Thailand. Okay.
This conversation's more about, you know, him passing away. So obviously you went to the farm, you realized, okay, this is more likely than anything else in the world an accident. This is not a safe place.
No one would have ever been able to get in there and hurt him.
Yeah.
No.
It was
never found him.
It was that hard to do.
No,
literally, unless you had been there, you probably had no shot.
Never find it. And there's gates. Remember, we had to have locks on those gates.
Yeah.
So you couldn't just drive in there. You could have walked, but it was a long walk.
I even couldn't remember to get there, get to the farm from the village.
Right.
I even get lost.
From the village.
Drive past the village.
Yeah, a little
the village.
Right by there, and then you'd go out to his farm. Probably maybe 700-800.
Sounds like Paul Saladino. He was in on it probably.
So you realize that obviously you get there, you think, okay, this isn't safe. This makes total sense. It's an accident. You've seen his body in Bangkok. Talked to the surgeon. Seen the X-rays. Seen the medical file. The whole 9 yards. We spoke
to imitate sleeplessness from Aajonus dying too soon.
A billion years. This isn't confusing to me. You know, it's not a guy in a mask. It's not someone they're just saying yay. It's not a fingerprint. The guy didn't blow up. He wasn't on fire. That's Aajonus. It's sad. We're all kind of mourning as that goes on. Certainly myself included. You come back to the United States and that's it. And we know that after the fact, we know that he was cremated. You paid to do that.
Does anyone remember the video from Discord that said Aajonus in Thailand 2013, and it was some drunk dude falling off a balcony? God, that was funny. I don't remember that.
His girlfriend did. We know that his body, we know the ashes are left in Thailand. We know they're on the property that he, I guess, still has. Kind of. Not sure how to figure that out. Yeah.
She has the property.
So, if anyone's looking for some Thai property that you can never find and probably will never get to, I'm sure you can contact Wasima for that. If you want to go visit Aajonus's ashes, which maybe someday I will, if I'm up for the 20-day journey of figuring out where he's at.
You'd need somebody to help you get there. You'd never find it. There's no addresses.
I believe you. So, you know, Jim, I mean...
That's really weird. Why was he living in, like, absolute nowhere where nobody could find him? You need 20 addresses? What? What does it even mean?
You tell me, is this what you're looking for to try and put this conversation at rest? Because, you know, I published his books. I've known him since 1990. I've lived with him. He was literally
far away from pollution.
Not figuratively.
Oh, that makes sense.
He was literally my dad. And, you know, if I can find acceptance in that, because I was one of the first people to say, look, I believe this, but I still would like someone's, not figuratively, he was literally my dad.
Wait, this was Aajonus' son interviewing him? Wait.
Is this what you're looking for to try and put this conversation at rest? Because, you know, I published his books. I've known him since 1990. I've lived with him. He was literally, just not figuratively, he was literally my dad.
What? Wait a second. This was Aajonus' son? I had no idea. Did you guys know this was Aajonus' son who interviewed these people? That's very interesting. Was his son named Jeff? Right?
And, you know, if I can find acceptance in that, because I was one of the first people to say, look, I believe this, but I still would like someone's eyes to see him. I was filming something at the time, or I would have got on a plane myself. I was in communication with the U.S. State Department. I was in communication with
it was literally my dad.
With the U.S. State Department and his local Congress people to try and make sure of all this stuff. It was verified by multiple sources, including people that were...
The guy behind the camera is his son.
His friends. I don't know what else you want.
No, he said he was literally my dad.
I mean, what else are you looking for?
This is Aajonus' son.
People called me when he died. People emailed me when he died saying what really happened.
He isn't. Why would he lie? All these Aajonus, my source, made it the fuck up.
I wish it didn't happen. I wish we didn't have to have the conversation. I wish he could.
Maybe bad use of literally
right now, but no, he's not in Wisconsin or Arizona. Aajonus couldn't keep silent if you paid him $1 million and gave it to him every week. He would be loud, and he would be somewhere in the U.S. Capitol right now, screaming, yelling, and wanting everyone to throw him out. So it just makes zero sense that he just had enough of all of us and thought he'd hide someplace. It just makes no sense at all.
You've seen footage of Jeff? I can't see links if you post it. You'd have to post, like, you see this part where it says slash, or on your link, after youtube.com, it'll say like /watch. Or maybe it says like /short or something. I think I'd be able to copy and paste that. Yeah, let me see if I can copy that. It's Insta? Oh, I don't have Instagram, so I wouldn't be able to see it. On Facebook, somebody posted Aajonus talking to Jeff while filming him. Oh.
We're making this video, and
okay. We could watch The Doctors or Ripley's. Aajonus Ripley's, believe it or not. Here we go, right here. I thought there used to be a higher quality version of it. The truth behind Aajonus Vonderplanitz's death. That's actually pretty relevant. It's not a bad one to watch. It's kind of interesting.
If you're on a certain side of social media, you probably know who this guy is. He's Aajonus Vonderplanitz, the man who developed the Primal diet. He spent decades challenging mainstream nutrition, promoting raw milk and raw meat. Then on August 28, 2013, he fell from a balcony in Thailand and died. Officially, Aajonus' death was ruled a tragic accident. However, a number of strange incidents have raised questions about what really happened. In this video, we'll take a closer look at those strange incidents and explore why some believe he was assassinated. Born in 1947, Aajonus spent much of his life dealing with serious health problems.
Well, I was dying of multiple myeloma, so I ate raw meat to kill myself, and it did just the opposite.
That belief eventually evolved into what became known as the Primal diet, a lifestyle centered around raw meat, raw dairy, eggs, honey, fruits, and vegetable juices. Over the following decades, he built a loyal following through books, seminars, and private consultations. But Aajonus wasn't only known for nutrition. He became a major advocate for food freedom and raw milk access, frequently criticizing government regulations and mainstream health authorities.
What do you have most of your investments in? Where are your stocks in? When you find out they're pharmaceuticals, your answer is right there. We probably have 5 or 6 centers out of 535 who don't have investments in the pharmaceutical industry. Think about that.
His involvement with the famous Rawsome Foods raids in California only increased his reputation as someone willing to challenge powerful institutions. To many supporters, he wasn't just promoting a diet, he was fighting a system. And according to Aajonus himself, that system wasn't always happy about it. This was when strange things started to happen. According to Aajonus, while staying in a hotel during his travels, he was assaulted and injected with an unknown substance. Several people close to him later claimed they noticed a decline in his health afterward, including weakness in one of his arms. Then came another incident not long before his death. Aajonus and his girlfriend were driving at night, when their vehicle suddenly left the road and entered a body of water. After examining the vehicle, Aajonus believed there were signs of sabotage, and for people who already believed he was being targeted, the sequence of events appeared pretty strange. First the injection, then the vehicle incident, and then came Thailand. By 2013, Aajonus was spending significant time in Thailand, where he owned a rural property far away from major cities. He reportedly hoped to transform the land into a healing center where people could learn about health, nutrition, and the lifestyle he promoted. But the project never reached its full potential. On August 28, 2013, Aajonus was at his home in rural Thailand with his girlfriend when the accident happened. He had stepped out onto the second-story balcony and at one point leaned against the railing, which reportedly gave way. His girlfriend briefly turned away, and moments later she heard a loud crashing sound. When she looked back, the railing had broken, and she heard him moaning.
That's like actual pictures of it, right? It's the spot where it was.
From below. She immediately ran outside and found him on the ground. He had suffered.
Pick was very sus. It does look kind of sus. It's interesting how I don't know, how all the pieces of the railing are laid out like that. Like, wouldn't you think it would fall a little bit more, like once it hit the ground, it would fall a little funnier? I don't know.
Suffered a severe spinal injury near the upper back and was unable to move his legs.
Perfectly cut, look at it. Well, I mean, it's a whole section of the fence, you know. When you say perfectly cut, wait, what does the actual part look like here?
Onto the second
it's hard.
story
It's really hard to
and at
determine.
one point leaned against.
Like, you can't really tell how it's put together. Like the middle piece, like this piece in here, you can't really tell how that's. Is it in like a groove in the bottom rail? Yeah, it looks like it goes. They go into like a groove in the bottom rail. But I guess the railing was weak up at the top, according to that lady. She said that it was like the screws were barely in the posts. Leaning against it, falls down. Also, she said there was no bottom. Remember? She's like, there was no bottom. There was no bottom. When we were on the balcony, we were having dinner. I noticed that no bottom to the railing, and he fall down. Clearly, this has a bottom. See, like, this doesn't have like a middle. You know, so I don't know. It's very confusing.
The railing, which reportedly gave way. His girlfriend briefly turned away, and moments later she heard a loud crashing sound. When she looked back, the railing had broken, and she heard him moaning from below. She immediately ran outside and found him on the ground. He had suffered a severe spinal injury near the upper back and was unable to move his legs.
Time for dinner.
He was taken to a local hospital where he remained conscious for several days.
He still talk. He you know, giving information, you know, recipe, what she make the food for him. He's taking food.
His torso was wrapped to stabilize the spine, and only one X-ray was performed.
Raw wood. You should have used raw wood, exactly.
Before he refused further scans. Doctors recommended surgery, but he declined. During this time, he was still alert, received pain injections, and continued following his own dietary instructions. Reports also mentioned that he vomited food mixed with blood. On the third day, he insisted that...
Yeah, I think that lady is his girlfriend. Because she says that she was like there with him.
His girlfriend traveled to Bangkok for a court-related matter.
When she came
so back... It's his girlfriend being interviewed by his son. That's really interesting. He said he was his son, so like... People say that maybe he didn't mean literally, but he said literally. When you say literally, you mean literally, right? Not his son?
He already on a coma.
Why would he say that?
She never get a chance to talk to him. He already in a coma after she went.
While she was away, his condition rapidly deteriorated and he slipped into a coma. He was placed on IV support, and by the time she returned, his condition had become critical. His breathing weakened and his blood pressure steadily dropped until resuscitation efforts were eventually stopped in the early hours of August 28th in Thailand. After Aajonus' death, several friends traveled to Thailand to inspect the property themselves. According to their accounts, the house was poorly constructed, the balcony was unsafe, and the railing appeared extremely weak. Some described the property as an accident waiting to happen. After seeing the location with their own eyes, they became convinced that the official explanation was correct.
You had seen the scene, you had seen the place, you'd seen the property, and it made total sense that this was simply an accident.
It was a long fall.
So it was 12 feet, 14 feet.
Still laying there, the rail was still laying on. He only had one rail.
The thing wasn't secure.
The nails were only that far into the posts on both sides. I mean, it was very unsafe.
And to this day, no evidence has ever surfaced.
I don't understand why they're talking about they had one rail. When you look at the picture, it looks like a normal, well-constructed area of the balcony. Right? What does he mean it had one rail? What does he mean by rail even?
When she looked back, the railing had broken, and she heard him moaning from below. She immediately ran outside and...
You had seen the scene, you had seen the place, you had seen the property, and it made total sense that this was simply an accident.
It was a long fall.
So it's 12 feet, 14 feet.
Still laying there. The rail was still laying on. He only had one rail.
The thing wasn't
the
secure
nails
very
were only
well.
that far into the posts on both sides. I mean, it was very unsafe.
And to this day, no evidence has ever surfaced proving foul play. No proof that anyone sabotaged the balcony or caused the fall, but the theories never disappeared. He claimed he had enemies. He claimed people had threatened him. And he claimed there had already been attempts to harm him. For many followers, the balcony accident wasn't suspicious because of the fall itself. It was suspicious because of everything that happened before it. The claimed hotel assault, the mysterious vehicle incident, his battles with regulators, his activism for raw milk and food freedom, and his belief that powerful interests opposed what he was doing.
Very interesting. Notice how we have 1K view. They really don't want us drinking. Drinking what? I'm surprised this has so few comments. Wait, it says 46 comments, but it was 36 replies to this one. Aajonus faked his death like other actors. For example, John Candy retired his character and took over as Trump for Elvis, who finally died after faking his own death in the 70s. Holy. Where's Primal Diet? Do you guys want to watch the second Primal Diet workshop, or should we watch something else? I think I might do the second Primal Diet workshop if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Fermented pea. Detox simulator. Once my arm is good, we'll check it out. Jay the Asshole is big on celebrities faking their deaths. Witness his recent video on Dolly Parton. That guy is like always saying something's a conspiracy though. No Ripley's. Oh, we'll do Ripley's real quick. We'll do Ripley's real quick. I think it's lower. There he is.
The bacteria that grows on spoiled
oh wow, it's so quiet.
Looks something like this. Not very appetizing, huh?
I was putting like a gain filter because it's so quiet.
Ripley's dined with a man who believes that a healthy diet consists of eating rotten meat. Wait till you see what's inside this guy's refrigerator.
What would you do if you went to the fridge for a snack and saw this? If you're Aajonus Vonderplanitz, you grab a fork and dig right in. Believe it or not, he's been eating the foulest food he can find for the last 3 decades. In fact, the meat he eats every day is intentionally rotted for over a year. As a child, Aajonus was constantly getting sick, and he fought through years of frustrating illness.
By the time I was probably 6, 7 years old, I developed colds and flus that would last from 3 to 5 months.
Then, in the late 60s, Aajonus was diagnosed with deadly lymphoma cancer. He immediately began a series of radiation treatments to halt the deadly disease.
You predicted 6-7?
But the cancer kept on spreading.
I have to go back.
Fearing the end was near, Aajonus set out to travel the
Actually,
world.
I won't go back. I'll just let you guys have that.
While in Alaska, members of a local Inuit tribe took him in. According to their custom, they encouraged the dying man to eat a remedy of raw, rotten meat.
It stunk like dead animal. And I mean, it was horrendous. I couldn't get within 5 feet without wanting to vomit. I thought I was having a near-death experience, so I went and lied down at my campsite and woke the next day and I wasn't dead and I felt better.
Feeling like a new man, Aajonus decided to explore in depth the world of putrid meats and organs.
The world
he discovered
of
there's
putrid
actually
meats?
a science to this diet of decomposition.
Well, bacteria, virus, and parasites feed on degenerative tissue. So it helps you get rid of the poisons that are in the body. It's like the vultures and crows. They feed on degenerative animals. They don't go around attacking healthy animals.
Now, preparing food is a simple process. He chops a variety of animal parts into cubes. These he places in jars with plenty of airspace. Then, Aajonus lets nature take its course.
You have to open it every 3 to 4 days to put more oxygen in it to keep the bacteria moving.
The meat's not ready until mold and bacteria have done their dirty work for at least a month. But a warning, eating any spoiled food can be extremely dangerous, even deadly. Don't try this at home. In fact, it's a putrefaction process so hazardous that food safety specialist Jeff Davidson simply cannot support it.
I'm guessing a lot of people are going to be concerned with things like an E. coli, a salmonella, even botulism. Maybe you're going to vomit. You may have some days of diarrhea.
All right, this is a buffalo heart chopped up.
Oh, whoa.
Some of Aajonus's favorite meats decay in their own juices for over a year.
This is cod livers. This is about a year and 3 months old.
Though doctors warn that consuming spoiled food could lead to illness or even death, Aajonus claims his afflictions have miraculously disappeared. A situation he attributes to consuming spoiled cuisine. As strange as it may sound, with each bite of rotten flesh, Aajonus says he only gets stronger. This rotten meat eater has even written a how-to book
rotten
about
meat
his unique
eater.
diet.
That's who he is. He's just this rotten meat eater.
And not only that, he's a certified nutritionist, actually counseling patients to improve their health. But even with all the positive benefits he attributes to eating rotten flesh, Aajonus does have one important piece of advice.
You don't want to do it in your house because it'll stink your house up.
Believe it.
Ah, there we go. This made it seem like he only ate rotten meat. Yeah, they definitely had they had a topic for the video. Sorry, I don't want to destroy your ears. The problem with YouTube is that like every single YouTube video is like a different audio level. It's so annoying. Thank you. Thank you for the blessings. Isn't there a stable volume option I have in most videos?
Bodily functions, the endocrine glands are for emergencies, not for normal use. You get your energy from fats, proteins, carbohydrates. But in emergency situations, you will have endocrine gland activity.
Hormones that they make and dump directly into the bloodstream, then the bloodstream delivers them. That's why with adrenaline you can pump a lot of action or a lot of emotion, anger or joy or delight, manic depression, whatever you want. You get to experience it if you've got those hormones pumping.
Favorite horror movie?
Depending upon the condition of your body. So
maybe like The Shining.
Those glands.
Is that a psychological thriller or a horror? I don't know.
Are there to deliver hormones for different physical activity. Adrenal glands is usually muscular. Thymus, thyroid is usually to keep the heart and the lungs going. Your heart and your lungs go all the time, whether you're sleeping or not. Pituitary is involved in keeping the nervous system going all the time, sleeping or otherwise. Pineal gland, don't quite, everybody says it's the seat of consciousness, but I don't know anybody conscious enough to tell me if that's true or not. So, and I'm not conscious enough to know yet. So maybe someday I will. The spleen, I didn't talk about the spleen. The spleen, just like the gallbladder, it's a reserve of blood. The spleen does not manufacture blood. Blood is procreated in your bone marrow. Cellular division of red and white blood cells and growth of them happen till maturity in the bone marrow. Once they're matured, then they're delivered into the bloodstream, red and white blood cells. The spleen is a reserve of red blood cells. Let's say you have an accident. You were swinging from tree to tree, and one limb cut your throat, and you had a terrible bleed. You have about a pint of blood in reserve there so that you don't get weak and tired and get anemia from one bleed. Or another thing that can happen is you get very cold. So the kidneys start removing the excess H2O to thicken the blood, and the spleen dumps a lot of red blood cells into the bloodstream to thicken it, to stay warm. It can also remove red blood cells if you get too hot, to cool the body. And then the kidney will stop filtering out the H2O and allow more water to stay in the body to thin the blood so that it can stay cooler. So all these things.
Oh wow, that's actually crazy. I had no idea. Tomorrow marked 13 years since you passed. It's very fitting that we're doing this today then.
Very simple. But when you get toxic, then they start doing things that they don't normally have.
Actually, is that true? I'll trust you.
They have to work a lot harder and do jobs.
I'll trust you. I was about to ask the Primal diet thing.
When you clean the body, and cleansing is a big problem, detoxification, get poisons in the body.
Let me ask the clanker. Is that true? Is there a study?
The waste. Talked about the lymphatic system. But the lymphatic system doesn't do it just by magic. It has bacteria, it has virus, it has fungus. There are all types of microbes that join in helping do that. It's like the intestines are the environment for the digestion, but all the bacteria, all the villi, all the secretions, all of that works
Everyone
to
needs
digest
to eat poop.
food.
Yeah.
Parasites.
You should be doing this tomorrow.
Are to help you digest food.
We did it a day early.
Eat you up. They're not to kill you.
We're celebrating his last day
They help every animal's
on Earth.
digestive system.
Last
and that
full
can
day.
be proved if you go to Joel Weinstock, Dr. Joel Weinstock, who is a gastroenterologist at Iowa University. Over 20 years ago, he started noticing, he came from a farm background, and he noticed that the pigs at the agricultural department in his college were very sick. They were too clean, he surmised, because they had no trichinosis. They didn't have anything that was natural to the pigs that are out wallowing in the mud with all their bacteria and parasites. And all those animals were happy. So he took some of the trichinosis from these farm animals and introduced it into the intestines of these overly clean pigs. And they got happy and healthy again. So he got a permit from the FDA to try it with 6 people, 6 humans. And those humans had to have been under medical treatment for at least 10 years, up to 32 years. He chose 6 people that had suffered with inflammatory bowel syndrome from 10 to 32 years. If anybody knows inflammatory bowel syndrome, it's almost everything you eat and drink causes an allergy. It'll cause vomit, diarrhea, or severe nausea. Headaches, a lot. Intestinal cramping, a lot. Almost all the time. Anything you eat or drink, even water. So the FDA says that you have to be treated by the medical profession.
Oh, thank you, Alt. I appreciate that.
Before you're allowed to do anything else. Now that isn't a bunch of horse. I don't know. You know. Oh well, you have to suffer with our system, even if it doesn't work for 10 years. You know, then you can go do something else. Not good. But he gave 6 people trichinosis, and we're told trichinosis, worst thing you could have, kill you. Destroy your intestines, kill you. 5 of the 6 people in 1 week were completely symptom-free. People who suffered for up to 32 years were symptom-free in 6 days.
That's incredible.
One person didn't respond. He didn't have any side effects, no problem with the trichinosis. But
yeah, I can do
all
polls.
The other 5 got well. And guess what? They were back 6 months later asking for more because they started getting symptoms again because they kept to their old way of eating. They didn't adjust it. They just kept doing what they had done all their lives, doing the same old garbage, eating the same old stuff.
Favorite color?
So they started getting symptoms again. Now, if you go onto the University of Iowa, or
you want to see
I
something?
don't think you can get it right off their website, but there's a group of doctors who now culture it, and you can buy it off the internet. Get your own little supply, your own little pets for your intestines. Now, what do parasites do? Intestinal parasites like that, they eat some of the meat to pre-digest it for you because you're not
really
well
good
enough to do it on your own. Now, that happened with, when cavemen were around because they didn't eat meat as often as they needed to, or as we do, 3 times a day.
Is that a good poll? Did I do it right?
Every other day or every 3 or 4 days.
I didn't want it to be too hard.
When they finally got the meat into the system, they would eat and gorge so much, they had the
Holy crispy!
The excess fat, but
thank you, crispy. I appreciate that.
Hydrochloric acid to digest all that meat. That's where parasites come in. Tapeworms. Trichinosis.
I won't.
All of these things help you digest food. Now, there's plenty of research. Now, you can look it up. Look under whipworm, trichinosis, state of Iowa, and you will come up with a lot of hits on the last 12 years.
I don't know.
On the research that's been done.
Somebody's donated NOK before. I don't know what it's from.
I'm not saying that's the way to get it. I suggest my clients take a piece of small intestine
Norwegian
of a pig and eat about 1/2 cup, and that's all it takes for most people. 1/2 cup about every 5 to 6 months. Then their pollution is so bad that's dumping from their body into their intestines. All the trichinosis gets poisoned with all the garbage in our environment, So then you have to breed some new ones or introduce some new ones into yourself. An example of that is the vaccine when I was 18 months old that caused me to be autistic. It also caused chronic constipation at that point. That the formaldehyde does that.
CODIS
reviews. In the
reviews.
intestinal wall. So the formaldehyde went to my intestines and destroyed almost all the E. coli in my intestines. So my brain and nervous system weren't developing. That along with the mercury and the aluminum went into my brain. The way I know that is because I felt it. I started having headaches right at the center about 6 hours after I got the shot. And people say, you remember at 18 months old? I told my mother, I remember the day I was born. She says, you're full of it. You're telling stories again. I said, well, I have stories to tell. Doesn't mean they're not true. So I said, Mom, think about this. When I came out, there were Venetian blinds right on the left side as I was coming out, and I was coming back looking at the ceiling. And the sun was coming right over the horizon, right through the Venetian blinds.
I'm sorry, what baby remembers the blinds, the type of blinds that were in the medical room.
Her jaw hit the floor because that's exactly what
The
happened.
Hospital room or whatever. The delivery room.
I remember everything. I may have been an idiot communication-wise, but in the brain I was very aware of all that.
An Aajonus baby.
Yes, I remember all those shots. I lost some track of
Bro,
time.
he was getting a little triggered. He was like, Mom, why do you think I always make things up? Just because I tell stories doesn't mean they're not true.
Between the age of 3 and the age of 6. Some of that time was lost after a few more
Is bro serious?
Then I picked it up again after that. Anyway, parasites. I had constipation from 18 months old all the way up until 3 years ago. Almost 2.5 years ago. When I was a child, before I went on to a raw diet, I had a bowel
Bro had the worst
every
life.
3 to 5 days. And when it came out, it was like granite, big as my fist. My rectum was 2 inches of scar tissue by the time I hit 2 years old.
My rectum was 2 inches of scar tissue by the time I hit 2 years old. It came out like granite, like this, the size of my fist. I didn't shit right until 18 months old to 2 years ago. What? Like granite, like this. My rectum. 2 inches of scar tissue.
I mean, 20 years old.
I mean,
2 inches of scar tissue completely around the rectum.
Completely around the rectum.
Every time I had a bowel movement, I bled.
Every time. Oh, the video's a little quiet compared to your mic? Oh, okay, I can fix that.
So about 2.5, and then I went on to a raw diet.
Sorry about that.
I moved every day.
Thanks for pointing it out.
Sometimes a day. But that first part of the day, after a long night's sleep, and not going from about probably 3 o'clock on.
Autism, cancer, hemorrhoids, constipation, paralysis, double heart attacks. It's like, what? So they act like he's crazy for saying that we'll gladly eat the raw meat that he recommends. Well, like, you can say, like, some things you say are right, but then other things you say, it's just like, it's very hard to believe, you know? Come on, you can't say that's not crazy. You have to say that's crazy. Perfect. Okay, good.
It was hard and big.
Big.
I was doing some experiments fermenting food, fermenting grain and fermenting milk, because when you want to clean out something,
2 inches of scar tissue
and parasites are your best advantage. Why? Because they consume toxicity 100 times their weight. Parasites can eat 100 times their weight in 24 hours and pass only 1 to 5% waste. That's like eating 100 pounds of food a day and having a 1 pound bowel movement the next day, or to a 5 pound bowel movement.
Pour one out for my homie.
That's efficient, isn't it? Pretty amazing. Okay? And all of that
we need some Hennessy.
that they give is
need some Hennessy to celebrate
digested matter.
Well, to celebrate Aajonus' death, I meant to remember Aajonus.
Because we put that into our body, and that feeds the brain and nervous system.
He said, bro, who is actually sitting here at these talk shows and taking notes? 2 inches scar tissue.
Rapidly and readily. So,
to commemorate, yeah.
Celebrate. As janitors eating dead tissue. And
I'm glad Aajonus died. No.
Job, but that's what they will do to help us clean the system.
Good. Fuck that guy.
I decided that I would.
Tomorrow we're gonna have a full. It's gonna be a full stream, 8 hours of just shitting on Aajonus.
Create bacteria by fermenting all the foods that I ate a lot of. When I was a kid, I ate a lot of milk. I loved milk, and I would down the half gallon to a gallon a day.
I'm the one who pushed him.
Or whatever.
So
I decided
tomorrow's stream is going to be I pushed Aajonus off the balcony.
Since I was an avid cereal, and then when I went off on my own, a bachelor, sometimes I'd eat 2 boxes of cereal.
We hate him now.
Nothing else but milk and cereal, you know. And I was a junkie because I was diabetic. You know, I was eating. I'd put 4.
Am I still live? I got that Primal endurance, bro. Look, Aajonus gave 8-hour lectures. I pushed Aajonus off the balcony. I give 8-hour live streams.
tablespoons of sugar in sugar.
Except I don't have 2 inches of scar tissue on my rectum.
You know, it was that bad. So
what does that even look like?
You know, I was fermenting.
Is it like jutting out? Is it jutting out? Like extends outwards? How do you even sit down?
And eating it, and I realized that wait a minute.
I've never tried the bone formula.
Tapeworms.
You spelled it right the first time.
Third world people who live mainly on cereals and grains. Maybe I can finally get a parasite. You know, because I've been attempting to get parasites. I've eaten parasites.
Wait, you spelled it wrong both times.
Because I had radiation therapy and chemotherapy. Anytime a parasite would start to eat something, they would be killed. So I had to use other means of cleansing, which is mainly virus, and I'll get into those later. Let me finish with the parasites. So I forced myself to get tapeworm, and sure enough, I downed all this. I mean, I let that milk.
You had a Timothy?
With some Macau powder in it, which is a root herb from South America, which reacts like cereals. So I fermented my milk with this Macau powder in it, and when I popped the cork of it, the top of the milk, I just went to smell it.
Aajonus? Aajonus, what was he, Egyptian?
Sure it got. The alcohol literally burned my sinuses. My eyes turned red and watered, and I got a headache. That's how fermented it was. So I thought, okay, well, I'll drink it. So I stupidly drank 3 cups. I didn't say, well, let me do a half a cup and see what happens. I had 3 cups. And the next day, I was supposed to be on a plane for Hanoi. So here I am on the plane with hives, huge hives, itching all over, going crazy. So as soon as I got off the plane in Hanoi, I got some tomatoes, put them in the refrigerator, and some cucumbers, and I had took some vinegar with me because I knew that I was going to have hives very quickly after drinking all that fermented stuff. So I'm there in the hotel room rubbing every hour, either rubbing slices of cold tomato on these hives are all over my butt and all over my stomach, all over this area right here. And I mean, these things are huge, big as my hand and as high as the hand off the skin. And I refused to scratch them. I wanted to see what was coming out. I didn't want my own nails and stuff to be in it. So I'm putting the cold cucumber and tomato slices on, mixing it around, because every hour it would get insane. And then other times I was getting into a cold bathtub with vinegar in it, and rubbing that on and soothing it. So that went on for 3 days. Then all of a sudden I noticed in the toilet I had this little noodle. And I said, I don't eat noodles. I've got a tapeworm. So I started jumping for joy.
I don't eat noodles.
Here's this little noodle, and I can see.
I said, I don't eat noodles. I started jumping for joy.
And if they drop on, they'll dry up like a piece of rice in about 5 hours. It looks just like a little piece of rice. You got this big, long, link of a tapeworm, and tapeworms get pretty long. So I was there in Hanoi about 6 days, and I got a craving on the 7th day, the day I was supposed to leave.
You're right, Crispy. I should do that. Honestly, it's a good idea. Like it might be worth, like doing it myself. It just takes so much time. It's like, why am I going to live stream for like 4, 6, 8 hours and then like make clips and stuff? Like you basically have to pay somebody to do that. It's a lot of work. I've tried doing that in the past. I had good luck with it. I had like one video, one like clip from a stream go viral on TikTok. I should have kept it up, but I don't know. Hives the size and depth of his hand, he says. Elevate says, everyone shit Aajonus, but they are still doing worse than him. Varies how much toxins. Oh, I'm interrupting.
Who sits down and eats an onion like an apple? So I had this craving, so I sat down, ate this half of an onion like an apple. About 6 hours later, I get the runs.
Bro, it's just so intuitive.
Shooting. What came out? 48 feet of tapeworm.
48 feet of tapeworm. Bro just intuitively knew time to eat an onion and then pooped out 48 feet of tapeworm. Was this before or after the 2 inches of scar tissue around his rectum?
So I pull it out of the toilet. You know, the hotel room I was in was all wood. I mean, everything, the ceiling, everything was gorgeous.
Oh, gosh.
For almost nothing, you know, $12 a day. So I spread it out on the floor so I could measure it to see how long it was. You know, because it shrinks pretty quick. So
Bro pulled it out of the toilet and then spread it out on the floor. Keep going, keep going.
Finished. It was probably about 45 feet, and I figured it shrunk about 3 feet.
Then Scott Hall came and made a YouTube short. Or it's an Instagram reel.
47, 48 feet.
And then...
So I was all depressed, and I got rid of my friend. I finally got a parasite, and here I got rid of him.
Bro! Do you guys know who Harland Williams is? Harland Williams? Harland Williams, he has a funny bit on the Joe Rogan show where he talked about how he had like this long tapeworm. And he like had a name for it and everything. This is basically what Aajonus is doing.
And, you know, but I never had constipation since that day. Never had constipation. Then about...
Bruh, that's how he cured his constipation. The story. That's insane.
4 weeks later, I see another segment. So,
he's
I know
bigger.
He's still alive in there. He, she is still alive, you know, because they're bi. So, you know, I knew he was still in there. So, it must have been 3 months. Had a bowel movement. About 50 feet came out.
They can be 50 feet.
Spreading it out on the floor, measuring it. You know, it was about 50 feet. And that's the last I saw of him for about 2 years. But I
don't believe it. I'm sorry.
Since that day that I got him. Can you imagine? Everything was nice sized. I could go. Everything was nice. No hardened right there in the tissue. No lethargy. I had more.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What is the probability of having a 50-foot tapeworm, multiple heart attacks, like severe autism, the inability to talk, a coyote who feeds you raw meat when you're on your deathbed? You know what I'm saying? What is the probability of all of those happening to one person?
I felt better. Going to the bathroom was
Cancer?
A pleasure instead of pain. Full experience.
I mean, what else? The list goes on and on.
And that was a joy. So here, you know, a parasite helped me. It helped these people with IBS. You have to consider that the bullcrap that's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry is intending to sell drugs. A diabetic. They say you're going to be a diabetic forever. The father of modern medicine, Hippocrates, used raw milk to cure all cases of diabetes. Put them on an all raw milk diet. Diabetes would turn around in six to 10 weeks. Every case, even if it were juvenile diabetes where an adolescent started with it or a child started with it. It was cured within 6 to 10 weeks.
A monk says, no regular tapeworm of that size has ever been found in humans, only fish. Let's actually look it up, because he did say it. I mean, I trust Among, you know, but... Only fish tapeworms, which are the width of a pin. He's describing mammalian tapeworms, which is genuinely not possible. He's bugging. The probability of all 5 of these events happening to the exact same person, we get the math here, it's 0.0000024%. Putting people on the rice only like does this, by the way. Oh, Hippocrates cured his sister autism using raw milk in only 6 weeks.
Pharmaceutical industry gets $1,200 a month. You're paying them $1,200 a month. It's a pretty good piece of money.
The longest tapeworm ever documented from a human. The commonly cited maximum is around 25 to 30 meters. 82 to 98 feet, although records are poorly documented. Some historical claims are from AI. Oh.
They don't want to let it go.
Well, who knows?
So they don't want
Anyways, I'm just trying to say, even if it is true, it's so unlikely that it's absolutely
insane. What
insane.
they're in the market for. And don't think that they're compassionate for 1 minute.
Dev is right, but it's a fish tape.
And if you see, you know, you've heard about the cigarette industry, you know, putting things in their cigarettes to make people more addicted. Pharmaceutical industry is no better. They want you hooked. They want to make that money. Why they're so greedy? We talked about that before. Brain farts. What can I say? Something wrong, that the brain isn't working properly. It's malnourished, it is diseased, it is toxic. There are all kinds of reasons why people would do that to another person. Who can say? I was a very angry person. I mean, I used to think of a lot of harmful things to people that I don't anymore, you know, now that I'm healthier. So I think that most everything is a process of toxicity in the body malfunctioning and the frustration in the body cells. You've got 67 to 80 trillion cells in your body. And if you're overworking them, burdening them, making them toxic, your little slaves are going to be pretty upset, not very happy, you know, if you're not taking care of them. I guess they don't mind being slaves because they're our cells, but let's take care of them, you know, treat them right. Okay, so parasites. Then we have bacteria. Bacteria can eat 50 times their weight in 24 hours and pass about 5% of waste. Still a great deal. Incredible deal. Bacteria is responsible for a lot of digestion. The University of Toronto, in association with the Hospital for Sick Children of Toronto, has been using the veratoxin, the waste product from E. coli, to completely dissolve human brain tumors in 2 to 5 days, including the vessels going to them, the tumors. 2 to 5 days brain tumors. So what I have to say about that, E. coli is in shit, eat shit and live. It's kind of a misnomer when they say you shouldn't die, isn't it? And I've had many people who were not, their cancers weren't reversing, and they started eating some buffalo manure in the bowels, and with the bowel with it a little bit, and they started reversing their tumors in months. I mean, radically, the third within 2.5 months. That's shrinkage. And why? Why don't they come out and say, eat feces? Every other animal goes around licking each other and themselves every day. Feces. And why is E. coli so bad? It isn't. It's all a fiction. Why? Because there's a whole plan. Dow, Monsanto, Gulf and Western are programming you.
There's a conspiracy to prevent these companies from telling us to eat poop. Is that really what he's saying? I don't think most people want to eat any poop. Even if poop was healthy to eat, I still wouldn't eat it. It doesn't matter like what evidence you give me. Like, I'm not eating poop, you know? If you're smart enough, you're going to follow what health, not his stories. I mean, if you ignore the fact that somebody makes shit up, that's not good. Health-wise, I think no one have reached Aajonus level. How can you prove that? What level? What is the level that he reached? I don't understand. And how is that? How can you prove that it's higher than anybody else's? Now, there's theories like TST that are confirming Aajonus stuff. Eating buffalo manure. Yeah, like I feel like you don't understand how religious that you sound, Elevate.
To mistrust anything that is natural. They want you afraid of bacteria. They want you afraid of parasites. They want you afraid of insects. They want you afraid of everything natural. So guess what? You'll stop organic farming and you'll grow everything with chemicals. And it's planned. It is well planned. Who is in bed with the media in the pharmaceutical industry? The agricultural companies, the oil. Gulf and Western owns most of the, in Dow, agriculture. These are chemical companies that are major agribusiness today. And they have one intention, and that is everything be chemically grown. And also they're manufacturing.
I think there's a big difference, though, between a fecal matter transplant and eating poop.
Manufacturing cloned animals, and they are patenting them. So guess what they're saying? Oh, you're going to have mad cow disease, we have mad deer, we have mad everything, so what we're going to have to do is outlaw all natural animals, and only those that are cloned are going to be allowed.
The difference being the wrong hole.
Santo gets a percentage of every pint of milk that comes out of a cow that they own the patent on.
Lying is lying, guys. If somebody is dishonest, that's just not good, period. Doesn't matter what they lie about.
Going to draw money from everything. And it's very planned, and you better believe it, because it's moving very quickly now. They're getting ready to outlaw a lot of things, and they have you so paranoid about nature and bacteria and everything that most people are going to let it happen, just like they let the Nazis take over Germany. Because they get the people believing it. The propaganda is there. Will you ever get a good, healthy food again without chemicals in it? Not unless you own property and have a farm. And I suggest that everywhere I go and speak, people get together and start putting farms together. Even if you don't grow the stuff yourself, you get a farmer there that you pay to do it. Because you're not going to get access to anywhere, because it will be outlawed. I am fighting it in every state. And I've won in every state so far, because I put a bunch of clubs together with right to choose healthy food, and we put farms together.
Most people aren't questioning his health advice. It's his life stories they question. Well, no, people do question both his life stories and his health advice. For instance, we went over one earlier in the video where he claimed that, what was it? When he was talking about AGEs, he made a very basic claim. He says, we absorb 70% to 90% of AGEs. No context. The study that he was referring to was a study that said that we have actually absorbed 10% of the AGEs that we eat, and only 70% of those AGEs are like stored or something, or I don't know. But he even like there are health things too that we could even analyze. Like I even said it before, we could do a whole stream just going over each and every one of his statements and then analyzing it to see where it comes from. And it's not necessarily lying, but he's misreading the data to support his claims, which I don't know, that is kind of lying. Like if I did that, I'd feel like a liar.
And we own the people who own the farm, who have the lease on the herds and the animals. It's their food. They're not buying and selling food. It's their food. They're paying the farmer to take care of their cows, their milk, their product, their eggs, their meat, and then just give it to them. And they pay them for the service of doing that. So that's the way we set it up. The state of Michigan, Illinois, Ohio, and Illinois came after my farmers in the last 6 months, and I beat everyone in court. And you've got to do it too. I can take care of a lot of people, but I can't take care of everybody. You have to find farmers who are
most of the studies are done by food companies. But no, that's not even the point. The point is that he took a study. I'm not saying that there's any study that disproves him. He misread a study and then says it like it's the truth to support his claims of consuming cooked food results in your body storing 70% of the AGEs. No, I agree. Like nutrition science generally sucks.
With you, or you get land and you start them yourself. And that's what.
And we could go. I mean, I should do a full stream where we actually go over that, because I think it'd be very informative. going over all of his points, not trying to disprove him, but just trying to find all of these things that he claims, all these sources that he claims, all these studies and things that he says that he got from some source.
Meats to kill the bacteria.
Because like you almost can't even find it.
Bacteria helps us digest.
And if you do find it, it's like, well, he misquoted it.
Nothing other than protein waste products that are poisonous. So they're going to poison our meats to save us from the very things we need to help us digest with, and that's bacteria. They tell us viruses are bad, and then at the same time they tell us to spray viruses on our meats to kill bacteria.
They're telling us salmonella is bad. Vion Products bought a license, Yale, and funded Yale to do experiments with salmonella for the last 15 years on reversing cancer with salmonella. 18 universities are now using it. Different smallpox virus, all kinds of virus and bacteria to reverse cancer. Just to eat salmonella. Let your eggs rot. Let your chicken rot. Eat your salmonella. It'll take care of you. It'll eat these dead cells that your body can't deal with unless you've had chemotherapy. It's not going to happen.
The point isn't even about, is Aajonus a good guy? Is Aajonus a bad guy? No. The point is that he has like fabricated almost certainly many different stories. We literally went over the AGE thing earlier. AGEs have been proven to be stored in the body forever. That's not true. AGEs are filtered out by the body. Using meat as a carb when the body turns protein into pyruvate has 0 AGE in the body.
Going to happen. Then your body has to use virus. But we'll get into virus after we do fungus. Fungus is the next. It's in between parasites and bacteria. It consumes about 75% of what a parasite eats, and it has about the same amount of secretions. But when
we literally went over it earlier. Look, we asked the most reputable source in the world, Copilot, and this is what Copilot said. Where do we get into AGEs? I don't know. Okay. We asked, do AGEs never leave your body? No. Advanced glycation end products, AGEs do not stay in your body forever. They accumulate, but your body also removes, recycles, and detoxifies continuously. What AGEs actually are. I'm not saying this is like 100% true, but it's like, this probably knows more than both of us. And what do you have to support the contrary? Trusting AI is hilarious. Well, I wouldn't take it for life advice, but like for like research, you know, like, I mean, what do you have to the contrary? Like, I'm just trying, like, what is the information you have to the contrary that actually says that AGEs never leave your body? Because there's nothing like that exists. I can almost guarantee it.
When they secrete, their fluids and their byproducts, their verotoxins, cause intense drying. That's why when you have athlete's foot, it's so itchy. When you have crot rot, that's fungus. That's a yeast infection. In women who have the yeast infection.
Okay, so find the unpopular information that supports whether AGEs leave the body. It's just a theory. Or sorry, stay in the body permanently. It's literally just a theory. So yes, like the official evidence, which is probably the only evidence, supports the fact that AGEs leave the body. I don't even understand why that would be like a controversial thing. But if there's alternative studies that actually prove it doesn't, and that stays in the body, then like I'd 100% be open to that, but like it just doesn't exist. So yeah, it is a glorified simple search tool. I'm not saying that it's the be-all end-all, but you have nothing to disprove it. You just make stuff up and say, because this is mainstream, I don't believe it. You know?
Issue and cause intense itching. If you have plenty of fat in your body, you're not going to have that reaction when that waste product is discharged from them. Your body will usually naturally dissolve it, neutralize it, and it'll pass out through the pores or out the mucus if it's coming from the vaginal area or the rectal area when you get that rectal itching. So all those yeast, candida, all this candida garbage, your naturopaths are just...
Yeah, that's a really good point, Chummy. You said sheep of a different herd. Normies believe anything AI says. You believe anything AI doesn't say. You know, like they're both equally as dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you can't make a claim, like for example, AGEs never leave the body. Okay, well the official science says that they do leave the body. So we're just supposed to trust, well, because Aajonus said it, it must be true, because Aajonus isn't AI, because Aajonus isn't the official version. Oh, it must be true? That is like, that's so, it's like, come on. It's so, it's blind, you know? It's like a blind statement. Makes no sense.
The medical profession. They have the bad guys.
The thing is, I'm not saying that I even trust the science, but I also don't trust Aajonus. Like, I don't trust any of them. First and foremost, Aajonus just made shit up.
And the bad guys aren't the chemicals. They're the natural things in nature. They are treated and they are programmed to think just like the medical profession, the allopathic method. Search and destroy. So your alternative therapists aren't much help because they're trying to destroy this, they're trying to destroy the candida, the parasites, everything that's natural in your body that's trying to work with you to get healthier. You have to forget all of that. You have to trust nature and realize the only thing that's causing you disease are the poisons that are coming from industry. That's medical, that's the agricultural industry.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say like I trust the official science, but it's like what Aajonus did was he looked at the study, misread it, and then he's trying to tell people this is true. That's crazy.
Puts chemicals in your food. I don't care if it's just coloring. Do you know what yellow dyes 16, 13, 5, 7 have? You know what makes it yellow? A heavy metal. A heavy metal that causes kidney cancer. Cadmium. Had a patient whose father, right over here, Jeff, had kidney cancer, right? Kidney cancer. So I said, Jeff, you want to know what caused your father's cancer? Take a piece of the kidney and send it to a lab and see what heavy metals are in it. Came back high in cadmium. You go on the internet, what kind of cancer does cadmium cause? Kidney cancer is one of the top. So anytime I want to know why my patient has cancer, I take some of their vomit, their diarrhea, if they're having diarrhea at the time, or some of that tissue that has cancer in it, or the actual tumor, take a piece of that and have it analyzed. Had one patient, thought she was going to live for sure. She was pretty young, only 38 years old. She was awfully thin when she came, but not extremely thin like Twiggy, but, you know, she wasn't skinny. She was just at a good weight. And for somebody who has cancer, I say, get fat. So I got her to put on 25 pounds, and I wanted her to put on 35, 40 pounds, you know, because the cancer was here in the breast. So she didn't do it. She only put the 25 pounds on. So when she started dissolving the tumor, and all the secretions started eating away at her tissue, she was vomiting and having diarrhea. And she was weak and in bed that whole time. And the vomiting was intense. It hurts, especially when you're throwing up poisons. So after 2 months of vomiting, I had to find out what was so toxic that she could be vomiting this violently, because I had only known one other girl who had done that. vomited like 11 times a day, 6 to 11 times a day, and that was Awanza, and she had 63 tumors in her body, and there were innumerable ones in her brain, so I understood all that heavy metal was dumping and causing her to vomit all the time. But this girl, I didn't know what. So I took that 4 ounces of vomit, sent it to the lab. The lab called me a week later and said, you know, when they finally got around to my sample, and they said, somebody's poisoning your patient. I said, what do you mean? He said, she has 3 times the lethal dose of thallium in that 4 ounces of vomit.
When you have the time, take a look at what I said about the marrow. Even the medical studies have confirmed it. It's a known problem in that community. Wait, when you talked about the raw vegans or fruitarians, homeschool. The question is, will you even have children? That's the real question.
3 times the amount that usually kills a person, of thallium. Thallium is a metallic mineral that's very much like mercury, but it's a cross between mercury and lead in its toxicity. And I said, no. Now I know why.
You will have 10 bikes.
Maker.
Civil War.
And she never wore
the chat is kind of like a civil war right now.
So all of that metal she was burning with her head right over it, breathing it in all of those years, all of that thallium, heavy metals, caused her cancer. And she didn't make it. She got down to 2.5 months of vomiting, and all of that. She was down to where she was starting to get too thin, and she just couldn't eat. She died because she couldn't eat. Cancer was all dissolved. It was the end of it. She couldn't eat. That's why I say, get fat, because you don't know what poisons are in your body that are going to come out and start moving. And if you don't have the fats to take care of it, you're going to have problems. So fat, 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 fat. Get rid of thin. I want to look good. I want to be thin. Forget it. It isn't healthy. If you've been on as long as I have and you've got most of the poisons out, you can be fat and not look it.
Watching this for like 2 hours straight is kind of crazy.
You know, takes a little time.
The Aajonus workshops, it's kind of rough. Like, I feel like you need to take a break, you know? Maybe we need a shorter video. I don't know if I can just watch the whole hour and 46 minutes of this again. We need to like break it up with something. Four hours, that's pretty good. Watch body fruit. Let's watch Wes. I know I see Wes down here in the corner. Meet the man who eats rummy and refuses to stop. Or this guy ate Primal. I'm not answering that question, Bugs. Dire trip?
Our next guest has quite the unique diet. For the last 5 years, he's been enjoying meals consisting of raw spleens, kidneys, and even raw chicken.
Yeah, that's right. You heard it right. Despite doctors' warnings, he claims his controversial diet has made him feel even better than ever, gives him the urge to howl like a wolf.
Well, let's dive into this wild story and find out why. Weston Rowe joins us now live from his home in Nebraska, and Dr. Zoe is with us here around the table. Morning to you both. Good morning. Just a quick reminder, if you want to have your say, you can scan the QR code on the screen right now. Good morning, Weston. Thank you so much. I know it's about 5:24 in the morning there, so thank you for getting up nice and early for us.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good morning, and thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Good morning. So tell us, how much meat do you consume in a week? Is it every single meal?
Yeah, we eat raw meat every meal here, and I do about 2 pounds a day, so about, I'd say, 14 pounds a week.
Right, and how long have you been doing this?
Don't talk about his beard, okay? My beard's so much better.
For Weston, and what was the catalyst for it?
Well, it's been about, I would say, 5.5 years. It'll be 6 years here in August. And what happened was I just kind of started having some health issues late in my 20s and early 30s, and skin problems and brain fog and fatigue and just a lot of issues that people face today. And I decided to take matters in my own hands and go ahead and address it with diet, because I knew that eating good food always made me feel better. And so I just kind of took one step at a time and basically ended up here.
Eating good food undoubtedly is going to make you feel better, but there's a big difference from eating sort of a broad range diet of fruit and vegetables and protein to then just sticking with the meat and then raw meat at that. How did you decide that that was going to be the route that you went down?
Yeah, it was like a path that I followed, and a lot of people end up here. It started with going gluten-free. That's a big movement. People cut out bread and grains and things like that. And I noticed a huge increase in my health by just cutting out gluten.
Yeah.
So I may have had some kind of non-celiac gluten intolerance or celiac disease or something going on. So I decided to take it a step further and cut out all carbohydrates. And so then they call that the carnivore diet. And I was cooking just meat and eggs and eating bacon and things like that all day long for about a month. And then I discovered the raw meat.
One thing that I've been wondering in my head for a while now is in that the frog study, when they were cooking the frogs, how much did they cook the frogs? Did they cook like the whole frog, or how did they cook the frog? Was it like a boiled frog, or was it like a seared frog, or like a, you know what I'm saying? I'm curious about that. I know that it reminded me of that because it was a charcoal frog. But did they like burn it to a crisp? How cooked was it? Because like if the cooked frog didn't digest whatsoever, because that's what it said. They said it basically didn't digest whatsoever. It's just interesting. Like I'm curious to like see this reciprocated or repeated.
Diet, which people claim makes you feel even better. So then I just stopped cooking my food and I felt even better right away. So I just ended up here and I just never stopped doing it.
So Weston, obviously we were actually talking about it in the break before we came to you, and we were talking about eating sushi and eating raw steak and steak tartare and things like that. We've all definitely done that, but you eat everything. What was it like the first time, I don't know, you ate chicken or something different? What was the kind of the taste like, and also just even the feeling?
The mental experience of doing that as well.
Yeah, well, I guess the first thing I ever tried was...
What was the taste and the mental experience like? He spends over $9,000 a year on a raw meat diet. That's pretty good, right? Isn't it? 9,000 divided by 12. Chat, what is 9,000 divided by 12? $700. Okay, that's kind of a lot. 750, 7. That's pretty expensive. Man, yeah, that's a lot of money to put into your food.
The steak, like a ribeye steak. I guess that's probably the easiest thing to start out with. Most people can usually handle that. And it wasn't too bad, really. Like, I had a little bit of I guess, kind of a gag reflex because it was such a new texture and flavor.
I wonder why he doesn't, you know how like Derek Nance just buys a whole animal and then butchers it? I wonder why he doesn't do the same.
It took a while for my palate to adjust to just the bland taste. Because we're so used to eating, salty, sugary foods our whole life. When we go back to what I believe is our natural diet, it can
all
be
his products will be free once he wins his $500 million lawsuit.
Shock. So it took me a while to adjust to the flavor.
Yeah, $750. Like I've definitely spent close to $750, but Maybe even more, like certain months, like, you know, buying the highest quality stuff that you can. That's a lot of money though.
And I actually gagged for a long time, but I knew it was the healthiest diet I could eat, and eventually got to the point to where it's very interesting. I actually really enjoy the flavors now.
And it's, as Kat was saying, it's about coming up to 5:30 in the morning.
Did that look convincing to you? He says, I really enjoy the flavors now. Then looked off to the side.
I knew it was the healthiest diet I could eat, and eventually got to the point to where it's very interesting. I actually really enjoy the flavors now.
And it's...
What is that? The facial?
As Kat was saying, it's about coming up to 5:30 in the morning.
It reminds me of that girl yesterday we watched. What was her name? Anne Vo, right? She was like, raw meat makes me happy. Raw meat tastes so good.
So it's breakfast time. I mean, the step from beef is one thing, but chicken is something else that you will eat raw. Was that a hard step to overcome, to actually take? Because we're told so often that you must cook chicken. Chicken can be really, really dangerous if it is eaten raw.
Yeah, that's a common thing that a lot of people believe, and I find it actually kind of funny because I've eaten like hundreds of raw chickens over the last 5 years, and I've never gotten what people call salmonella poisoning. So I think there's a lot more going on to the germ theory, that germs cause disease and you can get sick from eating raw meat. I think there's a lot more going on there than we're being taught, and right. I think I'm on a proof of that.
Okay. Yeah, I think you've got some chicken there, haven't you? You're going to eat some chicken for us for breakfast?
Sure, yeah. I got, this is a local raw pastured chicken breast, or this is a chicken leg. This is from a local farmer. I get everything from local farmers. And yeah, it's really nothing. It's pretty bland. It's not too bad.
Wow. So while you chow down on that for a second...
What's the texture like, Wes? Can I just ask, what's the texture like of that?
Well, I mean, it's just squishy and a little bit slimy.
It's like eating chicken. Dr. Zoe's here in the studio. Yeah. Now, it's an interesting point, isn't it? He thinks there's lots of things going...
Squishy and a little bit slimy. I feel like if we want to convince people to eat raw meat, we're gonna need to stop telling them that it's slimy. Like, raw meat shouldn't be slimy, should it? Why do we say this? I mean, it should be wet. Maybe a little wet from the water, but slimy? Like, people are gonna be thinking like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like green slime. Hydrating, juicy. There's so many better words that we could use. It's a little rancid. Tastes a little bit like shit, little slimy, slippery, slimy. It's gonna slip out of my mouth, you can feel it crawling out of my mouth. Has a bit of a kick to it.
Going on about germ theory and with regards to what's in there. We can't recommend everybody or anybody goes and eats.
Little gooey, slimy, repulsive.
Or chicken, right?
No, well, I would advise definitely not doing that. I mean, there's some things Weston said there. He's getting it from a local farmer. It's locally sourced. His farmer knows he's eating it raw, so I'm sure, there are certain things like that. If it's stored properly and looked after, you can reduce the risk. But we also know that in America, 48 million people every year end up getting foodborne illnesses. So things like salmonella, campylobacter, clostridium, hepatitis A, worms, especially with pork. There's a really nasty type of worm infection you can get from raw pork that can then go to your brain, into your eyes. So there are, we know, lots of infectious diseases that we see. I've seen patients who've had it, and there are certain things you can do to reduce the risk of that. But, we've all had a steak cooked rare.
Yeah,
I have.
That was what we were talking about.
And with red meat, these bacteria, these pathogens, only tend to survive on the outside, which is why it usually has to be seared all the way round. The difference with chicken is that those pathogens can travel all the way through the flesh, which is why it has to be thoroughly cooked. The same with mincemeat. You have to thoroughly cook it.
We're just going... What's that? Is that a kidney of some sort?
Is it kidney or is it liver?
Grass-fed beef liver.
Grass-fed beef liver. OK.
So, liver, very high in nutrients.
Why do primal people have this desire to eat in front of other people. I have it too, you know, like, I mean, it's a thing, right? It's like, you know, eat or whatever, but it's like, let me just eat in front of you. You know, it's like those people, they probably like McDonald's and stuff. Like, should they bring McDonald's too? Like, is it gonna, like, let me eat my McDonald's in front of you? Like, this is what we do when we talk about food. Like, we have to eat it in front of people to perform dominance. That's kind of what it is. It is definitely performative. You know, it's like going out in public eating raw meat. Like, okay.
It's something that some people may like to eat cooked. I wouldn't recommend
eating it with your bare hands. Imagine like this, like the black girl here. Like she brings in some like macaroni and cheese and just starts like shoveling it into her mouth. Like, this is what I eat, you know? Like, why do we do this? Just some big like salad with ranch dressing, like just like put it on her face.
Important point that people who are pregnant should not consume liver because it has toxic levels of vitamin
What
A.
about that point that Western makes that actually it's
why
not
can't
only...
why can't we talk about it without having to show people it 24/7, you know?
To improve his health.
And he just like keeps going, you know? Like he could have done it maybe one time and set it down just to show them like, yeah, you can eat raw meat, but it's like, yeah. Oh yeah, I really like raw meat and so slimy. Like, what are you gonna fart on camera too?
He feels euphoric when he's eating it, and actually it's made him, giving him energy, and it's cleared the brain fog, and he feels all around much better.
Yeah, exhibitionism fetish is kind of what it is.
My other
That's the dude who uploaded 2 videos of eating ramen on Memo. Look, people change, Satsui. All right. Look, I'm open-minded. All right.
Concerns about a diet that is 99% meat is nutritional
just enjoying some
deficiencies
food.
as well.
What's wrong with that? Well, I'm just saying, like, okay, he eats raw meat, great. She probably eats macaroni noodles. Is she gonna sit there and eat it with her bare hands on camera? Probably not. You know, why does he need to eat it with his bare hands? You know, why didn't he shower before the interview? You know,
the nutrients that we need as human beings that we can't get from animal sources. But I'm sure something Weston and I would very much agree on is that the typical modern day diet in the UK and in the US is...
Can you explain why Aajonus states that oysters are so good because of its minerals, which it obviously gets from the sea salt, but then sea salt is getting called toxic? I think even primal people agree that what Aajonus says about sea salt is like not complete and very misleading.
Far too much ultra-processed foods.
Yes.
I think in the US, it makes up about 70% now of a person's typical diet. And that is toxic to us. It's not...
So macaroni is not shocking? I don't know. It would be shocking, right? Like, what if they were interviewing somebody about eating macaroni? And he was just like eating with his hands. I just eat so much macaroni. It'd almost be more shocking, you know? He's like shoveling in his mouth.
Good for us. And one way to get rid of all those processed foods is to do a carnivore diet. I don't necessarily think it's the
It's like all over his shirt and all over his beard.
healthiest way. Some people go vegan and cut out all ultra-processed foods and can be very healthy as well. We are omnivores, so we are designed to be capable of eating both meat and plant foods, and you can cut out ultra-processed foods and do that, which I would pose as likely to be the healthiest option.
Weston, do you miss anything? Are you missing any food that you don't no longer eat? Ice cream, things like that?
Well, actually, we make raw ice cream here at the house. So we get raw milk and raw cream and raw eggs and raw honey, and we mix it all up and we make our own ice cream here. So we try to...
I would ask, do you eat it with your hands as well?
You know, sneak in little healthy snacks there.
And you've managed to get your girlfriend to do this diet as well with you, Weston, correct?
Yeah, and she's now my wife. And we have a baby.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I've heard of Darko.
Yeah, she does it. She does it too. We all eat it, and her health has never been better too. It's been such a fun journey.
And then if you have a young family as well, will they be? What will you do with the young family?
Oh, they're going to be eating with us as well, for sure. We're all going to be eating that way, definitely.
No, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that it's like it's performative, you know, and it's not necessary.
It's absolutely fascinating. Weston, thank you for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed your breakfast. It was extraordinary watching you eat it. I'm going to imagine what the flavour was like. And we should reiterate, particularly, Zoe, with the chicken.
Yes, and I think for anybody who, if they do go on to have a family...
His wife left him? I've never heard that before. I don't really follow him that much.
In pregnancy, this is not safe, and for children as well, they can't get all the nutrients they need from animal products alone.
We do not recommend that you eat raw chicken. Fascinating stuff. Thank you, Weston.
Thanks, Weston.
Zoe, thank you.
Thank you.
That was crazy. Hey, we got another one, guys. I got the world's smallest penis. That's next up. It's not topical, but I think it's funny, so we're gonna watch it.
Welcome back. Now then, here at This Morning, we've never shied away from tackling real life matters, and today we're talking about what might be the last taboo.
With the average UK penis size around 5.
Now we can all relate, right?
0.2 inches. Our next guest measures up to just 0.38 inches. For comparison, that's about
erect,
the size of garden pea.
Yeah, 38-year-old Michael.
He looks so sad. Oh no. Oh my god. What are we watching right now? What are we watching?
Michael Phillips was medically diagnosed with a micropenis in 2024, which he believes could well be the smallest in the world. It's left him unable to be intimate, and he's even had to try fat injections to see if that can help.
But while they proved unsuccessful, Michael wants to help other men feel better about their own bodies, and he's here now. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us, Michael.
Thank you so much. We've been talking about this. And it's so important that you're here and you're sitting on the couch and you're prepared to talk about it. Why is it so important to you?
Dude, no, you could actually see, like, the pain. This man has lived a very painful life.
I guess because it should be, like, known that it's a medical condition that can cause it, and that if more people realize that it was a condition when they're younger, that they could be taken and seen by a doctor and hopefully get treatment that would actually provide some level of help.
Because by the time you eventually got diagnosed and you actually spoke to a medical professional, they explained, unfortunately, it's too late for them to help with any medical intervention, wasn't it?
That's so shitty.
Yes.
How did that make you feel when you found that out?
It didn't make me feel very good because that was one of the main reasons why I went to the doctor to see if there was anything I could do to make it bigger. But what is available doesn't really provide much.
That's like, we're 2026, we still have penis enlargement. Well, I think we do, but it needs to be bigger than 0.38 inches. He just needs a new penis.
It's so difficult as well, I think, because...
Full shopping bag and stretches pickle downwards.
It's kind of the moment that you discover that, and knowledge is power, and then you can go and get some help. When did you first start to...
This almost looks like an Onion video, you know? This looks like it could be an Onion video. Man with the world's smallest penis, and then the whole time they would be like sitting there making like backhanded jokes at him, you know?
You realised that you had a really small penis?
I would say probably around high school.
Right.
And dealing with like girlfriends and stuff like that. But I was always like under the belief that like maybe like I'm a late bloomer.
Yeah.
Maybe one day it'll get normal size.
So you're waiting.
Bro, it's like you literally can't see it, and then you think you're a late bloomer. Like, maybe I'm just a late bloomer. It's like, it's not even there. I never thought for 1 second, like, maybe I've got a problem.
For puberty to have an impact, and that was going to happen.
And then it never did.
How do we know this is true if he doesn't show it? They should ask him that.
It just never did.
It just never did. Did you speak to your parents about it?
It just never
No,
really
I'm adopted.
did.
Okay.
And
oh, that's actually, this is so sad. Like, this is actually so sad. You know, we all talk about looks max, saying like, oh, I got a recessed jaw. This guy's like, I literally don't have a penis.
I didn't really talk to them about stuff like that.
So you didn't have a chance to share that with somebody that would have known you as well. What sort of impact did that have on you then, Michael, as a teenager and in your 20s when everybody's out there, all your mates are out there and they're meeting other people and they're exploring life and sexuality?
Just more like keeping it to myself. Like as I was younger and teen, 20s and stuff like that, I tried to like keep it to myself. I was always like single. Even though I had friends, they probably wondered why I wasn't dating. And I just didn't want to go through that.
I think being a teenager anyway is so difficult, like just with how your body's changing and your skin's normally terrible. I had one eyebrow too. Were you ever bullied at all? Or did anybody ever comment?
Bro, yeah. No, the news station knows exactly what they're doing by giving this guy a platform. They know that people are going to like make fun of it and laugh at it and, oh, haha, this guy's got a small penis.
Nobody, like I said, I kept it pretty secret, pretty much. There was a few girlfriends, like in high school or whatever, that knew about it. But as far as I know, like it never got around. Right. Like I didn't get picked on for it or anything because nobody knew.
So with regards to you've said that you have tried to initiate intimate relations, but it's just not feasible. How does the size of your penis affect your day-to-day life? What sort of impacts does it have?
Aside from like the not being...
How does it affect your day-to-day life? I don't know, dude. Don't you have a penis yourself? Probably has to sit down when he pees. Never has to worry about getting it caught in a zipper. Wait, his penis is small. What about his balls? That's a good question. So you have a small penis. How big are your balls?
Being able to like I can't go out, have a one-night stand. I can't go out and do things like that. But it also affects you with your ability to use the restroom, your confidence.
Because you can't urinate standing up, can you?
No, even sitting down can be tricky with cleanup and everything.
Right.
Oh,
so
no.
I think you were saying, and this is something that we'll be able to identify here, if you go to an NFL game or a huge sporting occasion, you need a stall to be able to go to the toilet, and that's not always an option.
No, it's not.
Michael, what about having relationships as well? Because that must be really tricky as to kind of when to broach the subject, when to say something. What do you say when you do that? How do you handle that?
I've probably tried every way possible. Like, you can be upfront, like right at the beginning. You can try to talk to somebody for a while and...
Man, that would be devastating.
Get a connection and then tell them.
No, this is actually like so sad.
Or sometimes you don't say nothing at all.
I mean, relationships between people, and often we talk about this, don't have to be physical to have a strong connection. And you've got plenty of friends that you do a lot of travel, don't you? So you explore the world and you're always investigating. Are you holding out hope, Michael, at some point you will...
I want to say something, but it's just so inappropriate. Like, I'm not going to do it, you know?
Find someone that you can share your life with without that part of it being instrumental?
I believe so. Like, since I started talking about it, like, a lot, you don't really get the perspective of women unless it's brought out there. And there's been a few stories about me now so far, and I've read comments. And I've learned that there's like a huge population of people that just don't care about that sort of thing.
Is there anything else that doctors can do? Are there any other avenues you can explore? Have you investigated all the different options?
Most of the options that they do aren't like increasing your size. They're like either like liposuction down there or like cutting a ligament so that it can hang a little bit farther down. But in every instance, whatever they did, I would still, like, the max you can gain is like an inch and a half.
Doesn't he need every inch he can get, though?
And I'd still be, like, what is under a micro penis.
So then...
But, I mean, they could probably make it longer, easier, but how do you make it wider? That's probably the hardest part.
Financially, it's quite expensive.
It's very 5 times. Like that's incredible, right? Like that's worth it. Then he wouldn't have to go on the show saying I got a 0.38 inch penis. At least he could do something. Implants, prosthetics. That's a good one. This guy is just like he's just down, not bad, and he's like not doing anything about it.
Very expensive for the little bit that you get.
Yeah.
Right.
You have tried.
It's very expensive for the little bit that you get.
I think looking at your Instagram, and I think this is when suddenly people started contacting you. You have an amazing Instagram because you travel and you're an art dealer and you show all these incredible adventures you go on. And then all of a sudden you posted about some surgery that you did try. Was it fat injections?
Yes, that seemed at the time like the most safest option to try to gain something. But even that, it didn't take.
Can you just explain or describe that process to us? What did they do?
They took like a piece of like some fat from your thigh and try to inject it in. It's not really to increase your length. It's more trying to increase your girth.
Okay.
Oh.
So, but what happened is like the fat that they injected in there, it reabsorbs sometimes.
Right.
So
it didn't work.
No.
Yeah. But by posting about your surgery, about talking about your condition, suddenly you started finding a bit of confidence being able to share it with people. Were you quite nervous when you put it out there for the first time? Or were you just like, do you know what? I'm ready to talk about this now.
I wasn't really nervous because I put it out there on Instagram for the people that like have been following me for years, and I felt like they were good friends, and it was the safest spot available for me to talk about it.
And what was it like for you to receive that positive impact, particularly after for so long being, really secretive and hiding it? What was it like to finally receive some of that positive feedback?
It was, to be honest, it was a little shocking because, like, when you're on the internet or you're watching TV, everything's always geared towards women want bigger, women want this, women want that. But then you get to, like, hear the opinions of actual women, and you find out that that's not the case for all women.
And so what would you say, Michael, if somebody is watching this show today or ends up seeing a clip of this online somewhere who may be dealing with a similar condition to you or something else that equally they feel like they have to keep secret or they're embarrassed by, what would you say to them with regards to actually getting some help and talking about it?
I would say just find a place where you can talk about it freely or where you feel comfortable, even if it's just one-on-one with somebody. But there's no reason why you can't talk about it. We all have issues going on, some more than others, but there's always somebody out there that has it worse than you.
Yeah. And as we said at the start, had you been able to talk about it at a younger age, early teens potentially, medical intervention may have been able to help in some way, but it was just too late.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't even know that there's a condition for you to be like too small or anything. They just think if you're small, you're small.
Yeah.
So they don't know that there's an actual condition.
They're really trying to like get out as much content out of this as they can. Just like, so what's it like having the world's smallest penis? Well, it kind of stinks. It's really little, and it's hard to pee sometimes, and I try to sit down to pee, but you can't really do that, and I guess there's no surgeries to fix it, so yeah, my life kind of sucks. Well, that's really interesting. What was it like when you went out in public and then you got all this positivity? Well, it was great, but I still have a, tiny penis, so, still kind of sucks. Generally, my life sucks. It still sucked after I found that out. Even after it came public, I thought I'd be better, but, surprise, I still have a small penis and nothing's getting better. Well, that's really interesting. That's a really interesting thing that you got going on there. How could they possibly... They did this for 10 minutes. The size of a garden pea. Why did they have to say that? Why did they have to say that? Why is this in my recommendations? That's a good question. Never tease someone for something they can't change. This is what bravery looks like. He's trying to stop others from experiencing his suffering. What a legend. Well, he's not really doing anything to help. This is what a strong man is, not the weak ones making judgment and shaming people. Well done, mate. This is a humiliation ritual? No, this is literally the worst humiliation ritual. I can't imagine something more humiliating. I told a story in one of my videos. There was a time in gym class when it was a health class, and the teacher, we was like a 7th grade or something, and the teacher was talking like, All right, class, today we're going to come up with funny names for a penis. And so we start talking about all the funny names for a penis. You know, everybody's like saying a name. And everybody's like going for big. You know, everybody's saying like big penises, big penis names, like $5 footlong and stuff like that. And I was like, I said something, I went the opposite direction. You know, I went like micro penis, like kind of direction. So I made like a funny joke about like a small penis. And everybody was like, well, I don't know about that. Mine's not that small. I don't know about that. And I was like 7th grade. And I was just like, oh my God. And the whole class just started like laughing at me. I was like, oh, great. Well, it's a health class, you know, like we're talking about male genitalia. We're learning, you know. But yeah, the whole class started laughing. And then like after class, I remember, because like there's like the boys have a different class from the girls. And then the girls, yeah, I realized I fucked up. And the girls and the boys were talking. And then someone went up to the girls and was like, guess what Josh said? He said like Microsoft. He said like micro penis. Like, oh, it's like, I didn't say I had a micro penis, dumbass. But it was like so embarrassing, you know? Yeah, you realize that all your classmates are like 2 IQ. It's pretty humiliating. And I didn't even say I had a small penis. You just talk about a small penis, and all of a sudden it's like.
It can be.
Said, but what's coming up with a name does for the health education? I don't know, like breaks the ice, you know? I don't know. It's stupid. People are retarded, dude. I don't know what the point of it even was. You have a micro penis? No. Geomax. I don't think that would help with this issue. Hey guys, the next one is I've got the biggest penis in the world. Why is This Morning obsessed with penises? What is this? Like, what is this? Just tell the truth. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh, sorry for your ears. Was that loud? What the heck?
The world's biggest penis might be some men's dream, but our next guest, Jonah Falcon, says it actually comes with some very large challenges.
Jonah says that he's often stopped in the street and has even been manhandled by airport security due to his suspicious package.
Now, according to the NHS, the average penis measures between 5 and 7 inches when erect, but Jonah's appendage...
He's smiling at least. Yeah, the other guy wasn't smiling, was he?
There's a whopping 13.5
Morning Wood by Marcus Young.
Inches. Now, I've got to admit, I'm not very good with inches, so I can't...
No, this is real. Look, it's from this morning. It's from this morning. Wait, is it fake? Is this a fake channel? The energy totally changed, yeah. Did you tell this pee-pee story the original last year? I'm sure. No, I told it in one of my commentary videos.
I'm trying to look at my script and I was thinking, well...
Brother, I could...
No, I've got to admit, I'm not very good with inches, so I can't... I'm trying...
Look at his pants. Look at his pants.
I look at my script and I was thinking, well...
What you work in meters?
Well, I ain't got my calculators with me, so I do...
Of course. Yeah. Welcome to the show, by the way. You know, this is just an ordinary day. For size comparison, what Jonah is packing is the same as in length, erect, an NTA.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's...
And an Academy Award, too, just so you know.
And an Academy Award.
Yeah, they're 13.5 as well.
Are they really? Yeah. Well, sadly, we don't have one of those. Jonah is with us now in the studio. So let's for anyone who's trying to picture this, let's get this over and done and out of the way straight away. So this is the correct length, erect, and the correct girth. Wow. Erect. That's about 8 inches round, and there's your 13.5 inches there. One of the team in our gallery has just gone, oh my God. So is that about right?
I can always check because of my hands. 1, 2, and yeah, pretty accurate.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing. I never think of it like this.
Well, you wouldn't.
I think of it like this. 1, 2, 3, and a bit.
Right.
Because this is exactly 4 inches.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is so dumb.
13.5 is a bit. It's more like 13 point. More than a quarter,
this.
less than a half.
Well, I mean, you are like a living emoji. The thing is that, you know...
At least it's not the poo
this is
emoji.
our team, by the way, who said we've got to use all of this stuff. So this is the length of it flaccid. So you are actually a living aubergine.
This guy's so much happier.
Flaccid. Yeah, well, I'm not this thick at the end.
No,
right, okay, yeah.
We're not talking about girth there, we're just talking about length.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Why does he just have it hanging loose in his pants like that?
Look down. There's nothing special.
They're trying to like not show it all the way, but like if you look, you can see it's just like hanging loose. He needs to like have that thing strapped to his leg.
You know, I don't compare it to objects, but then when I take out the ruler, and it's like, oh, okay.
So now we've got the the picture of the thing now.
Bro,
so for you
got that thing tied down, bro.
Oh, really?
This is just for you, Philip.
Traffic violation.
This is just for you, Philip.
Just for us, okay? Just for us.
No. So you don't have to use all that imagining.
Right, okay.
Necessary.
Just... Right, all right. Oh, my goodness!
Fire.
Bro, he just showed them a picture
now you no
of
longer
his...
have to compare it to these objects.
Congratulations. Well done.
Well, here's the thing. Flaccid, I'm all over the place. They have pictures, tons of me. All
I know.
All I do is Google Jonah Falcon Vice, and it's like...
Yeah, well, let's get into the way it affects your...
He said the guy with the white hair is gay, by the way, and got ousted in the UK for being a pedo. It doesn't surprise me. These people are all probably weird. Like, what? What even is the point? This is news?
Life, because you do say that, I mean, you are an actor, but you've never wanted to go into porn. No. And so, do you think, you know, having something like this, obviously, you know, you've been on here a couple of times now, and
2012,
one of our iconic guests, a lot of people say, but are there
Morning
areas
news.
here where you think...
Donate to the last guy.
Hampered.
That's actually a great idea.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to talk about how the sausage is made, not my the regular Hollywood sausage. Whenever you are put up for a role, for large studio films, the studio has to approve you.
Yeah.
Right.
And studios tend to be very conservative. So in order for me to do anything, it would have to be sort of like an indie film.
Yeah.
You know, where they don't care. As a matter of fact, I'm currently writing a script because people...
Dude, his pants just are so disgusting, bro.
Me too, and there's some people who say, well, we'll make it for you if you finish the script. So I have some motivation that help destroy my writer's block.
Right, I mean, you know, like we said, it could be some men's dream, but all I keep thinking is, you know,
I
you're
can't
obviously
watch
used
this.
to having a big John Tom.
I'm done. I'm done, dude. No, shit's like, it's so repulsive, man. Like, he can't help it. But, like, tie that shit down, dude. He's constantly smiling. I like the small pee-pee guy better. He's a bit more modest, you know. The other guy's a little too... He'd be too much of an ego for me. This guy's gross. Back to any Thunder video. We just needed a break from all the, you know, Aajonus lecturing, you know? Face IQ versus vegan. Jerk off wrong. Oh, you spelled that so wrong at first. Oh, piano, that's cool. Oh yeah, I've seen this before. I really do. Like, the small peepee guy, I like him a little bit better. Like, that guy's wearing pink pants and his dingling is just hanging out, dude. Like, was he even wearing underwear? You know? Can you even wear underwear? Like, he looked like he was, like, freaking commando in his pants on the news. That's just, like, inappropriate.
So you are aware of them. This is how regular cream looks like after a few minutes of shaking.
Brother, everybody's trying to like. I got medical bills to pay, dude. Get this shit off.
It's no longer liquid. Whipped cream looks kind of similar when it's cold, but no, this is too solid. It's basically.
Oh, he has a school.
This is not cream. This is butter. Only reason why it looks like cream somewhat is because it's literally like 40 degrees. But it tastes like this is butter. Usually, if it's colder, then you will not have this uniform.
Deranged Primal
thick
Dieter
mass of butter.
reacts to Marcus Young reacting to Erami Primal Diet advice.
But you will have bunch of curds, bunch of butter swimming in bunch of buttermilk. You will have like, it looks.
You said, did he intentionally cut into his chest? Yeah, it's like some kind of like a tribal tattoo thing, you know, just like with cuts or burns or something.
It's like pieces of cheese or butter, and they will be swimming in this green water, and that's basically butter swimming in buttermilk.
Isn't that the vegan symbol on his left chesticle? Isn't that the vegan symbol, that V? Or am I tripping?
If it's cold, and the butter can separate from the buttermilk. But now, because it's too warm, the butter basically behaves like cream, because it doesn't separate from the water.
Oh, it's Norse? Oh, okay.
It's whipped enough.
Oh, the V,
butter.
though.
This is butter. There is a bunch of water in it, and it's not pure butter. But this...
Primal people are just vegans with a different diet. To a degree, yes.
Is butter. Even though you didn't get the buttermilk out.
V for Vonderplanitz? Oh,
if you do this to
no.
regular clean. Also, it's fresh. I mean, it's sour. With sour cream, it's hard to separate. But if this was fresh milk, it would separate easier. You take fresh cream or sour cream. It's not cold from the fridge, but ideally room temperature. Not too warm either, but room temperature. Or if it's cold and do it in the sunlight, basically find something slightly warm to do it in. And then shake it until it turns into whipped cream, which looks something between butter and cream. And then keep shaking it until either curds appear and you can get the buttermilk out, or it becomes literally just melted butter. And even though the buttermilk might not come out, it's butter.
This guy sounds like when you're doing the Godus voice.
If it's like look.
Kinda does.
This is literally butter. If I told you there is no buttermilk in this, you would believe me. This is butter.
This is butter.
No blender needed, no device, no whatever. Just Jersey milk, mason jar, and few minutes of shaking. Now, I'm sorry, but I really cannot get the butter to separate from the buttermilk. But because this is not fresh cream but sour cream, it doesn't really matter, and it's pre-digested. So it being half butter, that's fine. You can eat it together with your meat meals and whatever. If this was fresh milk, I mean fresh cream, it will definitely separate because it's way more liquid and reacts differently. But yeah, if you've done this in colder temperatures or with fresh cream, then you will see bunch of butter swimming in a bunch of buttermilk. And what do you do afterwards? Well, you take the buttermilk and you either drink it because you are thirsty and hot after shaking hot in the sunlight or something, or what I do is I take the buttermilk and I put it inside of I have a glass gallon jar full of spring water or well water, and I have this spring and well water, and I put all whey and buttermilk and maybe some milk which I get, but mostly whey and buttermilk that I make from making butter or from making raw unsalted to cottage cheese, and I pour the whey and buttermilk inside of the gallon of water. Because water by itself is a shit at hydration, and buttermilk and whey are really good at hydration, but you never get enough of buttermilk and whey to get hydrated all day. So what I do is I take buttermilk and whey and I put it inside of the water so it dilutes the water and makes it more hydrating with more nutrients and minerals. And at the same time, the whey and buttermilk will literally ferment the water. The water will ferment and turn into some sort of sweet, sour water kefir. And the entire glass of water will become more hydrating because it has whey and buttermilk with it. So that's what you should do with your buttermilk, especially in summer. Buttermilk and whey is like 9 out of 10 hydration. Water is like 2 out of 10 hydration. But water with the buttermilk and the whey is like 5 out of 10 hydration. And if you leave the buttermilk and whey long enough in the water, so...
Yes, it's a bit long-winded. A little bit long-winded, I would say. If you say butter 100 times... 100... Now we're getting all these videos about virgins and then men's penis sizes, guys. This is ridiculous. Well, this is probably a great video to figure out, you know, the whole life story of Aajonus, and then go over like all the stuff. I don't really want to do that right now, though. Oh, Godus made a video, the Primal Diet by Aajonus Vonderplanitz. I kind of want to watch that. I swear to God. Aside from today, I have never had a recommendation for a video like that. I swear on my life.
Hey guys, what's up? A subscriber of mine gave me the idea to review this video of where Aajonus Vonderplanitz appeared.
It's probably Satsui. I know Satsui loves this guy.
On the Doctor's Show. I had used a clip from this video many years ago in one of my videos, but I never actually reviewed it. As far as I remember, Aajonus said that he knew a guy who ate raw meat, I believe, and he had some kind of connections to the network.
Look at this natural microphone with the lights. It lights up because Gotis literally speaks his energy into the microphone, because when you eat raw meat, your voice actually spreads calories and nutrients. So the red means it's high nutrient breath. Very, very nourished man. He literally started the raw meat diet movement in 2016. Did you know that?
And that's how he got him on the show, because typically they wouldn't show a guy eating raw meat in the mainstream media. And even if they would, then they would try to shock the viewers. And they would try to demonize eating raw meat, which they still did, as you will see.
Well, today's show is full of some of the most eyebrow-raising, surprising, and downright shocking health trends that you've ever seen, and it all starts right now.
Today on The Doctors, the raw food diet.
I ate raw meat to kill myself, and it did just the opposite.
That turned into a debate.
You've been taught the...
Why does Gotis look like a pretty girl? I don't understand. I don't quite understand why he looks like a pretty girl right now.
Bacteria theory.
Bacteria is not a theory. It's something else I think is complete nonsense. And
the headband, dude. I genuinely don't understand the headband. Didn't he get a hair transplant so he didn't have to wear the headbands all the time? It was like a botched hair transplant. Is it not sticking? Is the hair falling out? I think it looks good. He looks like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, dude. Looks like he's like freaking auditioning for the Karate Kid.
Everyone has probably considered
the Karate Kid
doing it. They're called detox diets.
Karate Kid. Get it? It's comfortable. Headbands are comfortable.
Everyone out there, there's a message in the popular media
really?
that
a freaking, that's got to be made out of what? Like, what's that material again? Synthetic polyester? Right to his brain? His freaking Svive head absorbing all of the plastic?
Full of all these toxins, and our bodies don't have any idea how to get rid of them. So you got to detox yourself with these crazy diets to live a normal life, which is absurd.
Show me the toxins. I mean,
well, I think when people are, you know...
What does he mean by that? You can even taste them. Try eating modern fruits and vegetables. They are sprayed with pesticides and herbicides. That's just one example.
People who drink and smoke, they're trying to figure out ways to get that out of their body, but the only way is...
Go to skin mogs. Goatus literally uses filters.
Stop.
Or he used to, at least.
It's true.
Stopping your natural organs will detoxify anyway.
Certain medications, and we know that food is treated, it can be treated with insecticides, things like that, but it's up to us to first make sure things are clean, wash them, and then you're less likely.
The problem with that is that a lot of the pesticides and herbicides are oil soluble, meaning that the toxins will sort of stick to the fruits and vegetables.
Likely to consume something that potentially could be a toxin. Right. But the whole concept that your colon gets caked with all this crud, bad stuff, that's not happening.
Well, we've got livers for a reason. Well, and our livers and our kidneys, they detoxify
and our spleen.
So let's...
Yes, but sometimes your organs can get overwhelmed. And when you look at what people consume nowadays, then it's not surprising.
Let's talk about this, though, because we actually did a show here where someone was on the Master Cleanse diet for a week, and it's lemon juice, maple syrup,
Honestly,
pepper.
I've seen previous videos about Goatus using filters on his skin, and it's like clear evidence, like, because his ears are like turning into one color. But in this video, like, it doesn't even look like he's got any filters on. Like, his skin looks natural here.
And that's all you drink.
How does that make any sense? Pepper is toxic. How will toxins help you to detox?
We're going to move on to another really interesting trend, number 9 on our list.
Is he constantly wearing headbands now, like every single day? Or does he, like, take a break from the headbands every once in a while? Oh, yeah, he's fully committed. Oh, except this one. We're gonna go back.
The biggest problem with
Holy dude, the skin filter in this one's insane.
Humans nowadays is that they don't live in this reality. Instead, they live in their imagination. One of the main reasons for this are these
Bro, the skin filter is insane here.
Devices. There's TVs, phones, computers, and so on. Humans in nature use their senses to gather knowledge because...
You never catch this guy not wearing some kind of headband.
For a week, and
only his Telegram subscribers get to see him without the headband.
It's lemon juice, maple syrup, pepper, and that's all you drink.
How does that make any sense? Pepper is toxic. How will toxins help you to detox?
We're going to move on to another really interesting trend, number 9 on our list. Everyone's heard about a raw food diet. Well, have you ever heard of the raw meat diet? It's true. It's reported.
From the audience, what, a raw meat diet? Wait, isn't that what humans naturally actually eat? No, it cannot be.
Headband stays on.
It's what the zombies in horror movies eat.
Certain celebrities have sworn by it. Well, here to tell us about the raw meat diet is author of We Want to Live, the Primal Diet, and Recipe for Living Without Disease, Aajonus Vonderplanitz. Welcome to the show. Tell you what, when I read about...
This was filmed in 2009. That's what it says online, which would mean that this was around 4 years before he passed away.
Your diet that you eat, I was shocked because raw meat in general, we always say don't eat it because it's filled with bacteria that can cause serious illness, even death, salmonella among...
And for this, they don't need any proof. They don't need to see it. This they simply religiously believe. But when it comes to bitter toxins that you can taste, then they just almost ignore it.
Them. So what I want you to come up here and listen.
Show me a scientific experiment that proves that bacteria can cause disease, please. It's 2026 and we still have no proof for this.
Talk a little bit about what you eat and why. Come on up. First off, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, No, I would never eat that. I would never eat that. I'd eat that.
Who put those green leaves next to the meat? Was it the
Bro, he hates the green leaves.
people who work behind the scenes? It must be.
And I would eat those if they were cooked. So why do you say this is healthy for us?
Well, I was dying of multiple myeloma and lymphoma. And
Here we go again.
stomach cancer 40 years ago. They said I would never be able to eat any raw food again, that if I ate even a banana or an apple, that I'd have to steam it. The cancer research...
I mean, Mr. Green, that's probably true. But the degree to which that is true is probably completely insignificant. And there's no evidence to support that you actually absorb it anymore.
Just again when I was about 30 years old, and I decided that I was just not going to live through it again because it was very painful. So I ate the raw meat to kill myself, and it did just the opposite. It invigorated me for the first time in my life.
So you're eating literally raw meat. This is raw chicken.
Correct.
And you're just eating that.
Correct.
And where are you getting
You
the
eat
chicken?
it right off the bone like that?
Well, I can eat it right off the bone. Would you like to see?
Oh.
Oh, his reaction.
And this seems shocking to people. In Japan, they serve raw chicken in restaurants.
Have you prepared it specially? Is it a particular kind of meat?
No, well, my preparation is to leave it out to get room temperature. This is a little cold. There's no taste. It's like, you know, paper.
You buy from the regular grocery store?
No, this is Rocky Jr. chicken, which is grown on non-GMO corn.
Do you eat fruits and vegetables, or do you just pretty much eat raw
I
meat?
eat one fruit a day and vegetable juice.
I always sip like that. So I always sip like that. I don't ever like drink it all at once, you know. But I don't drink it slow like the Primal people recommend. That's ridiculous.
So you know, as doctors, we have to challenge you a little bit here because
I'm getting hungry.
Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is really good.
Okay, watch.
I'm sorry.
Now,
Oh man.
Trying to like do some arm stretches,
these
bro.
Slaves completely programmed. When you go to a university and you get severely brainwashed and then you become a doctor in your mind, then oftentimes you're just lost because getting out of such severe programming is very hard.
All the
1 ounce
respect in the
per
world.
hour. 1 ounce per hour is insane, dude. Well, no, yeah, that is what Aajonus recommended. You know, like you gotta sip your milk, which like I do sip it. Like I'm not sitting here chugging it. You know. I mean, even if it is right, you know, I don't know. It's just like there's no evidence. You just say it like it's the truth. I don't understand it.
For you and what you're doing, I do not recommend this
Like technically, I don't know. I don't even go there.
to anyone at home or anyone in the audience. A raw meat diet, I'm going to tell you right now, runs the risk of so many bad things, whether it's salmonella amongst others. And you know, again.
And again, please prove that. That's the whole problem with the people nowadays. They see raw meat, it's simply meat in its natural state. We shouldn't even be saying raw meat. We should simply say meat. There's meat and then there's cooked meat. But because raw meat is not popular nowadays anymore because of all the programming, we talk about it as if it's something else. In reality, it's just the animal's flesh in its purest natural state. Cooked meat is abnormal. It's unnatural. It's meat that has been altered.
To each their own.
For pregnant women, obviously toxoplasmosis we're very concerned about for raw meat, and that can cause birth effects.
Especially
The women who've been pregnant on this diet, when they give birth, only have 2 contractions and the baby's out.
Right, and the women...
Isn't that completely irrelevant? Her concern, I'm not saying that she's right, but her concern was, you know, like toxoplasmosis could, you know, like kill a mother or kill a baby or whatever. Well, actually, mothers had 2 contractions on raw meat and the baby was out. So, how do you think about that?
In nature...
like, maybe it's just the way they cut it together, but it's funny.
Say that they don't even feel any pain when they give birth. They actually enjoy it. And many women say that they feel orgasms when they give birth, which makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense, because why would nature punish you for giving birth?
There legit is a civil war going on in the chat right now. The chat is the Civil War. We need to end the Civil War right now, okay? I have one way that we can... Actually, I'm not even gonna say it, dude. I'm like getting retarded. Like, the longer that you stream, the more retarded that you get. It's like common sense, you know? It's probably a study to support that. 1v1 between Jeff and Hado. Yeah, it's brutal. We need to stop, guys. We need to stop, though. Let's end the Civil War. Let's watch the video, okay? Let's all just agree. Let's all just agree. Hold on, Setsui. No more Civil War.
That would mean that reproducing and
slide.
creating children is bad. It doesn't make any sense naturally. It makes sense that you feel an orgasm when you give birth, because that would be nature telling you that you're doing something right, which you are. But if you have a narrow body, you eat garbage, and you then try to give birth, it will feel painful. And there's even cases of women...
Wait, I'm just like... Did you guys catch that?
Birth only have 2 contractions.
Meat that has been...
Toxoplasmosis we're very concerned about for raw meat, and that can cause birth defects.
Especially the women who've been pregnant on this diet, when they give...
Like, he doesn't even address their concerns, you know? Like, toxoplasmosis, that's like a... Isn't that a parasite infection? Wait. Hold on. We gotta ask the Clanker. I thought the first time I heard somebody say toxoplasmosis, it was like my first girlfriend. She was like, I don't know, she's like, I'm afraid of getting toxoplasmosis. And I was like, what's that? She's like, it happens when you leave your tampon in for like, you know, too long, and then you get like an infection or something. Is that right? Hold on. W toxoplasmosis. Toxoplasma gondii, one of the common parasites on Earth. Oh, it's a parasite. Okay. Parasitic infection. Okay. So anyways. So they talk about parasitic infections, and then he goes, women who give birth actually only have 2 contractions, and then they're out.
Birth only have 2
Let's move on. I'm sorry. It's just funny.
It's the only thing that makes sense, because why would nature punish you for giving birth? That would mean that
that makes sense. What am I thinking about? Toxic shock syndrome is what I'm thinking about. You guys gotta see this. Toxic shock syndrome. I'm pretty sure that's like when you leave a tampon in for like a week. Wait. Hold on, I gotta ask. Can it be caused from tampons? Here we go. Prevention. Change tampons regularly. You said, do you type with 2 fingers? Brother. Get off my 0.38 inch penis. Okay, interesting. Rare but life-threatening medical emergency caused by toxins released by certain bacteria. Staphylococcus aureus. Okay, we can't read any of those. It can progress extremely fast, so any of the symptoms needs immediate medical care. If you or someone near you is experiencing symptoms that resemble TSS, it's important to seek urgent medical attention right now. So guys, be careful. Be careful with your tampons. Continue.
Producing and creating children is bad. It doesn't make any sense naturally. It makes sense that you feel an orgasm when you give birth, because that would be nature telling you that you're doing something right, which you are. But if you have a narrow body, you eat garbage, and you then try to give birth, it will feel painful. And there's even cases of women dying because of how narrow their bodies are. But that happens because you go against nature. If you go with nature, so to speak, then expect maybe not necessarily always orgasms nowadays because of the way people grow up, but if you now start eating naturally, and if you give birth at a natural age, also super important, actually very, very important, then you shouldn't expect much pain or discomfort.
But what's going on with their babies?
I'm going to challenge you on some of these. I read your history as well. Like, there are a lot of things that you claim that I have trouble. You said you had 300 heart attacks by the time you were 22.
Yeah, he said he had 300 heart attacks by the time he was 22. He said that from 18 months old to 2 years ago, which was when he was like, I don't know, in his 50s. What did he say? That he only shit every 3 to 5 days. And he had 2 inches of scar tissue around his rectum. From 18 months to like 50. 300 heart attacks. Go on.
2.
Non-verbal for 20 years.
So
heart attacks can almost go unnoticed. People believe that a heart attack is...
Bro, Godis is really not going to call that out. Like, oh my god. Nobody has the balls, dude.
Something that will kill you. You watch some Hollywood movies and somebody holds their chest and then they scream, I'm having a heart attack, and then they die. But it's not like that.
All these huge claims that I have trouble.
It can be like that, don't get me wrong, but you can also have tons
of... you're talking about the video called Raw Milk Edit that was posted by that one channel. I know what you're talking about.
Heart attacks.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Without even really understanding what's going on.
People backing up with science, and so I'm not saying that...
Yes, but you're not backing up anything with science yourself.
This diet for you...
Gaddis is the expert, bro. Gaddis is the expert, man.
Isn't a wonderful thing. And that there aren't people in the world who eat this diet that don't live happy, healthy lives.
That doctor actually like mocks, dude. It's not Dr. That's not Dr. Josh Axe. That's Dr. I can't remember his name, but yeah, he mogs.
But
at least he seems somewhat open to it. It's not as if he's saying that it's impossible to be healthy eating that way.
This is a dangerous diet for your average person.
How do you know that?
Because in the ER, I have taken care of people who have actually almost died from eating raw chicken.
My question is
how does he know that they got sick because of that? And even if they did, and I'm not saying that it's not possible to get sick, obviously, what kind of chicken were they eating? Some factory farmed chicken? And did they actually eat raw chicken? Why would somebody go to a supermarket and buy low quality chicken and eat it raw? Why?
I don't know. I did it because you're broke. It's easy. It's not even that bad.
They probably ate cooked chicken, and
everybody says you can't eat low quality chicken from the grocery store. I'm not gonna like recommend people do it, but I've done it, no problems at all.
Then they would maybe say that it was undercooked chicken. And they also ate some kind of seeds, spinach, which is sprayed. Who knows what they get sick from? But you can for sure get sick from raw animal or plant foods, all kinds of foods. But it will be because of the poisons. That's why you get food poisoning.
Have you seen that's eating raw chicken? I think that's a myth. I don't believe you.
My question is...
Right, and you could simply do a scientific
I can like almost use my hand
and actually prove
this is amazing.
That,
it's really heavy.
We have no proof for that. That's the problem.
25,000 people do it.
A lot of kids, especially, are prone to food poisoning, and you know, E. coli especially, from unpasteurized juice and milk, and that would, you know, that's dangerous.
That is a myth. When I did my laboratory...
Pasteurization was a breakthrough, a health breakthrough.
That it's not a myth.
How do you...
She says that pasteurization was a health breakthrough, I believe she said, which is actually crazy because everything only got worse after people started pasteurizing milk, juices, and everything else. Back in the day, you would press out your own orange juice, and then people started selling pasteurized juice in plastic. And you have the acidic orange juice in plastic. Imagine what that does to your body. And then, of course, you also had the pasteurization of milk. And ever since then, people became smaller, weaker, sicker. The bodies are more narrow.
That's been happening long before the pasteurization of milk, though.
I think it is.
Literally, Godis just says shit.
Hurts the food.
If you will let me contest you, laboratory-wise, how much have you done on observing people who've eaten raw meat? How much laboratory work have you done?
Zero. They don't do any laboratory work, nothing.
I'm actually agreeing. I think raw food, raw vegetables, raw fruit, and is great.
So
but there's a huge
not enough
for meat,
protein in it.
and there's for some of the meats and for milk. There's risk for infections that you really got to be concerned about.
See, the problem is that you've been taught the bacteria theory, which is a complete...
Bacteria is not a theory. I'm sorry.
Yes, well, bacteria is not a theory. There's bacteria in all of this. To fear these is a problem. When you pasteurize or cook something and the bacteria feeds on it, then you have a toxic byproduct. That's why 2 years...
Yes, this is interesting because when you leave out...
You feel like general height has continually increased due to general food availability. You might be right. That's a good point. That's an interesting topic to look into. Because, yeah, we do have more food, but it is lower quality food. I don't know. I think that probably the average height has gone down. But that's interesting. Like, I'd be curious to look deeper into that. Because, like, food, you know, the nutrient density of food has decreased, so that's what would make me believe that.
Cooked meat, a lot of people get food poisoning. It is what it is.
Years ago at Davis University in Northern California, they took raw milk and they spiked it with 5 different bacteria that are accused of growing in raw milk. Since the lactic acid is raw, the bacteria could not grow. It could not flourish. However, when they spiked pasteurized milk, it grew in an instant. That was dangerous. So raw milk, raw meat or not, when you cook them and then the bacteria feeds on it, there are toxic byproducts. Otherwise, they help you.
So the takeaway here is, again, you know, this is a diet that you've used that has contributed, in your opinion, greatly to your health. And I think that is wonderful. That's the whole point of the show. Shocking health trends. Again, I think...
He did the same thing, dude. The performative raw meat eating, which, like, you know, I think we're all guilty of it, but, like, everybody does it. You know? I don't know. It's so... It seems so... cliche now that we can look back on all of the years of raw meat eaters on TV, on YouTube, or whatever. It's like you always have to shock people by eating it right in front of them. Like, it's shocking, yes, but I don't know.
I think it's wonderful that you eat this. No thanks.
The way he smiled.
Thanks, not for me. I'll take my chicken cooked. Thank you.
Have you ever been to a French restaurant?
I
Steak
have.
tartare, raw meat with raw
Don't you
egg.
have right, and absolutely, there are certain meats and fish, sushi, that if prepared correctly, you know,
He said if prepared correctly, but the thing is that all that they do is freeze it because they believe that you will kill the microbes and then they serve it to you. But most of the steak tartare dishes are made out of grain-fed meat, just some random meat. It's nothing special, with the exception that they usually take lean meat. And if the animals had some kind of toxins inside of them, then the toxins would be in the bone marrow, the fat, organs, which is what you shouldn't consume if you're eating modern toxic farmed animals. The lean muscle meat will usually not be a problem. That's why they serve it in restaurants.
the right way are
and I should also mention that they always use lemon, ginger, something acidic, because that way you can kill off and neutralize some of the toxins, especially when you consume sushi, which is made out of farmed salmon.
lower in risk for bacteria and all these other bad things. But again, if you're at home, don't go to the grocery store and pick up a few chicken breasts and eat them raw.
Absolutely, you shouldn't do that. You should get meat from wild animals, ideally, and if not that, then from some kind of farms. Talk to the farmer, find out what they feed them, but even way more importantly, find out what they give them. If you understand what I mean, and the medications and everything.
Because you do risk very serious illness.
Now we are going to look at what he had to say about his appearance on the show.
Hi, I'm Aajonus Vonderplanitz, and I'm sure many of you saw me on the doctor's program. It wasn't quite fair because they did not let me answer all questions because there are 4 of them and only 1 of me. And the fact that Dr. Travis went on the Dr. Phil show and talked about this diet. Now, this is a diet he knows nothing about. Doctors have no training in nutrition, on diet at all. 5 or 6 hours maybe in all of the 12 years of their education. And when they're in the hospitals and in practice, they have no exposure to it except by hearsay. They don't study, don't observe it. So for him to make a commentary that is dangerous is one of the most unscientifically unsound, irrelevant, and immaterial comments.
Right, it's unscientific, and that's because, as he said, they don't observe anything themselves.
It's kind of hypocritical, though, because so many of the things that Aajonus has said are also unscientific.
Read about all of these diets.
So at all times, I'm a living testament. I have been eating raw meats and some high, rotten meats since 1976.
Is raw chicken more dangerous than beef? I've eaten raw beef and fish, but still get the ick with raw chicken. I don't think so. I mean, I really don't think so. Even with low quality meat that you get from the grocery store, again, the concern isn't even the meat itself. It's just, you know, what has been done to this meat. Like, how low quality is it? In terms of, like, you know, how, like, what kind of food was it fed, and what kind of things were injected into it. How was it packaged? You know, because they can package meat now with, and I'm not sure how many different places do this. You just have to check, but like basically you pack your meat with carbon monoxide to preserve the color. So I'm not sure if they do it with chicken, but I know they do that with beef.
Never gotten a parasite from it. And I was a very sickly individual. I was dying of 4 types of cancers, plus I had diabetes, psoriasis, and angina pectoris. All of them so-called incurable. Here I am today, so...
Let's have eggs with bacon. What about me white? That sounds delicious, dude. Some bacon and eggs. When you make your eggs, do you do it like scrambled, or... Have you guys seen... I watched a video a while ago. It was... Gordon Ramsay, the way that he cooks his scrambled eggs is with like tons of butter, and you cook them slowly so they don't like fully cook and they're still like moist. It's so good. It's almost like a sauce. Chicken to have AIDS. Nice. Use the Ramsay method. Dude, the Ramsay method is the best. Soft scramble. Oh, yes. Healthy one raised without injections and bad feed, not hormonal conditions, then I don't think any of it dangerous to be. Interesting thing, when I was staying with Thomas, obviously he's Jewish, they don't eat pork. It's like not in their religion, you know? They don't eat pork. I mean, he was a vegetarian. He didn't eat a lot of meat, but he especially hated pork. He's always like, oh, pork is so unclean and filthy. Always talking about that. But I wanted to just be like, well, that's not always true, you know? I mean, how could a pork be unclean and filthy if it's living in like a really high quality area? Like if it's high quality pork, you know, pork on somebody's family farm, like pasture raised, how is that any more filthy than a grass-fed cow or like a yak? It is like, that's like one of the silly beliefs that I don't really believe in. I think it's silly. Oh, green, jeez. I cook the eggs just when they barely start to become solid, so creamy and jiggly. Yes.
Travis.
Do you use any seasoning at all? I want meat. Tomorrow I might get some meat. Actually, I have a whole heart. I need to eat my heart, or I need to cut it up into like sections. I got like a whole heart I need to cut up.
You need to go and do some research on your own or be quiet. But here on the doctor show, you had 4...
Telling people to go and do research on their own about raw meat is kind of funny because there's not a whole lot of good research about it.
Or I don't know where they get...
Especially back in the day when Aajonus made this.
These gorgeous doctors of it, you know.
I have a cow heart.
These are all good-looking doctors, and they'll hook you into believing.
Exactly. They take these good-looking people in the media, and then they push their messages. And people look at these good-looking humans, and they naturally, automatically believe that what they are saying is right.
The nonsense. And all they should say is, I don't know. I don't know, because that's all they know. They know drugs.
Just research, bro.
Disease. They don't know from where it originates, because they blame it on bacteria mostly, because of the disease theory. But it isn't that. It's chemical.
Nowadays, people even blame the cold, the flu on bacteria. They go outside in winter in cold weather, in rain, or maybe they are exposed to strong wind, and then they somehow say that it's the bacteria. It's really crazy at this point. Everything is blamed on something else. They never blame the actual cause.
Industrial chemicals. Cooking your food, like I said, causes 32 known toxins. Okay, that's toxic. You don't have those when the food's raw. So they're miseducated, and the pharmaceutical industry dictates what doctors believe and learn. So it's the pharmaceuticals industry.
Do you guys know which 32 toxins he refers to? Let's ask the Primal Diet AI. What 32 toxins are... Oops. Created by... Did he say cooking meat specifically? I feel like a zit inside of my nose right now. And it's so fucking painful. It just makes life unbearable. KFC isn't Primal approved? What? Codis doesn't even believe in micronutrients anymore. I guess if you want to stop believing. The source state that Aajonus and listed 32 known toxins referred to in some passages as 33, 36, or 40. Formed from cooking food in the final pages of his recipe book, The Recipe for Living Without Disease. The complete itemized list of all 32 toxins is not fully written out with the provided transcripts. So he just, like, literally, this is another example of I just made it the fuck up. But we have the big three toxins here. Heterocyclic amines, lipid peroxides, acrylamides. Very interesting.
That's the main monster bad guy here. And all these brilliant minds who become doctors are duped, and they believe it, and it's so sad.
Yes, it's messed up. They simply believe that they need to suppress the symptoms of the problem. They never learn what the problem is, and even if they would learn about the problem, they would simply most likely ignore it. Because how could they then sell you anything? If you actually treat the problem, then you cannot sell somebody drugs which suppress the symptoms of the problem, because you have no more symptoms, seeing as the whole disease is gone then.
You know, you have doctors believing inane stuff.
Just as an example.
Oh, you said the thing is acrylamides aren't even cooked meat, they're cooked starch?
If somebody
react to Face IQ's music,
goes to a doctor because they have migraine.
I'll listen to one of his songs after this, Jay.
And
actually, we can do it now. This is pretty boring. Same shit over and over. Codis never says one creative thing. or genuinely like fact checks anything. You know, he just fucking goes with it and makes shit up too. They're actually pretty good. The song Memories. What's his rapper name? Is it just Frost? Am I gonna get a copyright strike? Is this it? Maybe I need to type in Face IQ. What do I think is the ideal diet? See, I don't think we can say what the ideal diet is. Is it 100% meat and fat? Is it 95% meat and fat, 5%, you know, plants and other things like that? I don't know. I don't think that we can really say what is ideal. I haven't looked too deeply into the science, but who do I look to for finding out what the ideal diet is? It's like, you know, like Bart K, to be honest. Like people who are looking into finding what is the science that supports, what is the actual hard science that supports those, you know, that statement. Wait, which one did you think it was? This one? Is that it? Is it copyrighted? Yeah. Honestly, I mean, not bad, but I'm like 27 now. So, don't copyright strike me, please. I'm not gonna listen to the whole thing. I don't want him to like copyright strike me, you know. He said Godus makes better music. I mean, I'm like 27, you know? Like, I can't listen to this. That ain't right. I guess Blade's like 30. So I guess you can do whatever you want, really, but... You guys didn't like it? This is just bad. I remember I was a fuck up in high school. What? Okay. Alright. I'm so sorry for you, Frost. I'm glad you looks maxed. You ascended. I can see this is appealing to depressed 14-year-olds. Yeah. Make a cover. Wait, I wonder... Can we see the lyrics? Wait. Tell me the lyrics. Ah! I can do a cover. Ready? Dislike this song? No, I'm not an asshole. I remember I was messed up in high school. I took my own and I made the rules and I messed up. I remember it was messed up in high school. I do my own and I make the rules. I messed up. No, don't dislike bomb it. Dislikes don't even matter anymore. Look, let him pursue his dreams. Don't be a fucking asshole. I remember I've been messed up in high school. Yeah. Oh, we got this one, Frost. Spend it all. I don't want to listen because I don't want to get freaking copyright striked. No appetite for raw meat? Just take celery juice. Oh, God, my posture, dude. I need, like, a real chair. Bart did a nice discussion with Derek Nance a few months back. That could be really good to watch. So you won't get copyright striked? I don't know, bro. I think you will, like, just automatically. Like, it probably wouldn't even be Face IQ, but you probably do it. You won't even get copyright strike on the unreleased. Is this unreleased? Listen on SoundCloud. I probably won't, but I don't want to risk it. Blade with negative canthal tilt. I kind of want to listen. Hold on.
Trust.
Get offended and strike you? No. No. Nah, I get it, bro. He just, he's just trying to pursue his dream, bro. He just trying to be a rapper, bro. It's hard out here being a white boy from suburbia who grew up on the Primal diet, bro. It's rough out here, bro. It's rough in this hood. I remember, dude, I was messed up in high school. Anyways, I'm done. We need a Prigga album. Should we react to? We need to react to Asmongold. Do all his songs say "I remember"? He's been remembering. He's been doing a little too much remembering. He's like focus on stop remembering things. I'm a millionaire now. Updates, nutrition, training, herbs, and mindset. He will have a better luck if he removes AP from... Oh. Anyways. Oh, the Primal Planets. Oh, yeah, that's got a lot of, like, information on it. Phoenix Story. Aajonus tells his story. Everybody's just telling stories and remembering things. He lived a hard life. I lived a hard life in high school. Yeah, in high school. Lived a hard life. Pottinger's Cats. Why are you making a video about this dumbass study? In the city. In high school. I remember. No, I'm sorry. Okay, we'll keep going.
My story, I'll be brief about it.
Nobody asked.
I'm in the category of coming to the diet because my partner at the time was really sick. She had Lyme's disease, malaria,
Say goodbye to the
migraines.
face IQ stimulus checks.
2 hours of energy
Yeah.
a day. Otherwise, she was pretty incapacitated. And we were living in an eco village. We were growing our own food. We were eating organic food. She was on the Weston Price diet.
Is he too loud? Do I need to turn him down a little bit?
She was also an herbologist, and an iridologist, and acupuncturist, and Chinese medicine person, and macrobiotic person. She'd done every single diet you can think of, and she was still flailing with her diet. And myself, I'd been eating meat all my life. I was an athlete, and more meat the better. Wasn't a big deal for me. But she heard about Aajonus from a friend in California, and it was kind of her last-ditch effort to really get out of this health challenge that she was in. And she asked me if I would do it with her because she was scared to death to eat this raw meat, and what was her family going to think, and what were her friends going to think, and how was she just going to do it socially. We were living in a community with about 60 other people, that all were pretty committed to eating rice and beans, and it was certainly organic rice and beans, but it was going to make us a pretty big outcast in this community, and I was like, I'm all in, no problem, so let's do it, and it was slow, but over time, in 6 months, she was up to 4 hours of energy a day, and a year later, she was up to about 6 hours of energy a day, and now 25 years later, she's running workshops all over the United States and traveling the world, and she might have a migraine once every couple months or something like that. But all of her symptoms, from Lyme's disease to the low energy and the the muscle aches and pains and the nausea and the vomiting from the malaria. It's all gone, completely gone. And it was all gone in the first couple of years. And so from that, I was working as a fitness trainer. I've been a paramedic. I was doing health consulting and physical therapy for folks. And I was like, we're on to something here. We need to start bringing this to the world. So I switched from consulting people in Ayurveda to consulting people about the Primal diet. And that's how I got here today. And I have a lot of compassion for people that are just on this for a few months or a few weeks or just here to try it out, or even folks that are eating meat that's cooked here this weekend, because I was once there. Most of us all were once there before, and it's a scary thing out there in this world.
Oh, okay. Comments are turned off. Bro, I bet it was because Rom was in the comments. At least from what I understand about how that dynamic is. Watch Gant Pill. He has a good haircut. He exposes face IQ. I watched this video. It's not really that... It doesn't really expose anything, does it? Hey, Crispy. Face IQ plus Face Metrics lawsuit. Oh, he has several about Face IQ. If you get cooked from a tick bite, that's a skill issue. Well, there's a certain tick. It's called the Lone Star tick. And that tick, what it does is it bites you and it creates like an allergy to all ruminant meat. It's actually a real thing people get, Now, is it natural? Probably not. It's probably, like inserted into the environment by the elite. This is the right channel, right? Is this the other one? Crazy haircut. Scroll down. There's a slight delay, so, it's hard to keep up with you. This one? This one.
I have this issue where I find almost no men attractive.
Face IQ delusional downfall. No, is that what it's called? There's a lot. Holy cow. He's obsessed. There are accounts of Lone Star ticks from 1700s. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. There's just so many. There's so many videos. It's insane. Yeah, he is obsessed. Look at this. An hour-long video, dude.
Hello, welcome back. So today I'm going to go over the delusions of Face IQ. However, before I delve into that, there has been some callouts from other channels, which I want to firstly address. So let's commence. So just quickly, there seems to be some confusion with my rating scale. So to avoid anyone feeling perplexed, I will elaborate, even though I explained it in the video, which only some people managed to comprehend. So this scale reflects on the fact that women find the majority of men unattractive, which is why they usually rate average men as 3 out of 10 or lower.
So what do you rate this guy, Greg Lurick?
Ew, he's not even cute. 1.
So a 1 out of 10?
Oh, no. Oh, no, he's like, no, that's like a nothing for me.
Okay, but okay, just be brutally honest.
We'll just go with a 1 there then.
A 1?
Yeah, that guy is just not cute to me in any way.
Can he go negative?
So not even a 0, so lower than a 0?
Yeah, dude.
He looks a little too bicep for my liking. No, his head is very square. I give him like a 4. No, not into it. I'd give him like a 3. He looks like a lesbian. I would say a 1.
What do you rate this guy out of 10?
4.
What about this guy?
0.
What about this guy?
0.
All those guys are male models.
Well, they're fucking ugly.
Do you think women have pretty high standards for looks?
Some girls.
2.
3. Maybe 4.
3 to 4. 2. Look at the jawline though, it's popping,
Sorry, it's a 1.
A 1.
I would say I have spoke to around 1,000 girls about this, which is why I adjusted the scale to accommodate for how women actually view the man they would be rating. So using 3 as a reference for average, that would put these guys at the bottom, which would be a 0 to 0.5 out of 10. And since girls rate a lot of men in the bottom tier, that means there will be quite a variety of faces in this tier, which would equate to a 1 out of 10 to a max of a 2.5 out of 10 on a scale like Face IQ's. So from there, that would put these guys at a 1 to 1.5 out of 10 on this scale, which would equate to a 3 to 3.5 on Face IQ scale.
This is so deep, bro. How do you look so young? I look young? This camera isn't very... Dude, this is a horrible camera. Like, how can you even say that? This is a horrible camera. I don't know. This camera sucks. Yeah, you don't really believe Gant with Face IQ needs exposing. You know, we should do a stream. I want to do a stream that's like dedicated to like black pill stuff and like looks maxing stuff. It'd be fun to just kind of like, you know, catch up on all that, see what's going on. Like Young for 40, probably. I appreciate that though. That's very sweet of you, Smokey J. But I disagree. I think it's just the camera's bad and stuff. Do that now, brother. Did I not just stream for 5.5 hours? Yeah, I know it's too late. We already got too sidetracked. I wanted the stream to be so on topic and stuff, but you know, how old am I? I'm 27.
Okay, what we have here is we have an Oster blender, Osterizer. And I like the Osterizer because it can fit on these. Now the reason I don't like to use a bowl
I've never seriously looked
is
into repeat.
because oxygen gets in. This doesn't seal completely. Oxygen, air gets down inside. There's also oxygen space in this lid, the top. So as the power moves the food, oxygen gets in there and oxidizes some of the nutrients.
I said when I first saw you, you looked 38. Jesus.
You can lose up to 1/3 of your nutrients just in blending. So what we want to do is we want to
You said you get so many ads on mobile, I hope you're banking. Oh, thanks. Sorry. I can turn it down. I have it on the medium setting, you know?
use a jar for the size and amount of product that we have to blend. So we don't have a lot of oxygen.
Have it on maximum.
And how we do that is we remove this, we unscrew the base. And there we have the base. We have the blades.
I'm not really going for any kind of like look. I'm not trying to like masculinize myself or be like, you know, like a 7 out of 10 or anything like that. I don't know. I'm just growing a long beard because I want to. It's just fun.
And then we have the washer. And we can just put this aside. I never use it. The blender base. Now, it is not necessarily a legal thing, and you'll do this at your own risk. I have never broken a jar. I've heard of 2 breaks in the 32 years that I have done it. I think that's because the washer got caught around the blade and they were blending some almonds. I do not suggest anyone blend almonds. They're too tough, they're too hard, and they can break a glass. Don't grind bones, anything like that in here. Any kind of pits, anything that's very hard, not a good idea. So what we do is we take the washer, we put it on the blender jar. You see how that works? Then we put the blades inside that, and then you see if you have a good sized washer. If the washer that comes with the blender is too thin and they're made in different shapes, this is what will happen. The blender will get, the blade washer will get inside the jar, it'll catch on the blade, it'll cut up the washer and make a mess. And you have food all over the place. So we want to make sure that you have a washer. What I did on some of the osterizers that come with a thin washer,
like after a while of watching Aajonus, it does feel like you're in like a freaking class being taught by some teacher, you know? It gets a little bit boring after a while. Yeah, pretty insane. Especially just sitting in a room doing nothing but watching Aajonus. That's kind of insane. Like, who does that? You remember you were messed up in high school? That's my favorite quote. Wait, is that what he said? Messed up? I remember I was messed up in high school. Bro skipped class once. Boys, I think I might end it. I think I might end it here. I think we've had a very long day of listening to Aajonus. Class is over. Everybody go outside and do stuff. You know. Whew. Five hours. Holy. Soon, maybe tomorrow, I'll try to like maybe play Dark Souls. Might try tomorrow to play Dark Souls because I think my arm might be able to handle it. But I don't know. I know, that'd be fun. Something different. Some gaming, you know. Several people on payroll logged into his channels, joining live streams that talk about him in the Primal space. Thanks, Crispy. Thanks, everybody, for being here. You will have to set alarms at 12 to wake up for the lives. Oh, good night, Kat. Kat, have you been here for a while? Good night, Chama. Good night, Byron. Good night, Soft Boy. We mog Aajonus. Alright, guys. I'm gonna go probably take a nap. Maybe go outside and get some sunlight. I'm gonna go ahead and end it though. Bye. See you in the next one.